Good morning and welcome everyone to the September 12th, 2024 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission's Wildlife Resources Committee. Thank you for those of you who are participating in person for making the trip here, and to those of you who joined us online. Callers and those who are joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. So when it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, you'll receive instructions on how to indicate that you would like to speak. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves individually when called upon. And please keep your microphone on mute when you are not speaking. Before I turn it over to Ari for technical notes, I also just want to welcome my co-chair, Darius Anderson. Commissioner Anderson and I are co-chairs and are going to switch off running these meetings, but I'm happy to be doing that today. And I'll turn it over to Ari for technical notes.
Can we just double check with David Howe? Can you hear us okay?
Oh, that's probably good to know.
Yeah, you sound great on Zoom land.
Excellent,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
Great, thank you. So for those here in the meeting room, please mute your computers and especially Zoom if you happen to be connected to the webinar.
No, I mean, it was good last year, and I think it's even better this year.
Dan, can you mute yourself?
WFC was great last year.
That was a good.
We aim to please. If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and the Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and you use the call me option, then that linkage happened automatically. If you're joining by phone and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the by the last three digits of your phone number. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov. That's the preferred method, or you can try 916-902-9286 if you need to, but the best way again is email fgc@fgc.ca.gov. For those on Zoom, video is available if you'd like to turn your video on, but it's completely optional. You don't have to. For each item, the lead co-chair will first call on speakers here in Sacramento. We'll do the room first, and then we'll ask for speakers via the Zoom webinar and phone. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host. And so I will introduce the commission staff that we have here working with us. The committee chairs have introduced themselves. We have Melissa Miller-Henson, the executive director of the Fish and Game Commission. My name is Ari Kornman. I'm the wildlife advisor for the commission. We have David Howe, the regulatory analyst, who's helping us out on Zoom with technical things, and Kelsey Laird, the executive analyst. And we have Sam Brownback, there he is, the new tribal advisor for the commission. We also have from the department, Chad Dibble, deputy director of the Wildlife and Fisheries Division. We have Nathaniel Arnold, the chief of law enforcement division, no longer acting. Scott Gardner, the branch chief of the wildlife branch, and Jay Rowan, branch chief of the fisheries branch. And there are other department staff who will be presenting, and I'll introduce them as they present. Just a few more logistics. This is the meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee. You should, hopefully, you're in the right place and understand that. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. The committee merely makes recommendations to the commission at regularly scheduled meetings, and the commission is the one that takes action and makes decisions. These proceedings are being recorded, and then they will be posted to the commission YouTube page for reference in the future. Items may be heard in any order, and we may make a change today to the order, so please stay tuned for that. If you want to be recognized either on Zoom or in the room, please raise your hand and the chair or co-chair will call on you to speak. Please share your name and your affiliation if you have any. It's not required, but we really do appreciate knowing who we're hearing from. Time is limited, so please be precise and succinct. We do want to hear what you have to say. It's really important to us. At the same time, we want to ensure that everybody has a chance to speak, so please be direct and succinct in your comments and to the point. And the bathrooms are out the door. If you just walk straight down the hall past the stairs, the bathrooms are there. And I think that's it. So thank you.
Right,
Turn it
thank
back
you,
over to you.
Ari. Thanks, everyone. And I just want to underscore, as Ari said, that the primary purpose of these committee meetings is for public discussion. And so we want to hear from everybody. And I just want to keep in the room that we want to maintain an atmosphere of respect and humility. We all try to do that up here. We ask the same of you, even when you hold different viewpoints, to respect the person who holds them. And keep your comments to the issues at hand. So our first item on the agenda is to, well, I guess I need to call this meeting to order. And our first item is to approve the agenda and the order of items. We did have a request for one change. So I'm gonna suggest that we, in order to have the waterfowl hunting discussion occur a little bit earlier in the schedule this morning, just move item 3A up to immediately follow item 2A, inland sport fishing. And then we'll get right back to the rest of the order of items, 2B, 2C, 3B, 3C, etc. Is that okay with you?
Fine with
Chair
me,
Anderson?
yes.
Okay, great. So we will make that one change. And given that, our next item on the agenda is 2A. This is the first of the 3 periodic regulation change discussions with potential recommendations for next year's season. And I'll turn it over to you, Ari, to introduce the item.
Okay. To all, if you'd like to contribute to the conversation about the first item will be striped bass. So if you'd like to contribute to the conversation and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you're participating on your computer, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. If you're on phone only, press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to contribute to the conversation. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you'll take yourself out of the queue, so be aware of that. The chair will manage the queue of speakers and call on speakers as they arise. And David is backup if we need backup for calling speakers.
Okay.
You'll need to unmute yourself using the Zoom button or pressing *6 on your phone if you're using the phone. And you may turn on your video if desired, but it's not required. So with regard to this item is to discuss and make potential recommendations for one potential rulemaking under the inland sport fishing topic, where we'll discuss striped bass slot limits. This is a topic that stems from a regulation change petition that was granted by the commission. The last action by WRC was to table this item to give time for the department to gather and analyze some data, help form a recommendation to WRC on the slot limits. Now that the department has a recommendation, we'll start off with a presentation from Erin Ferguson to give us some background on the issue and introduce the department's recommendation.
I'm here. Are you pulling up my presentation?
Yep, it'll be up momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Commissioners Zavaleta and Anderson, Commission staff, department representatives, tribal partners, elected officials, stakeholders, and public participants. My name is Erin Ferguson. I'm a Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor in the Anadromous program within CDFW's fisheries branch. Today, I'm here to present the department's evaluation of the striped bass slot limit regulation change petition. Next slide. Before diving into the evaluation results, I think it's important to know that striped bass are not native to California. They're native to East Coast waters. They're relatively long-lived, with the oldest individuals reaching upwards of 30 years. Striped bass are anadromous, meaning that they spend a portion of their lives in freshwater and saltwater. They're also highly migratory. Literature on the fecundity and maturity of striped bass on the West Coast suggests that most females mature between ages 4 and 5 when they are around 22 to 24 inches, and nearly all females are mature by the age of 6 when they are approximately 27 inches. They are prolific broadcast spawners, with females producing more than 100,000 eggs per spawning season. And lastly, striped bass are opportunistic predators, preying on insects, crustaceans, and fishes, including smaller striped bass. Next slide. The NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association submitted a regulation change proposal to the Fish and Game Commission on August 1st, 2022. The petitioner proposed a regulation change which would impose a slot limit within anadromous and marine waters, whereby only striped bass from 20 to 30 inches would be available for harvest in the sport fishery. The intended goal of the petitioners was to protect the species by increasing the minimum length to allow more fish to mature and successfully spawn prior to harvest, and to protect the larger fish that tend to be the most prolific spawners and which they perceive to be increasingly rare in the fishery. Currently, any striped bass 18 inches or greater may be harvested within anadromous and marine waters with a daily bag limit of 2 fish. The NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association proposed striped bass regulation change did not consider or propose any changes to the current bag limit, season, or geographic range. Next slide. The department's striped bass management is guided by the Fish and Game Commission's striped bass policy. In short, the department shall emphasize programs that ensure, enhance, and prevent the loss of sport fishing opportunities, and the department shall strive to maintain a self-sustaining striped bass population that supports a robust recreational fishery while working with stakeholders to achieve these objectives. Next slide. The focus of this evaluation was to determine if the population warrants further protection through changes to current angling regulations, and to assess if the proposed harvest slot limit would produce the biological and fisheries improvements desired by the petitioners. The evaluation was constrained to the suggested harvest slot limit of 20 to 30 inches put forth by the petitioners. Information that the department used for the evaluation included data collected by marine and inland creel surveys and existing surveys from adult and juvenile striped bass monitoring programs. We used this data to model population responses under different angling regulations. We also solicited public input from a public joint town hall meeting and an electronic angler preference questionnaire. We looked at how East Coast manages their striped bass fishery. And finally, we reviewed the literature on striped bass predation because we wanted to understand how an increasing striped bass population may or may not affect predation. More details about our evaluation can be found in the full evaluation and appendices found in the meeting documents. For the purposes of this presentation, I'll be covering the topics in the box on this slide. Next slide. Juvenile abundance has been indexed using multiple survey methods since 1959, all of which have documented some level of decline in catch of age 0 or young striped bass over time. The figure on the top right shows index values for age 0 and 0+ striped bass broken out by survey. Declines in juvenile abundance are most drastic in open water surveys, and so this trend may be partially explained by a lateral shift in distribution of age 0 striped bass away from channel habitats to shoal habitats, which are generally not as well covered by some of the existing surveys. Next slide. Adult abundance was first estimated in 1969 and continued through the early 2000s using mark recapture methods. Total adult abundance estimates, so fish greater than 18 inches, show a decline from 2 million adults in the 1970s to less than 1 million adults in the 1990s. And so that's the top figure A, and a steeper decline in age 3 abundance, figure B. However, total abundance appears relatively stable since the 1990s, and more recent estimates place average adult abundance at 1.15 million fish, which is similar to the early 2000s estimate. Next slide. The striped bass fishery trends are very similar for both inland and marine fisheries. Based on the department's Central Valley Angler Survey and commercial passenger fishing vessel data, angling effort or total angler hours targeting striped bass has not significantly changed over the last 30 years. However, angler catch per unit effort has increased significantly over the same time period. So that's figure A for inland fisheries. This indicates that anglers are catching more fish. However, anglers are not harvesting more fish. This metric hasn't significantly changed. And the increasing catch per unit effort trend is driven by a significant increase in released striped bass. Additionally, the average size of harvested striped bass is around 23 inches total length for both marine and inland anadromous waters. And this metric has also not changed over time. So it's figure B. These results indicate that the fishery performance is stable in both fresh and marine waters. Next slide. In response to the NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association proposal, the department hosted a joint public town hall meeting and developed a striped bass angler preference questionnaire to gather information from the striped bass angling community on their thoughts about the overall fishery and determine if there was a general desire for changes to the striped bass fishery. The town hall meeting was hybrid, where attendees had the option to come to the CDFW West Sacramento office or attend virtually via Zoom. And the angler preference questionnaire was sent out via email to roughly 1 million anglers and was also available on social media. The questionnaire was available in 7 different languages, and we received about 26,000 responses. Next slide. We received 26,000.
Can you pause for a second? We got a technical difficulty in the room with the meeting slides.
We can hear you, but we can't see the slides.
Oh, okay.
Just give us this. I think it's probably just which window's on top.
We're on slide 10, if that's helpful. It shows up good on my side.
David, just FYI, we somehow got disconnected from Zoom here in the room.
Yeah,
On the left.
just minimize that, the browser, and see if it's behind there.
It
There-
was, I
there we
just
go.
admitted that from the
Okay,
understanding.
there we go.
Audio.
Okay, we're back, thank you.
Then? Okay.
That's it.
All right. So we received 26,410 responses to the questionnaire, of which 18,751 indicated that they do fish for striped bass, 7,659 did not. Respondents which indicated that they did not fish for striped bass were not allowed to continue with the survey. And this was because we only wanted to gather input from the striped bass angling community. Briefly, results show that about 71% of striped bass anglers support the current minimum size for retention at 18 inches. When offered options for changing the minimum size limit, 54% of respondents did not support increasing the minimum size from 18 inches, while about 28% supported either lowering the minimum or no minimum at all, suggesting that anglers would like to keep smaller fish. However, 64% of respondents supported a catch and release fishery for trophy-sized striped bass, even if it would require setting a maximum size limit or in effect a slot limit, on striped bass that could be harvested. And finally, the definition of a trophy striped bass varied widely between responses, with 30, 36, and greater than 40 inches reported the most frequently. Next slide. To understand how regulation changes might impact the fishery and the population, we developed a sex-specific, age and size structured population model for West Coast striped bass in collaboration with Dr. Daniel Gwynn, following methods in Gwynn et al. 2013. Next slide. Here we evaluated how stock conservation and fishery outcomes would change in response to implementing a 20 to 30 inch harvest slot limit as proposed, an 18 to 30 inch harvest slot limit as an alternative, or a 28 to 35 inch harvest slot limit regulation. The 28 to 35 inch harvest slot limit represents a regulation currently in practice on the East Coast and was evaluated as a conservative regulation for comparison, but not for consideration. The stock conservation metrics included probability of recruitment overfishing or overexploitation, proportion of fecundity contribution from older females. The fishery metrics included total catch, total harvest, and trophy size catch. Input parameters, including stock recruitment, growth, maturation, and mortality, were informed by multiple data sources, published values, and life history theory, but drawn randomly from sampling distributions to account for fishery and biological uncertainty. We ran our model as a Monte Carlo simulation, which involves repeated random sampling of input parameter values to account for uncertainty. Next slide. All results were compared to the outcome under the current 18-inch minimum length limit, and we found that the probability of recruitment overfishing decreased under the evaluated harvest slot limits. The outcome was similar between the proposed and alternative harvest slot limits at 19 and 14%, and even lower under the example East Coast regulation at 32%. Reproductive contributions from older females increased under evaluated harvest slot limits, and we found that catch and catch of trophy size fish both increased under the evaluated harvest slot limits compared to the current minimum length limit. However, harvest slot limits represented a trade-off in harvest, resulting in estimated harvest losses of 21% under a 20 to 30 inch harvest slot limit, 8% under 18 to 30, and 73% under our comparative East Coast regulation of 28 to 35 inches. Next slide. Our simulation procedure produced more favorable outcomes for nearly all management practices under evaluated harvest slot limits compared to the currently enforced 18-inch minimum length limit. The largest improvements were to the risk of recruitment overfishing, which decreased under evaluated harvest slot limits by 14 to 32%, depending on the regulation, and catch of trophy size fish, which increased substantially by 19 to 55%, depending on the regulation. However, the trade-off to implementing harvest slot limits come in the form of harvest loss, which was high under East Coast regulations and lowest under the 18 to 30 inch harvest slot limit. The efficacy of each harvest slot limit ultimately depends on management priorities. For example, a management goal focused on harvest is best supported by the current minimum length limit or a very
Erin?
wide.
Folks, we lost audio in the room, so we're just pausing again to.
Should you click join audio? Just to try?
That'll be on that.
Yeah, just
Okay.
use that.
Okay, just hang in there and we'll put the presentation on pause again while we work through this for a moment.
We're back.
Hello?
Okay, Erin, can you say something?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay,
Yes.
we're back. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm having all these problems, but go ahead.
Did you hear anything on this slide?
We heard up
Halfway.
to, the second bullet.
Okay, so
Just-
start.
Second bullet. We
Okay.
heard trophy sized fish.
Oh. I'm just gonna start over on this slide.
That's fine, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So our simulation procedure produced more favorable outcomes for nearly all management priorities under evaluated harvest slot limits compared to the currently enforced 18-inch minimum length limit. The largest improvements were to the risk of recruitment overfishing, which decreased under evaluated harvest slot limits by 14 to 32%, depending on the regulation, and catch of trophy-sized fish, which increased substantially by 19 to 55%, depending on the regulation. However, the trade-off to implementing harvest slots come in the form of harvest loss, which was high under East Coast regulations and lowest under the 18 to 30-inch harvest slot limit. The efficacy of each harvest slot limit ultimately depends on management priorities. So for example, a management goal focused on harvest is best supported by the current minimum length limit or a very wide harvest slot that encompasses the majority of sizes that are vulnerable to catch in the recreational fishery. A management goal driven by stock conservation objectives are best supported by harvest slot limits that protect the majority of mature females. And a management goal focused on enhancing angler experiences in the form of harvest and catch is best supported by harvest slot limits that balance harvest opportunity and protecting spawning size adults. Next slide. The department does not recommend increasing the lower harvest limit from 18 inches to 20 inches for several reasons. When paired with the 30-inch upper limit, both lower limits resulted in similar recruitment gains. However, small stock conservation gains under the 20 to 30-inch harvest slot results in greater losses in harvest potential. Harvest is estimated to decrease by 21% under a 20 to 30-inch harvest slot limit compared to 8% under an 18 to 30-inch harvest slot limit. And this roughly aligns with our creel surveys, where 18 and 19-inch striped bass represent about 20% of the harvest. The loss of harvest disproportionately affects disadvantaged communities who rely on striped bass for part of their diet. And additionally, increasing the lower limit likely will increase discard mortality, which would further minimize the already small potential gains to stock conservation. Next slide. Additionally, we don't know how predation impacts by striped bass would change under a harvest slot limit. CDFW acknowledges that striped bass opportunistically predate on native fishes among other species, but we don't believe that they are the main contributor to those species' decline. However, juvenile and subadult striped bass are primarily the size classes which predate on small fishes because striped bass are gape limited and smaller fish fall within their profitable prey size ratio. And so we don't know how potentially increasing the abundance of this size class of striped bass may affect predation rates, if at all. There also isn't much public support for raising the minimum size from 18 to 20 inches. Results from the Angler Preference Questionnaire indicate that the majority of anglers are satisfied with the current minimum size requirement, and about a quarter of respondents would actually like to harvest striped bass smaller than 18 inches. Next slide. The department could support implementing a 30-inch upper slot limit primarily to enhance the angler experience. It could create a trophy fishery, which was supported by anglers according to the Angler Preference Questionnaire. It's predicted to result in increased total catch, and it's predicted to have a more modest impact on harvest compared to the proposed harvest slot limit. This is supported by our inland and marine creel data, which indicate that the majority, or 94%, of fish harvested already fall within the 18 to 30-inch size category, so we wouldn't expect to see a big shift in angling behavior. A 30-inch upper limit is also predicted to have population benefits, including decreasing the risk of recruitment overfishing and increasing the egg contribution from older fish to the total population fecundity, which could also benefit recruitment. Next slide. There are some final considerations that we need to acknowledge. These being that we don't know how environmental conditions affect the striped bass population, either currently or under modeled regulation changes. We could change the regulations and still not see a change in the population if the environment is what's constraining the population. Implementing a slot limit on striped bass may also necessitate remove spearfishing as a method of take for striped bass, because it may be challenging to differentiate size at the top end. California also does not have any other species with a slot limit where spearfishing is allowed, and there are very few places within their native ranges where spearfishing is allowed with a harvest slot limit. And qualitatively, the inland creel surveys already see an increase in discard mortality of subadult striped bass in the spring and summer, and removing additional fish from the harvest may lead to an increase in discard mortality of fish that would have already, or that would have been harvested. So these fish wouldn't be recruited into the spawning population anyway. There's also the issue of striped bass predation. And like I said on a previous slide, we don't know how implementing a harvest slot on striped bass may affect predation rates, if at all. And lastly, if a regulation change on the striped bass fishery is implemented, CDFW doesn't have projects that could monitor the effectiveness of the regulation change on the adult striped bass population. Next slide. So in conclusion, modeling suggests a 20-inch minimum length would not result in significantly increased recruitment benefits when compared to the current 18-inch minimum size. Modeling also suggests a 30-inch upper limit could result in increased juvenile recruitment and trophy fishing opportunity. But we cannot confirm if 30 inches is the most appropriate size for maximum population benefits due to the narrow scope of the current analysis. While there is public support for maintaining the 18-inch minimum length limit and establishing a catch and release trophy fishery, the highest percentage of respondents supported no change in harvest regulations in the striped bass angler preference questionnaire. Creel data also suggests that the striped bass fishery in California is currently stable, and the current regulations are not contributing to perceived population declines. However, modeling results suggest that the current 18-inch minimum length limit on its own may not be adequate for long-term population stability and growth. And so after evaluating the petition and available data, CDFW concludes that we could support either no change to the current striped bass regulations, or we could support an 18 to 30-inch harvest slot limit in an effort to improve the angler experience by creating a new opportunity for a trophy fishery. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation. I can now take questions, or you can email them to the striped bass mailbox, and the most appropriate staff member will get back to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Erin. Excellent presentation. I think before we go to public discussion, I just want to ask whether my co-chair would like to.
No, I just like to hear the public comment.
Okay, great. I did have one question I do want to ask before we go to public comment, because it might be relevant, a public discussion rather, and that is just whether this could be to any of y'all or to Erin. You can tell us about what tribal outreach has been on this issue. You may have spoken to this earlier and I've just forgotten, but I want to make sure I know.
We have not conducted any significant tribal outreach on this issue. Our goal was to focus on the petition as presented. So I don't want to speculate where tribes may stand on this, but we have not done any significant outreach. If we decide to take a regulation moving forward, then we would do that outreach.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me too, that you would do it at that stage. I just wanted to check in. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to public discussion, and we're going to start with folks in the room. can I just have a show of hands of folks who are here who'd like to comment on? Provide, yes, 1, 2, others in the room, okay, and then, are folks on hand, online raising hands to indicate that they'd like to speak?
I have to let them know that they should. raise their
Okay.
hand.
So I will remind folks at this point that this is a committee meeting, so, you know, there wasn't a time the queue closed or anything like that. But if you could please indicate that you would like to contribute to the discussion online by raising your hand, that would help us have a sense of how many folks are waiting to do so. Okay, and while we're doing that, I'm gonna start with folks in the room. Remember to please introduce yourself, your name, and if you're representing an organization or who you are representing, that would be great information as well. Let's start over here with this gentleman.
And,
My name is
and
Michael Phillips.
just note that the microphone is
Yes,
right
thank
here in the
you.
middle of the room.
I'll speak up.
Okay, great,
My
thanks.
name is Michael Phillips. I'm the Vice President of the California Striped Bass Association, Untitled Chapter. And we're also part of the coalition, James Stone and the NorCal Guide Association and others. And here to personally tell you that we support the commission's recommendations for an 8 to the 30-inch slot. We think it's a wonderful first step. And I'd like to see that move forward.
Thanks so much for being here. Over to this side of the
My
room,
name is
please.
Mark Smith. I am the advocate for the petitioners, the Northern California Guides and Sportsmen's Association, primarily here to help answer any questions in case there were technical difficulties. I'll let the community speak for themselves. There were 2 things in the presentation, though, that I just would like to address to the commissioners. One of the reasons why, or primary reason why the petition is being brought forward is out of an abundance of caution. We are losing our fisheries at a pretty rapid rate. The second year of a salmon closure, we just closed harvestable options on sturgeon. This is the last really truly remaining well-known sport fishery in the state of California. When the department advertises for fishing licenses on an annual basis, 2 of the top 5 fisheries are bass fisheries, including this one, right? And so we lose this fishery, we are going to significantly depress the number of anglers and angler enthusiasm in the state of California. And we already have a problem attracting anglers. Fishing license sales continue to go down. So I think the community is bringing this proposal forward from a perspective of caution. We do not want to see what happened to other fisheries happen to this fishery. Second thing I'll add is the presentation was very clear that there's not enough data on this fishery. That is not just unique to this fishery, that is unique to a number of fisheries that the department and the commission have responsibilities for. And so we must do more to find funding to support both commission staff who are understaffed right now and department staff in conducting their responsibilities. This was an issue with sturgeon as well. And we just went through that lengthy conversation. So we must find more money. We must do better at understanding the science behind these fisheries. And we'll turn it over to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Online, I see that we have 3 hands raised, and I'll just remind folks that you can raise your hand anytime, and it's helpful if you do raise your hand so we know who's waiting to contribute to the conversation. I'm going to start with James Stone online. James, please go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta, Commissioner Anderson, department, staff, and Aaron Ferguson. Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. My name is James Stone, representing NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, representing all of the guides that fish these waters for striped bass from the Golden Gate Bridge all the way inland, as well as some marine areas outside of the gate in the actual surf. There's a lot of surf fishing that's done out of Pacifica for these fish. And we had started working on this many years ago. I think we're over 10 years now, specifically trying to work on a striped bass slot limit. And in 2018-19, a coalition, a very large coalition formed of all of the striped bass groups that care about the species to the maximum, representing over 15 groups in the coalition. It's over 50,000 anglers large now for the support in this. And what we all did after the changes in the 1996 striped bass policy and the new adoption of the Delta Fisheries Management Policy in 2019, and from some advice from old Deputy Director Stafford Lear, as well as our Chief of Fisheries, the department was going to look into this and to really give it a good analysis to try to see where we could try to help protect this fishery and benefit this fishery, which we all just kind of learned from that presentation. And so I would really like to thank the department and everything that they did for this fishery. It's a lot of work and we're very grateful. And so we just want to tell you thank you. I'll start there. We do fully support the department's recommendation of an 18 to 30 inch slot limit at this time. And we would like to recommend to the two commissioners that we move this forward to a full commission cycle. And so that we can get this regulation underway for a full discussion and hopefully a future adoption. As it was just mentioned in the room, this species has seen a dramatic decline, and some scientists believe that the numbers are even lower than what were presented, and we're seeing a huge decline. The last time we saw the numbers this low was in the 90s, the late 80s and early 90s, to where we actually implemented a striped bass stamp on our licenses. Many of you remember that. Anglers voluntarily paid $3 up to about $3.70 per stamp in order to get rebuild the population and to get that population back up again. We did see a small little uptick, and then I believe it was 1996 under Commissioner Jim Kellogg that we started. When Jim Kellogg left the commission, I believe it was 96, and that's when we started seeing a decline in the striped bass and the lack of funding for monitoring, and realizing that just like all other anadromous species that you've heard me testify on, from salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, striped bass, as well as shad, is that we're seeing a decline in all anadromous species in the San Francisco Bay Area, Delta, and in the Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds. And there's obviously a parallel to the environmental factors as was presented of why these declines are happening to all of these fisheries. And we came together on these 50,000 anglers across the 15 groups, and we all came together to decide that we needed to do something. And that's why we proposed the 20 to 30 inch slot limit. We felt that that was going to be the most responsible to protect a little bit one more year class of younger fish and protect the trophy fish on the trophy side. And that's what everyone came up with that could be supported between recreational anglers, guides, captains, fly fishing anglers, surf anglers. And we've traveled across the state of California, meeting with different communities and different demographics about what's important to them. And sustainability and long-term opportunity is what is most important for everyone. So again, we'd like to thank you all for everything that you've done, and that we hope that the commissioners today and the WRC will push this forward to a full commission cycle. And thank you again.
Thanks, James. Next hand I see raised is James Cox. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm James Cox. I'm president of the California Striped Bass Association. We have chapters all through the Delta, all men and women very dedicated to the striped bass fishery. I want to thank you for the efforts that have been put into this. And I will agree, there's a lot of natural environment type conditions that have led to this. But fishermen realize that there's very little we can do to control water flows, water temperatures, the things that do affect it naturally, but we can control what we take. And that is what we're trying to do, control the take. And this will eventually lead to a much better fishery. So I just want to keep my comments brief here and say that our association is 100% behind this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Next hand I see raises David. David, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Please go ahead.
Oh, that must be me. Yeah, I'm Dave Ostrak, former founder and director of the Pathobiology, Conservation, and Population Biology Laboratory at UC Davis. I'm here today as a science advisor for NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, Allied Fishing Groups, California Striped Bass Association, and California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. All of these groups are in support of the department's 18 to 30 inch recommendation, although there's some disagreement over some of the The data presented today, really, I want to go out of my way to thank the department scientists that have kept us informed and allowed us to be engaged in these discussions. My research, also, I was the principal investigator in the pelagic organism decline studies, and my responsibility was understanding the collapse of the striped bass fishery. I've been doing striped bass research since 1988. And this fishery is in desperate trouble. I've recently spoken with my colleagues at Davis who are doing the Sassoon Marsh studies, and it's worse than most of us expect. So again, I'd like to thank the commission and the department for hearing this issue. I think, as Mark pointed out, we're losing our recreational fisheries. Our new Delta policy says that we need to maintain robust recreational fisheries. And although scientifically, I would really recommend a much tighter slot limit. All of the factors that play into this, from political to environmental justice to tribal, suggest that we can make this first step and evaluate this first step and do what we can to protect these fisheries. So again, all of my organizations support this. And I support the 18 to 30 inch slot limit as a beginning towards trying to help this fishery again become a robust and sustainable fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We have another hand raised. Glenn, please go ahead.
Good morning. Glenn Chadaris, owner of Left Coast Bait Company and Big Red Bait Company. I'm the biggest supplier of bait in California. I would just like to say that I appreciate the fact that Fish and Game and NorCal Guide Associations and everyone else has been working on this. What people don't know is, if it wasn't for the striped bass, there literally wouldn't be any bait shops. They're kind of our staple fish that keeps us going, and we have seen decline in size. So this is huge for us. And I just want to let you know that all the shops support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Okay. I don't see other hands raised. I just want to check in again. Yeah.
I have a question if everybody's finished. Question for the department.
Please.
It has to do with discard mortality. You said that discard mortality would increase with a slot limit, potentially. Is that simply because just more people are catching fish outside of the slot limit and then they need to throw them back, or is there another mechanism there?
Correct. So striped bass, just by nature, they're not the same as black bass, right? They're just more sensitive to stressors, such as handling, catch. So typically, especially in smaller size fish, we see pretty high rates of discard mortality. So you would have this, very large proportion of fish that are in that 18 to 20 inch range that would now being caught that you wouldn't be allowed to keep. You'd have to throw them back. I think that's either the first or second, that 18 to 20 and then a 20 to 22. Those are like the vast majority of fish caught and kept. So you would have this chunk of fish that were now being released, and you would see a higher discard mortality.
Commissioner Anderson, questions?
No, I want to thank Erin for her report, and I also want to thank all the organizations that stepped forward. I agree with what Mark Smith said earlier about protecting the fishery. Yesterday, I had the good fortune of going out under the leadership of Mr. Dibble to see the sturgeon program and the tagging that we're doing. And on that trip, Mr. Dibble showed me all of the secret spots where he striper fishes. So that was fascinating. I have to keep him in the lifestyle he's become accustomed to. So, based on the recommendation of the department, Madam Chair, I would go ahead and recommend that we move 18 to 30 inches.
Okay. Great. Thank you for that. Yeah. And I want to go on that trip one of these days myself. So I'm excited to hear that you got to do that. I guess I do have a couple of questions. I mean, I have no strong opposition to discussing this at the whole commission level. I will just start out by saying that. I guess listening to all of this, I want to just raise the question of whether a regulation change makes sense. and to explain why I'm saying that, given all the comment we've heard. First, now I want to acknowledge there's some disparity in the data that different people have presented today. The department's data indicate the population's been approximately stable for decades. That is different from what others described today. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that, but you know, the department's science is excellent, and so I'm inclined to question whether there's evidence of a decline that argues for making a regulatory change. That's one thing. I also want to make sure I heard this right. I believe, Aaron, you said in the Creel survey, which surveyed over 18,000 striped bass anglers, most anglers did not support a regulation change. Did I hear that right?
That's correct. In the angler preference questionnaire, yeah, 71% did not support a regulation change.
And I think that's also important information, because we also have to keep in mind, right, we're not always hearing from everybody in real time in the meetings, but those surveys are a terrific way, those questionnaires are a terrific way to get more insight into what everybody is feeling about a regulation change proposal like this, including folks who are not able to make it to a meeting like this. So I want us to take that seriously. Yes.
Also, Aaron, could you help
Excuse
us
me.
understand?
Sorry, go ahead, Melissa.
Could you help us understand in that survey, was it made clear to the folks taking that survey, the purpose of the regulation change?
The purpose of the survey wasn't for a regulation change. It was just to understand how anglers felt about the fishery. If we would have introduced slot limits or regulation change, it would have been biased and leading. And so we couldn't present it that way.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Sure. And Roger, I see that you're interested in saying something, so I do want to come back to, give me just a moment though, if you don't mind, I'd like to just kind of walk through why I'm raising this question.
Thank you.
I'm happy to see, I also see that James has got his hand up, so I'm happy to return to y'all. Okay, so question about that, and thank you for the clarifying question, Melissa. The question wasn't put to the anglers as, would you like to see a regulation change? It was, but I think there were questions about changing the minimum size limit, supporting a trophy fishery, the ones that Aaron, you described. So, you know, I think, right. I want to make sure we're considering those. There are these potential impacts to harvest opportunity. And one of the things in the full department report that you mentioned is how much people do rely on striped bass for food, particularly members of disadvantaged communities in the Delta. So something else to think about. I like that the 18 to 30 proposal, rather than the 2030 proposal, has a less of a big impact on harvest opportunity. I want to understand predation risks a little bit more. Seems like there's a lot of unknown, but there's no question that striped bass do eat smelt and salmonids. And Mark Smith raised salmon have been closed now for a couple of years. Is sort of, it's a really, really serious issue. We don't know whether there are population level impacts. That's what I'm reading in the agency's analysis, right? So I guess I want to understand better what the standards are for, this is a CISA listed species. It's also a culturally important species. We've got to manage these fisheries like in the context of all the other ones. So I want to make sure that we're not forgetting about trade-offs between striped bass and salmon, particularly because they're CISA listed. So I have a question about that. What's the standard regarding take of individuals? We know that's occurring, that might or might not have population level impacts. So we don't know in the absence of data one way or another. Can we make a regulatory change that we know is going to result in increased take of a CISA listed species even? I just want to make sure we understand that. And I'm not necessarily comfortable with, with not knowing about that on the CISA side, but also the reason I asked about tribal input is that salmon are such an important culturally important species throughout the valley and, far outside of where striped bass occurring, but they do have an impact on salmon. And so I want to make sure that we're getting that input at the right stage. And that it's being done in an active way, not a passive expectation that folks will show up, because it may not be clear that there is a nexus between changes in striped bass fishing regulations and the populations of salmon that are making it upstream. So, okay, so that was a lot of stuff, but I guess the question I want to make sure we circle back to is the population and level impacts of listed species.
Okay. Maybe I'll start with, you had started with like the data question.
Yeah.
So I think there is some conflicting data, and I think as Mark Smith pointed out, we don't have the best monitoring in the world on the species. We have what we have.
Yeah.
What we've seen in like the Delta trawls, as Dr. Oster's pointed out, there are programs out there that have monitored juvenile fish that typically catch a lot of striped bass. Historically, have caught a lot of striped bass, and now they are not. So along with the delta declines that we're seeing in other species, those trawls that traditionally caught a lot of bass, striped bass, are not catching those fish. But on the other side, we have our Central Valley Angler Survey that shows actually catch rates have been going up. So we have some conflicting data. It'd be speculation on my part to say why those are conflicting, but I think that there is, what we do know from fisheries in general is anglers have gotten better at catching fish. You can go on YouTube for 2 hours and get the kind of information that would take somebody years to accumulate on their own. Electronics are way better. Equipment's way better. People are just better at catching fish now because of technology, social media, all these things. So there is a possibility out there that could be masking a decline in the angler survey game. We don't know that, it's speculation, but the data right now shows that people are catching more fish than they were 10 years ago. Onto the salmon predation part. Aaron had mentioned that striped bass are gape limited, so that was one of the reasons that we sort of were not in favor of looking at going to a 20-inch minimum, having more of those 18-inch and smaller fish out on the landscape. The data shows that those fish, they do eat salmon. They're opportunistic predators, just like any other predatory fish. In the world of, striped bass have likely taken the place of, fish like pike minnow, in that niche of being a predatory fish in the river on juvenile stem lines. So it may not necessarily be that they're eating more fish, it's just something else is eating them. It's a different fish that's eating them. One of the reasons that we think that we could support a higher slot limit is because those larger fish it's very unlikely that they're eating small juvenile salmon, right? Those 30-inch plus fish are looking for something with a lot more calories, a lot bigger than a juvenile small fish.
A mere nibble.
What's that?
A mere nibble.
Yeah, it's just too much energy for them to expend, right? To chase around little baby salmon. So that's one of the places that we thought that there could be a balance there between managing that potential predation. But the bottom line is, like, we don't actually know whether this will cause an impact. There's nothing in the literature right now that shows striped bass are causing a population level impact on salmon. I personally, as a fisheries biologist, would not put them in the top tier of things that are causing impacts to salmon right now. But they certainly do eat. I mean, big fish eat little fish. It's kind of the way it works in the fish world. We just don't know whether they're going to cause a population level impact. We don't have that information.
So we don't know. Yeah, and I mean, I just want to agree that, right, are they the primary threat or a primary threat? No, we know, like, all of these fisheries, sturgeon, salmon in the Central Valley, striped bass, smelt, and more. It's water flows, it's water quality, it's water regulation. I want to say that, repeatedly, because I do think that's a place where we need to do what we can to get traction on. that for the sake of all these fisheries. Still, we know that in other situations when we've got something that is imperiled, even sort of more secondary threats, might be places that we have to look to secure a population, and we just had to sort of do that with sturgeon over the last year. So, yeah, I think I want to hear from other folks. I see 4 more hands have gone up. I thought that would probably happen, which is great. I want to hear more what other folks think. Anything that you want to add there?
No.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Jane. Super appreciate that. Okay, several hands raised.
I think Roger.
Yeah, Roger, you wanted to say something. I'm gonna give you the first shot here.
Yes, thank you. I was having trouble finding the raise hand option. And so I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to point out that the California, I am with the West Delta chapter of the California Striped Bass Association. I've been a board member, president, active for over 30 years. This is the 50th year anniversary of the California Striped Bass Association. It was founded by Jay Sorensen when he saw the steep decline in the ecosystem and the striped bass population in the Delta, which was only 14 years after the state water project went into operation. Our motto is dedicated to the preservation, protection, and enhancement of striped bass, and we've advocated it for 50 years. This organization had the striped bass stamp initiated by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Along with Tom Hampson, one of our members, and United Anglers, we started the net pen raising program for striped bass, and we have advocated for striped bass for 50 years. And I would like to say that we support the slot limit. Thank you.
Roger, thank you. All right, and circling back in order that it looks like hands went up to James Stone. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta. I was just going to make 2 comments. I was just going to say that when you were questioning the survey and kind of some of the responses, I just wanted to let you know that going around over the last couple of years and talking to people about this on a, on a issue like at tackle stores or at boat launches or on the water or via phone, a lot of people said that when they saw the striped bass survey, they responded, but they said there was no context. And they said that, when we started saying, listen, our scientists are showing that there's a decline in the adult population, they said, well, it didn't tell us that, because if it told us that in the survey, we would have voted differently. So I would just state that I've had numerous amount of people that have claimed that they would have voted a different way or filled out the survey in a different way if there was more context to the actual population estimates and the monitoring that has been done. Secondly, I'll leave it to Dr. David Ostrak, since this is what he studied, but the predation, I think Chief Rowan mentioned it as well, is that the striped bass predate on pike minnow, which are one of the largest predators in the Sacramento Valley. And they also eat the inland silversides. And I'll let Dr. David Ostrak talk about that, because they're a direct competitor to the ESA listed smelt. So, so there is benefits to having this fish in the system. And we know that if we were to remove them completely, that there could be a ecosystem failure. So thank you very much.
Thanks, James. David, your hand is up. You're next. Hi.
Yeah, I'd like to make several comments here. First of all, the angler surveys, as James just mentioned, sort of the way that they're put out there can sort of dictate the results. Creel surveys, they're very important things for a department like the Fish and Wildlife Department to get, but they are not hard scientific studies. There's a lot of, they're designed scientifically, and the people that run the surveys are doing a wonderful job. But it really, in my opinion, does not give a good indication of the science. And again, my charge from the very beginning in 1989 was to understand, at the direction of the department, the collapse of the striped bass fishery. So there's no debate in the scientific community that this fishery has collapsed. And as stated, there are many factors: water, environmental conditions, temperature, etc. And their collapse parallels that of the salmon, the delta smelt, and all the other pelagic fish living in the estuary. So from my perspective, the commission should understand there's no debate that this fishery has collapsed. Regarding and as far as impacts to salmon and listed species, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service primary model by Lindley clearly indicates that the striped bass population would have to go over 2 to 3 million striped bass before there's any effect at the extinction or population level effect on salmon. Most of striped bass predation on salmon occurs at water project operations that for 30 years we've been trying to get altered and changed so that they don't provide a place for opportunistic predators, including striped bass. And as James also mentioned, the pike minnow eats far more salmon smolts than striped bass, and one of the primary predators on pike minnow is striped bass. And as he also mentioned, inland silversides are the direct competitor, likely the fish that has supplanted the delta smelt, and certainly are well known to eat delta smelt eggs and larvae, and striped bass are the primary predator on inland silverside. So keeping a robust striped bass population is important. And that's not only my opinion, it's the opinion of Peter Moyle and all of the major fisheries biologists that have been working in this system for decades. And so, I think that the commission should understand that, this is a complicated situation, and the dynamics of one fish competing against another fish is a difficult situation. We all know water is really the big problem in the system overall for all the fisheries, but striped bass are not the problem when it comes to their predation on salmon is minimal. Dylan Stomp, one of Peter Moyle's last students and someone who works for the department now, has shown in his gut contents that striped bass are at the bottom of the list of the gut contents containing salmonids. So again, I reiterate that we need to try and get this fishery back to a robust recreational fishery. We need to, and we very much support the 18 to 30 inch limit. Thank you.
Thanks, David. All right, Len, please go ahead.
Yes, I had a question for Chief Rowan. He brought up the fact that we are seeing more striped bass caught, and he brought up the technology aspect of it. But does Fish and Game compare their surveys to how many fish are caught on heavy water years versus drought years? Because ultimately, like even right now, we're seeing an uptick in striper fishing, but we're also seeing decent water conditions for those fish. So I'm just curious if that data is there. Sorry about that. And then the other question I have for Fish and Game is, without us, with the budget crises and without having the money that we need to fix these rivers to where we can control flows better and have deeper water and colder water for fish, are we actually looking at the future? Because everything has an evolution. And one of the sad things to say is while I want salmon to be here and I want steelhead to be here, if we don't fix these conditions at some point soon, we're going to change the environment. Ultimately, fish that can live in warmer waters are what's going to do well here, which is your crappie, your bass, your striped bass, your catfish. So even though some of these species aren't native, it may be the only way to keep the ecosystem we have. And so protecting this fish and creating a slot allows a checks and balance. But at the same time, it's a fish that can actually live in the conditions that are probably what our future is going to look like. Thank you.
Fine. Wayne, you put your hand up. Go ahead, Wayne.
Hi, Commissioner Zavaleta and everybody. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in here. We talk about at the Fish and Game Commission in the last session about the whack-a-mole problem. This thing about catching more stripers. Well, what are we supposed to fish for, right? So that's one of it. And two, I want to back up what James said. I pounded the pavement up and down the coastline, talking to tackle stores and anglers. And if they knew more about what was going on regulation wise and what we're trying to manage here, they would have answered that survey differently. And that definitely was the story. I think pounding the pavement, going up and educating our anglers out there helped a lot, and they would have changed their mind on that survey. So that's all I wanted to put in. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Wayne. I just want to comment for a moment on the questionnaire. Like, I think the department goes to great lengths to make those questionnaires unbiased, and that's what you want. Like, that's what makes them scientific. So I do think that we got to be careful if we're going to criticize the questionnaire for not starting out with a statement that might or might not be actually supported about the condition of the fishery, and then asking people what they think. That wouldn't actually, in my mind, be an improvement. And so I just want to give a shout out to the department for, I think, trying to do these surveys in a way that does not, especially when we don't have enough data to conclude one way or another on the status of the fishery, that does not lead with a statement that we don't know. We don't know the accuracy of. I'm gonna give you the floor next. Yeah, please.
The only thing I would ask is that, as an angler myself, there is automatically a sway to a survey that comes out from an organization that has historically been taking things away. So you don't ask the question unless there's a chance you're going to lose something else. So when you're an angler and you're not getting perfect, but don't mess with what I've got. So that response, that 71%, is more communicative of a don't mess with it. We're okay with the status quo. So there is automatically a bias that comes from a survey, and I applaud them from creating that survey. I took it, one of the first one, and I think they did a great job of trying to minimize the bias. But that is an immediate perception in the wake of when we first had this conversation, it was the whole community was called to order because there was a proposal out there, or perception out there, that they wanted to eradicate all stripers. So they were going to take all the limits away, and they were just, you can't throw them back. Once you catch a striper, you can't throw it back. I mean, this is the communication that was coming towards me, because it's non-native. We don't want it in here. They screwed up 160 years ago, and it's killing all the salmon. So
Yeah, understood.
So-
Good point.
at the tail end of all that, we come up with a survey that said, we just support changing, we just support a slot limit for striped bass. And the initial gut reaction is, don't mess with it. So I just want to make sure that is clear. So as much effort went into it, and as good a job as I think they did, that we still have to at least acknowledge that there are some biases that come into that by nature.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, so there was a blurb at the beginning of the survey that gave context to why we were putting that out there. And then your statement about, the anglers were responding because, they were on the defense about changes, that's not necessarily accurate, because the second question was asking about whether you wanted to change the minimum size. And if anglers really wanted to support the petition, or the petition, which had already been presented in the town hall, they would have voted higher to change that. And so anglers wanted either no change at all, 54% in that second question, or lower. So I don't think what you said is accurate.
Erin, thanks for providing that clarity. And I will just point people to the meeting materials where the entire questionnaire is available if you want to take a look at, and I want to take a look at what it says. I do see that more hands are going up, and I want to make sure that we acknowledge that folks could keep discussing this for a long time. But we also need to keep moving. We have a new hand up.
Yeah, Mike Casella from the hunting community, but I think your questions are perfect, but some of them I think get resolved through the commission cycle.
Agreed.
How many of these constituents feel this way or that way gets fleshed out when it actually moves out of this room into a commission cycle. And so I think it's a great question, but those people will step forward and they'll understand it better. They're going to look deeper into it. They're going to speak their minds. So it seems like I think that's the right question, but moving it forward is how we get the answer.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. And, as I said at the beginning of all those questions and comments, like I fundamentally feel like, I have no problem with moving
Yeah.
us ahead.
Yeah.
I did want to flesh some of that out here because this is the opportunity for discussion. And so, I do want to sort of get a sense of what you all are thinking about it, and some of the clarifications that folks have provided really valuable. So,
And again, I was gonna say what
Yeah.
Mike was gonna say, that,
Yeah.
two things are important to me. One, Sam, is the tribal input to make sure that as soon as, if we move it forward to the commission, we go ahead and include, tribal input as quickly as possible. Secondly, I mean, it sounds like to me, it comes down to one issue. And listen, everybody would like a trophy, fish. But it's really that 18 to 20. And I think what's going to be important as we go through the process at the commission is what are the inherent benefits that the department sees, as well as all the other organizations, about going from 20 to 18. Because, as somebody that works in regulation, I too hate to see change. I like things that are the status quo. So I know what the status quo is. Let's keep it. If we're going to be successful, or if the department is going to go ahead and move it from 18 to 20, I think you really need to go ahead and fine tune what are the inherent benefits of 20 to 18.
yeah, I think, thanks so much for that, Co-Chair Anderson. I want to underscore the need for reach outs to the tribes. So I think we're going to recommend, we're recommending that, yes, Melissa, sorry.
Well, I think Jay may want to respond because I don't think
Yeah.
they're recommending a change.
So,
to
so
it.
I think today would be
Thank
the
you for
question of
clarifying.
whether you all want to move something forward, and right now at the stage that we're at, we propose not changing the bottom, but putting a limit on the top. So,
Keep the bottom the same.
the request would be for you, on a recommendation would be going forward to the commission with.
Wait, can I just, Aaron, I thought the slide was no change or 18 to 30.
It is.
18,
Correct.
that's all right.
The petition
We asked
was,
for 20 to 30, but we are now in alignment with the department and saying we're okay with 18 to 30. So not changing the bottom, but changing the top.
Okay.
So if we would
Okay,
go,
great.
I mean, our
Okay.
request would be if you were to go forward, it would be to move for a regulation that basically just adds a 30. Because it would be no
Yeah.
change to the bottom.
Sure.
and I
So
think,
that wouldn't be a discussion point, is my point. I don't, unless you changed or your recommendation landed that way, that wouldn't be a discussion point going into a full commission regulatory package,
Thanks for clarifying.
right? It would be, we would be coming forward with a regulatory package that just leaves us the bottom where it's at and ask for a change in the 30 at the
And
top.
did I hear correctly earlier that you also were potentially adding a catch and release for above 30?
that's what the 30 would
Yeah.
be.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Right.
30 inches above, you would need to release.
It was really
But Jay-
below.
Jay,
So you could keep
Harvest.
within that 18
Perfect.
or 20 to 30 inch range.
And potentially some modifications to spearfishing.
But,
Potentially
but as I heard you, Jay, there are distinct advantages you think about going with regard to, going from 20 to 18, correct?
Well, we're currently at 18. So the department believes there are disadvantages to going to 20. Our belief is that
Okay.
there is significant
Harvest
impact
loss.
that will occur to angler harvests going from 18
Okay,
on the bottom.
okay, okay.
Those impacts, anytime you restrict fishing harvest, you're gonna have some sort of impact. It's significantly less on that top end, just because there's few of those bigger fish out there if you have caught. A lot of them already, according to our surveys, are already released. So you had, I think it was 8%, Aaron, maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
It's like
They really
5%. Greater than 30 people generally don't keep those fish. Some people do, but usually they release them.
So we'd be looking at that top end. And I think we do have some. If we brought this forward, we would like to see this go on the cycle of the sport fish regulations. So we'd be talking about this through the 25 commission cycle, go into play in the 2026. So there is another WRC that we could potentially have a discussion at, whether you wanted to move something forward. Now, we don't have to discuss it then. Either way, if you want to go. But if we do want to move something forward, my recommendation would be to put it on the same cycle as the sport fish, which you're going to hear coming up next. And that would be, put it on those same meeting cycles, but I would recommend we separate it out of that sport fish package because it's gonna be a much broader discussion, a lot of things happening, and I think there's some really good things coming in the sport fish package we're gonna talk about that I don't want to get caught up or overshadowed with. This is gonna be such a big topic.
So on this item, I think we can recommend that the commission consider a future rulemaking around the possibility of an 18 to 30-inch slot limit and sort of other related potential changes regarding striped bass. And I just want to underscore what Commissioner Anderson already said, that active tribal input, both to Bay Area tribes and to all the Central Valley salmon tribes, is going to be a critical piece of me feeling comfortable moving forward with that. So we want to make sure that that happens. And then, you know, this question about, we're not going to resolve the question of predation impacts, but I'm going to be looking closely at that because, you know, that is another really important fishery. So, I want to review the report in more detail, the appendix that details everything that you were all able to uncover. But I think on the legal and policy side, just understanding what we do here with a CISA listed fish that we know is getting preyed upon by striped bass, I want to understand that we're not, you know, we're not putting any of us, the department or the commission, in jeopardy there.
Sure, and I will add that, you know, we've been contacted by some of the southern coast municipalities that are interested in things like no limit striped bass fishing, catch them all and get rid of them on some of those coastal estuaries. So this could get potentially a little bit more complex depending on what input starts coming. They have actively engaged with the department and are seeking changes to regulations in some of those estuaries of having no limit, where there are potential impacts on steelhead. So, you know, I think you're going to have different. There may be a space for something slightly different in some of these coastal estuaries versus beaches versus inland.
Jay, can you just confirm that this regulation proposal applies to inland and not to marine, or is
This would be a
apply fishery
it's
wide?
both, it's statewide.
That's interesting. Okay.
So,
Thanks.
I mean, we can certainly have discussions about that on whether we restrict it to just Central Valley Bay. Does this apply to beaches? I think there's room for discussion on that. You know, I think the way we've tried to phrase this is we're not necessarily hot committed on any one specific thing. And we're trying to let the data kind of speak for itself. We'll make sure that our unknowns are out there and just kind of work through the process.
I'd like some more of that information with regard to the estuaries that you're talking about as we consider it as the commission. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks everyone for such a robust discussion. And Aaron, thanks again for a terrific presentation. Folks at the department, thank you so much, Jay, for all of your clarification. With that, we are, sorry.
Could I just make a quick announcement?
Please.
For those who are joining us for the for agenda item 2C, the mammal hunting or big game hunting presentation, please note that that is now posted to the commission's website, so that if you have not seen that presentation and would like to take a look at it before department staff give it and have a chance to absorb some of the information, that is listed on the commission website. If you go to the meetings page for 2024, there's a link called supplemental presentation, and that's the big game mammal hunting presentation.
Thanks, Melissa. All right, and thanks everyone again for that robust discussion. Okay, so as we discussed at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to jump now to item 3A, waterfowl hunting, to discuss potential recommendations for the 2025 to 26 seasons. All right, do you want to tee that up?
Sure.
Thank you.
This item is to discuss and make potential recommendations for waterfowl hunting. The commission does this every year to align, to make changes and align state regulations with federal frameworks. We'll start off with a presentation of the waterfowl recommendation from Melanie Weaver from the department. And I see Melanie is on. We'll get your presentation up in a moment.
I'm sorry, Ari. Do we want to do 2A2?
No, sorry.
Okay.
You might have missed that. At the very beginning, we switched. We're doing waterfowl next, and then we're gonna
Okay.
go back and follow the order.
My apologies.
We'll be, no worries. We'll be right back to you, Maggie, right after this one.
Good morning, Commissioners. Melanie Weaver for the Department of Fish and Wildlife Waterfowl Program, briefly discussing anticipated changes for the 25-26 waterfowl hunting season. Next slide, please. So, based on a January 31st closing date that we started in 2019 season, that requires an annual adjustment to the season length. So there will be some sort of an adjustment to the season length, and that more discussion will follow on the next slide. So we know there's going to be a season length modification based on the preference of the public and the commission. We also have developed a new harvest strategy for pintail, and the resultant information based on current year's survey information would necessitate an increase to a 3-bird bag for the 25-26 season. The option or consider swapping youth hunt days with veteran hunt days. And finally, whatever we do to the season length modification will affect how many days are available for the falconry only season. Next slide, please. So just some things to consider going forward with this rulemaking. Historically, we would close on the last Sunday in January, and it was nice and easy to remember. And those were always 100 days. So that's something we could consider going forward again. Working with CWA, we have discussed closing on January 27th, for example, which is a Tuesday, and that way it would not potentially affect hunt quality on the youth hunt days, which would be that following weekend. We could even consider closing on a Wednesday, which gives more opportunity on our public hunt areas. And lastly, if we continued with closing on January 31st and opening as late as possible, it would be a 99-day season. Don't plan on putting any specific recommendation forward other than the option to consider these. And we can discuss as we go forward about people's preferences. Next slide, please. And that's it. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you.
Hey, can I ask one question?
Please.
Because this is something that you're going to hear about this, especially when we talk about mammal with our capacity issues, plus just long-term trying to be more efficient with rulemakings that come before the commission, where we want to spend more time on really more substantive decisions and less on, these every year, pretty similar to what it was last year. We're adding a tag or two, we're taking a tag or two away, we're changing by a day or two. So Melanie or Scott, if someone could, those 3 options on the slide before, if we could bring that slide back up. If the commission were to go down the pathway of saying, let's create something consistent that doesn't change every year. Is that, sorry, the other slide. Is that the first bullet of those?
It would be the first bullet. If we continued with the middle two, it would have to change annually because of the dates in the regulations and how things constantly shift. By selecting, for example, closing on a day that's far enough away from the youth hunts, or closing on the 31st because that changes every year. So that's something that's going to require an annual rulemaking. The last Sunday in January, we did that for a number of years. It wouldn't require a change. That said, there might be other things in federal frameworks that may require us to change. And I've got no control over that. I mean, that all depends on specific species, harvest strategies, et cetera.
So maybe in future years, we talk about you know, trying to find some more consistency unless there are federal changes that require.
Sure. I mean, there obviously are advantages to trying to minimize changes. We don't want to constantly throw curveballs at our hunting public. There's a lot of people that are used to going with the status quo, and they may not always reference the closing day, for example. You know, it's a lot easier to remember the last Sunday in January or January 31st, for example. So, you know, there's pros and cons.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I would just
thank
say, like Melody said, I mean, it's possible with those sideboards, excuse me, this year in particular, the pintail that you saw up there would certainly have to go forward. And I think Melody was humble in her presentation, but I'd like to say that that opportunity for a 3 pintail limit came from a lot of work within the flyway. And in fact, we just met a couple of weeks ago. So this is a real opportunity for our hunters this year. And it took negotiation among the flyways. So congratulations to Melanie and the Pintail Harvest Working Group for getting us there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And no question, when there's an opportunity like that, I think it's, you know, totally appropriate for us to be spending time on it. You know, I would be totally interested in hearing about whether from a season length perspective, we can have a sort of a default. I think the default is the last Sunday in January, and to only consider alternative. I guess I want to hear from people about whether we should only consider alternatives if there's some specific change that is requiring to consider alternatives. Otherwise, stick with it. Because I agree that simplifying.
It's a workload issue, really, right? It's a lot of work for the department. It's a lot of work for the commission staff. It takes up commission staff meeting or commission meeting time that could be spent on other issues. And so from our perspective, from your staff's perspective, we want to be sure we're bringing things to you that are really significant, that really require your time and attention. And these changes that we often have seen over the years where we're just noodling around the edges a little bit, don't seem to be a great and most effective use of everyone's time.
So if there's a reason for them, and I think, yeah, Commissioner Anderson, I think, unless there's something else you want to add at this point, it'd be great to hear from what others who are here for the discussion think about that question as well as the other proposals on the table. So we have folks in the room who would like to contribute to the discussion. I'm looking expectantly over here to my left. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Good to see you, and Commissioner Anderson, thank you for doing this.
And remember, the microphone's over here.
And I will just say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I should have said, if you'd like to speak and you're on Zoom, please do find that raise hand button or shoot us a note if you're having trouble so that we can send you a note about how to do that. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
I'm Mark Henley with California Waterfowl, and we did move up our regulations meeting and even our board meeting this year. So that helps. Our board and our regs committee basically voted to recommend starting the waterfowl season in the balance of the state, Southern San Joaquin, Southern California zones on the 3rd Saturday in October, and then running duck season all the way to the last Tuesday in January. So that would actually increase the number of hunt days for everybody, but it would also protect the youth hunt, and we've had many discussions about that. So that is the one that the board voted on. And then I also like to say, we do strongly also support the 3 pintail option. I mean, that's huge for California hunters for sure. So a lot of people will be very happy about that. We also, in talking with the department, went over the proposal to swap the vet and the youth hunts. And our committee thinks that that should be an option that you should consider. So,
Mark, how would that work?
Basically, you would have the vets go the first weekend in February, and then the kids go the second week, and that would always ensure 5 days of rest for the kids. I think the trick's going to be, how do you then end the regular season? And we believe under that scenario, you probably want to end the regular season on a Wednesday, because a lot of the vet hunters also hunt during the regular season. They would be able to take advantage of that last Wednesday, which is also open to the public. Our public areas are open on Wednesday. and then have 2 days of rest for their hunt. So I think, that's a pretty good compromise, and I'm glad we're gonna entertain this, and, you know, CWA will continue to analyze these, and if for some reason our, recommendation changes, we'll let you know. I know the final meeting's in April, so we want to get that information to you as soon as possible. But we'll get it.
And I'd just like to say thank you for moving your board meeting that came up at a prior meeting.
Not a
So I
problem.
appreciate you guys accommodating our schedule.
Good.
Yeah.
And thank also again the department for meeting with us and discussing some of these issues. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you, Mark. Other folks in the room? Anybody? Okay, so online we have Rick Schussel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Rick Schussel. I've been a duck hunter here in California for 60 years plus. I want to request that the WRC and the department provide options to the 25-26 season for hen restrictions on pintail. Starting in the 25-26 season, the framework for pintail is going to allow 3 per day with no hen restriction. I request that the rulemaking process not only provide for the 3 pintails, but add language for the option of 1 to 3 hens. I was told the 3 pintail limit is an experiment that will last for about 3 years. And it's my view that during those 3 years, if we only provide language that allows up to 3 hens, we may be looking back on that decision with a little sorrow. The language you use in the rule setting should provide an option for a hen restriction period for the season, and an option to at least restrict the number of hens after December 1st, which is when it's extremely easy to identify the male pintail. I've heard of data that shows the adult hens are not taken in great numbers based on harvest data, but I also believe that harvest rates on ducks are based on wing data collection and banding, and the number of banded females, and probably the males, is quite small. We have not had a 3 pintail limit since 1997. In recent years, regs allowing just 1 pintail has skewed the harvest towards males, as hunters prize the drake as their only pintail allowed. So I would ask the department this question: what was the sex ratio in the harvest when limits were higher? The fact that we didn't have hen restrictions before isn't comparable to the lower breeding populations of recent years. When you can now harvest 3 pintail, it's obvious more hens will be taken. So I believe we should listen to Todd Arnold, who spoke this May of this year. Todd is a well-respected biologist on waterfowl population modeling at the University of Minnesota. Todd said he'd like to see an experiment with pintails by opening the regs to take 3 in the Pacific Flyway, but only 1 hen, and see if we could do that without increasing the harvest mortality of adult females. He also said that if we did find out that limiting the pintail hen's mortality to 1 and having a larger bag limit on drakes did help, it might actually also help the adult females. Because with habitat limiting and shortgrass prairies being converted to grain, and with hunters harvesting more males, we lessen the number of all the unpaired drake pintail that are using up resources that could better go to the hens. Those were quotes from Todd, and I trust him on that. Lastly, existing regs require a hen limit on more abundant mallards. Why is that? It's up to the department to explain, but I don't believe it's merely a political decision. Therefore, I ask for these hen restriction options to be included in the rulemaking process in environmental documents. And I'd also ask the department to analyze why a likely increase in hen harvest could be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Scott, do you want to reply to that, or should we take other comment first?
Well, Melanie, of course, is the one,
Okay.
the scientist on this.
Melanie's the expert.
Reply to it. You know, my initial thoughts here are there's a lot in here, and of course you got mallards, which are local populations, and then, pintails acting more on a continental scale, and I think there's a lot in here, and we could certainly take it in and give you a thoughtful response to this when it goes to the commission as well. But if Melanie wants to give her initial thoughts, I'd be happy to hear those.
Sure. Just briefly, Rick had mentioned that this is an experiment, and it's not an experiment. It is indeed a harvest strategy. And the agreement was to, after 3 years of a 3-bird bag for pintail, that we would not stop the strategy, but we would take the time to review, analyze, and make sure the assumptions and the predictions on the harvest strategy were what we anticipated. And there are no shocking points to what we experienced. So it's not an experiment. This is indeed a harvest strategy, and we don't anticipate any changes or tweaking after the 3 years. It's hard to explain to our hunters when pintail have indeed declined since the 80s. The harvest potential has declined, but our strategies up until this new one have been quite conservative. And the department, the Pacific Flyway, other flyways have been working 20+ years to get a 3-bird bag option into this strategy. And because we finally have, it's called an integrated population model, we're finally able to keep up with higher computing power to do these sorts of models. The models tend to be on the conservative side. The harvest rates on adult females are pretty low. They bump around about 2%, which is incredibly low. There were a lot of people that worked on this strategy, 2 representatives from each flyway. We had U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as statisticians from USGS that did the actual pushing of the model. So there were a lot of people involved. It took us at least 6 years to get where we are. There were a couple outside reviewers of said harvest strategy. So it's our feeling that hen restrictions won't affect population levels. Sure, there's a potential that more hens may die. You're talking about a really, really low percentage. Referring to the hen mallard restrictions in our harvest strategy for mallards, that was something that along the lines of negotiating with other flyways many years ago, another flyway felt strongly about having those hen restrictions. There were no data to support those. There still are no data to support those, but we kept them in just because sometimes it's easier to keep things in harvest strategies than to remove them and cause continued or more angst on the topic. So we've left them in place. That said, there's not strong science to back those hen restrictions.
And there also are some concerns, and Melanie could discuss this too, about just, getting people into waterfowl hunting and the complication of being able to identify, what they're shooting. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all those comments, Melanie and Scott. We'll go to Bill Gaines next, and then Rick, I'm not sure whether you meant to lower your hand or you left it back.
I just was hoping that we could at least have a discussion about as an option. I'm not saying it's going to have to happen, but I don't know how the process goes later. We found out last year trying to deal with the junior hunts that if we don't have it as an option, all of a sudden we come to the rulemaking and boom, we're done. We can't change it. And I think having an option there, to me, seems like a reasonable thing to do to protect the hens. And I understand, honestly, when you talk about the harvest, again, where do you get the harvest? You're not counting the sex ratios at the station, at the refuge check stations, as far as I know, and keeping track of that. So it comes from this other data, which are wing bee studies and banding. And we're not doing thousands and thousands of pintail bandings to really understand it, is the way I understand it. And it's not something that I just throw out there lightly. I have talked to biologists about this. I have read up on this. I am very involved, as Mark Henley knows, with CWA and the Public Lands Hunter Committee. And I just don't want us to hurt. The fact that it's 3 is wonderful. We're all excited about that. But the hens, I think, may need some protection at some point within these 3 years, and I don't want to wait and then find out we can't make a change.
Okay, Rick, thank you for that. Let's see what other folks have to say, if anything about that. Bill, go ahead, please. Bill Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Great, great. My apologies for not being there in person today. I had some things I had to take care of here in my office and at home, so I apologize for not being there in person. But on this issue, representing, I should say, the Black Branch Group, the Sassoon Resource Conservation District, Cal or Wetlands and Waterfowl Council, and the Tulare Basin Wetlands Association. First of all, I'd like to start out by thanking the department, Melanie and Scott, for their hard work to help bring the possible three-bird pintail bag limit to fruition for the 25-26 season. Changing the pintail model has been on the table for so long that I was working on that back when I was leading up policy for California Waterfowl Association back in the 90s. So see this finally come through to where we have an option for going up to three birds is very exciting, and I'm looking forward to that discussion as we near the 2025-26 season. I am a member of the California Waterfowl Association Regulations and Traditions Committee, and so I have the opportunity to discuss these things there. I just want to support exactly what Mark Henley said during his presentation on this. Certainly support the three-bird limit, leaving in the eyesore the option of swapping the youth and the veterans hunt, in the 25-26 season, flipping those, if you will, I think is something that's very important. And also maximum days in the field is very important as well. So allowing discussion of how those season dates fall right up until the April 2025 adoption hearing is something that we strongly support. On a personal level, I'm a very, very avid duck hunter, and when it comes to possible hen restrictions on pintails, I personally would strongly oppose that. Pintail are, in my opinion, the easiest bird to determine whether it's a hen or a drake on the wing. Everybody I know, the only time they shoot a hen is if it's a mistake bird, and that does not happen very often, as Melanie explained during her comments. So I would avidly, as an individual, oppose putting any kind of hen restriction in the future limits for pintail, because that would only complicate regulations, and as I think Commissioner Anderson just tend to drive more people away from going into duck hunting, because the regulations are so confusing now, and look at limits within limits and so on and so forth. So having said all that, strongly support the three-bird limit. Appreciate the eyesore allowing the flipping of the youth and the vamp hunt, so we can talk about that as we move forward with this rulemaking, and support maximum days in the field. And thanks for the opportunity to comment on this.
All right, thank you, Bill. Next we have James Stone.
Thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta, Commissioner Anderson, Commission staff, department staff. Thank you for the presentation. I'm representing NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, representing the majority of the waterfowl guides in the state of California, in the North State. And I also sit on the CWA committee, and there's been extensive dialogue and extensive discussion amongst members of multiple organizations, and we want to formally support the recommendations that were made by Mark Henley as well as Bill Gaines, and echo the importance for the swap of the veteran and the youth hunt in order to provide the best opportunity for the kids. The kids are always our future, and it's something that waterfowl hunters for decades have always tried to make sure that we have the best available hunt for them, to get them engaged in our passions and what we all love. So we do fully support that, as well as the pintail 3 limit. And thank you all for the extensive work that's been done by the department.
Mark Henley does have his hand up again, so
one
go
more
ahead,
quick
please.
point.
Yeah.
With the swapping the vet and the youth hunts, one other thing we would have to do in the balance of the state zone is move the late goose season back to the 3rd Saturday in February. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if you mentioned, or Melanie had mentioned that earlier, but it's an important point, and I'm assuming that would need to be in the eyesore as well.
Thanks for that. Yeah. Okay, thank you. You're unmuted. You might need to mute your microphone. Okay, any additional comments?
I
Yeah,
just
all
wanted
right,
to provide
please.
some context to the idea of streamlining and reducing the regulatory workload with respect to waterfowl, because it's obviously something that we're acutely concerned with these days. I'm pretty sure it predates both of our co-chairs, but back in 2019, there was a question that came before the commission about the end date for waterfowl season. I believe, I can't remember what it used to be, but it was a floating date. It was like the third Saturday or something like that, right? It was one of those days, and a proposal came before the commission to change it to January 31st. And at that time, the commission was informed that if they took that route, that that would contribute to the need for an annual rulemaking. Because of the calendar change, it would have to be accounted for every year. The falconry season, for example, would change in length, so that would have to be accounted for every year. And the commission voted to make it January 31st, knowing that, with that in mind. Now, at that time, we didn't have the capacity issues that we have right now, right? It was a very different world back in 2019, even though it wasn't all that long ago. And so, the commission might want to reevaluate that or take another look at that. But that was a decision that the commission took with lots of benefits, right? There are lots of benefits for January 31st date. It's easy to remember, more hunting, season lengths and stuff like that. So that's not to say that it was flippant or for no reason. There were some really good reasons, but one of the consequences of that is that now we have an annual cycle to deal with on that. And so I just wanted to provide that context to the discussion, because that was a very deliberate decision that the commission took at the request of the hunting of much of the hunting public, say, that led us to this result.
And thanks for that, Ari. Do you want to respond to that?
No, you were good.
I guess I just want to clarify and make sure that I'm understanding then. So, okay, first of all, there are the three options that Melanie presented, the 25th, 27th, and 31st of January. So we voted to have it be the 31st, but we're looking at these other dates, and the one that's identified as the traditional one is the last Sunday in January. So I think I'm just confused about it was prior to
I'm not sure about
2019.
that one. I'm gonna
Okay.
let Melanie.
But I mean, we don't necessarily need to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, in the eyesore now, if we want to recommend that the full commission consider this for future rulemaking, do all three options move forward in the eyesore, or do we have to pick one today? And if we can,
It's up to you. Yeah.
okay. And so can you clarify then, because we didn't talk about this very much, but it seems like it does have an effect on the youth hunt, potentially has an effect on whether we have to continue to consider this annually. Of the three options, which one is the one that would remove this from an annual?
Well, I mean,
consideration, or are we
that's
not
not
there?
on the table right
Okay, it's
now,
not on the table
to
right
be
now.
honest.
Okay.
It's that if we were to do that, we would really need to rethink everything, right? We really have to sort of reevaluate seasons and how they work and how they work with the town. And given that the federal framework can change every year, it's not even, as Melanie said, it's not even a guarantee that that would happen. But there may be ways to streamline to figure it out. We just need to sit down and sort of think outside the box and figure out if there are ways, in fact, that we can streamline and maybe skip a year.
Okay, it sounds like that is for a future year.
Yeah, and I think we want to be cognizant of the workload issues, and
Yeah.
we've talked about that, and
Right.
we're very concerned about that also.
Right.
Can I ask Mark a question, Mark? Out of the three options with regard to my viewpoint is more days are better, right? I want to have more hunting days out there. I think, youth hunt, more opportunities, as we all know with regard to hunting licenses, we keep losing the number of hunters out there. So explain to me how, if we go to the 31st of January, that's only 99 days of hunting. Is it an earlier start point that is then
Yeah.
the issue
if
with
you wanna
regard
go
to?
over it, you just would need to start earlier. And you could add four days that way, so you have 107 total days to play with.
Right.
But four of those are taken up by the youth. And
Right,
vets.
sure.
So, that would be the way to do it.
And Scott, how would that work? Because I'm trying to get more days. It's not a big number, but the difference between 99 and 102 is 3 days, and I think that's an advantage. So how would that work?
Can I
Good.
answer that,
Yes,
please?
please. Yeah, sorry.
I think we're a little bit into the weeds, so, and it gets complicated in a hurry here. It all depends on what Saturday in October you start. Overwhelmingly, hunters prefer to start late and go late. That's because weather really gets good for hunting in the end of December and January. Most birds don't show up until later because they're being pushed down from hopefully colder storms up north above us. So that's a preference that most hunters would desire. For ending on the 31st, in the scenario that the commission put forward in 2019 and 20, all up until this current season, we would open on it. Again, it depends on the calendar year, the fourth Saturday in October. So it's all about calendar progression, and it's all about where either your opening or your end date is. So if we continue with that model, I believe it would only be a 99-day season. If we continued as we've done every year since 2019, 2020. What we did before then was have straight 100-day seasons, generally opening on the third Saturday in October and closing the last Sunday in January. Or we can consider what Mark brought forward, and it's kind of like splitting the difference, right? There's nothing wrong with it at all. Like you suggested, you have a couple of more hunt days, and we're taking advantage of something that's added to us. The potential downside is when we went to this model in 2019, the falconers didn't really get their fair share in terms of, we always gave them the five extra hunt days that we had, and they had their own season. So now they've also had to change annually along with all of this other stuff. We've made this quite complicated to try to get as much opportunity out there for the majority of people. So we just have to remember what we're trying to do, who are we trying to benefit, and there are some downsides to constantly tweaking these things. But like I said, hunters do overwhelmingly support starting later and ending later to take advantage of more birds and better hunting conditions.
Real quickly, it's a good reminder that, having the Met hunt and the January 31st allowance are very recent phenomenons, right? I mean, we had the whole waterfowl regs process with a youth hunt at the end, and it was pretty basic when we would hunt. But now with those factors thrown in, it's kind of complicated things. My view, for what it's worth, is I think we need to just keep experimenting around a little bit, and then hopefully we will find the optimal way to go forward. Because if you don't experiment around a little bit, you're never going to know. And so that's what I would like to see is hopefully we get to a point where we really have kind of the regulations for the most part set in stone. But if we don't, again, play around, tweak the regulations in the short term, we're not going to be able to gather that information.
Chad, you wanted to say something?
It was kind of that point. Trying to understand the workload balance, which just seems to be the concern here with going forward. And I'm not quite seeing the path that there's no workload, or that this package doesn't have to be opened every year, and how that works. And so part of this process that we've been rolling out here is increased public participation and sort of feedback and rolling that in. So I think the struggle is really going to be, where do we land on a static sort of 2-year commitment by a commission of, thanks for your input, but we're not touching this till 2027, or where do we go? Because at some point, there's still a workload of federal comes through, here's our change, we need to still set our limits and sort of set what changes may result, and there's something that the commission will have to do and vote on.
Well,
The question
my
becomes how
understanding is
much.
that there are some years where we actually wouldn't have to if we had the set season again.
That's what I'm trying to get clarity on.
But again, it's not something we have to decide today.
Well, like
So I
for-
wanted to raise that issue for
No,
to be
but that's
thinking
the
about.
policy question, though, isn't that dictated? I mean, we can set a 2-year policy, but if the feds change their regulations.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
then
is
we
I
have to
don't-
We don't
respond.
always have to, depending on what they change, dictates whether we need to make changes.
Okay.
That's kind of my point. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
I'm
Might
trying to
not.
understand that.
We probably wouldn't know until that year, right?
Right.
We could set it up so that
assuming everything is the same and
Mhm.
nothing major changes, we wouldn't have to. But there's always the possibility that they could change something
Yeah.
where we do have to.
That's,
Even if we
again-
do our
and
best.
that's what I'm trying to understand better.
And
Was
again, for
just-
somebody that, likes to schedule around hunting seasons and so forth, the more certainty that you can get, so you know when it starts, when it ends, that you can go ahead and travel. So, I mean, I would argue, for a longer period of time to lock it down, so there was certainty, is there a possible way of, creating a schedule over a 3-year period of time to run simultaneous with the pintail regulations? And then if we have to go back and modify it, give or take because of the feds, would we be able to do that?
I think what I would, and again, today we're kind of here and thinking through it, but I think I personally agree with, there's some valid arguments about having sort of an understanding of when the season is open and close.
Yeah.
And there may be some loss and gain in that space, but there's a conscious decision there. I think there's some validity to Mark's comments about understanding the differences and how we're adjusting youth and veteran and things that are happening and wanting to test that. But I think you might want to test that a little longer because there's a lot of factors that play into those things as we've discussed in this forum. It was a bad year, super dry, birds just didn't fly. Weather was terrible, it was too terrible, kids didn't want to go out there and they were
That
free.
was last year.
Right, so,
Yeah.
so I think there's some validity and also like maybe thinking in this longer term of how we adjust our workload, and then we're just kind of hoping and praying that the feds don't do anything, so we don't have to touch it, and that's a gamble, but there's a opening of, let's look at it as we make a commitment, a conscious decision of let's try this. And all of these other things as well, that allow us to look at it, and we can look at the other data that might have affected that year or not, and why it was a good idea or a bad idea. But there's a lot of other things that play into just those dates, and weather is a big one, and whether birds move, and
Yeah.
and then of course if the feds change something. So I think I'm hearing that.
So, all right, can I just ask a process question? Could we move forward, all the options to the commission,
Yes.
so we don't make a decision? I want to make sure, because I haven't heard from the falconry folks, and I want to make sure that all the input is heard. And so could we move basically the 3 dates with the proposed switch of vets and children? And then get more public input to make sure that everybody is included, and then have that robust discussion at the commission.
Yeah, I think these are all great discussions. They're things that we've brought up before. We're actually talking in the map space about maybe doing similar things of streamlining and that kind of stuff to reduce workload and create efficiencies. But these kinds of initiatives, and we'll talk about it later, but these kinds of especially, Melanie highlighted how difficult this is.
No, and Melanie
when you're
gets it
talking about
great.
changes.
Right.
So it's certainly not gonna happen this season. It probably won't even happen next season, right? Like these kinds of things would require not only us sitting down and wrapping our heads around this and trying to figure out a framework under which this would even be possible, but then of course, it's working with stakeholders to get their input about, because that'll have consequences, right? For season length, for opportunity, for what comes where, and just getting input about how, once we come up with a possible way to even do this, how do people feel about that,
Mhm.
right? And so that's gonna take a lot of work
Right.
to do.
Not a
And,
single conversation.
Yeah, and that is a near-term workload issue, so I think
Right,
that's,
right.
there's a trade-off there too.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think, I'm ready to recommend that we move forward as you just suggested with all 3-day options, so we can have a fuller conversation with the option, the potential to switch the youth and the vet fence. And more broadly, just as discussed today, based on the department's presentation. So we want to recommend that the commission support future rulemakings regarding waterfowl hunting at this point. We're not going to touch the other 2 pieces of this because we're jumping around with our agenda. Okay, great. Absolutely. The words out of my mouth. Okay, so with that, we have been already going for over 2 hours, and so I apologize for folks who are waiting for us to jump back to item 2, but we are going to take, let's see, it's 10:38. Let's take a break until 10:45 a.m. Just give everyone a chance to stand up and stretch. We'll return to item 2A2. All right, so our next item on the agenda is agenda item 2A, number 2, inland sport fishing. This is other recommended changes. Ari, I'll pass it to you, and I know that we have a presentation to that.
That's right. So this item is to discuss potential recommendations for other recommended changes by the department regarding inland sport fishing. And we have a presentation from Maggie McCann from the department, and I see Maggie is up. We'll get your presentation up in a moment. Okay, take it away, Maggie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Maggie McCann. I am a regulations specialist in the department's fisheries branch. I'm here today to present for vetting the proposed annual updates to the inland sport fishing regulations for the 2026 angling season. Next slide, please. We have 6 proposals for the update, 5 proposed to us from Region 1 staff and 1 from Region 4. I'll go over all of them briefly, starting with the Region 1 changes. For the first proposal, biologists in Region 1 have observed slow growth rates and stunted sizes in black bass in many of the reservoirs, and that the bass don't obtain the minimum 12-inch size limit. They propose to remove the minimum size requirement from all waters within Lassen and Modoc counties, with the exception of Mountain Meadows Reservoir in Lassen County, where the minimum size would remain 12 inches. For the rest of the waters, a zero size limit would increase harvest of smaller bass and increase the overall size structure of the populations. Our next change is a regulation cleanup for Susan River in Lassen County. This change would revert fishing regulations to the historic traditional trout opener last Saturday in April through November 15th. It would update language to include a special open season for youth participating in the Youth Fishing Derby. This change will increase angler opportunity by lengthening the season in the spring and shortening the winter season. During much of the winter, the river is typically unfishable due to snow and ice, so the winter provides little to no opportunity. However, water in the Susan River can warm quickly in the late spring and early summer as releases from reservoirs increase. Having the season open earlier will provide more opportunity while the angling conditions are good. The Susan River is a put-and-take fishery, so having a late spring start to the season provides the fishery with no real protection to spawning trout. Next slide, please. Our third change involves bait fish use in the Sacramento River. Striped bass populations have expanded into more areas and further upstream in the Sacramento River, especially after the Red Blue Diversion Dam was permanently opened. Biologists propose moving the upper limit of the Sacramento River upstream from Highway 32 Bridge to Deschutes Bridge. Allowing live fin fish to be used further up the Sacramento River will increase fishing opportunities on striped bass and other non-native fishes that is currently limited to lures and other methods. It may also increase harvest, which would have a potential benefit on depressed salmonid populations. The fourth update is an anadromous regulations cleanup for the Sierra District, and it includes 3 changes. The first, allowing for the use of bait during the summer months in anadromous streams, which will increase local angling opportunities on anadromous streams when anadromous fish species are not present. And adding Clear Creek, Cow Creek, Cottonwood Creek, and Paynes Creek to Section 740B with specific regulations. Most anadromous tributaries have protective regulations already present in 740. Adding these creeks will complete this protective set of regulations. And adjusting the boundary of Antelope Creek to make angling more protective for Central Valley steelhead on this section. Next slide, please. The fifth change is a trout general statewide regulations cleanup recommended by local wardens to clarify areas of confusion among anglers. This change is to add 7.0, which lists general regulations on each district, to the list of sections accepted from general statewide trout regulations in 5.85A2. And then finally, our proposed Region 4 change is for the Arroyo Seco River in Monterey County. This proposal is to change the trout bag limit from five trout to 5 brown trout, and 0 rainbow trout, and to add a gear restriction of only artificial lures with barbless hooks may be used. These measures would protect the native coastal rainbow trout threatened by drought and degraded habitat conditions, and as a result would support steelhead population viability in the Salinas River watershed. Next slide, please. So today is our vetting discussion. In January, we will bring this back to the WRC and we'll ask at that time for a recommendation to go to the commission for an April 2025 notice, a June discussion, and an August adoption so that we can have the regulations go into effect, if approved, January 1st, 2026. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and for listening. Please let us know if you have any questions, and anyone feel free to reach out at our email fisheries@wildlife.cat.gov.
Great, thanks so much, Maggie. Great presentation. Okay, any input or questions?
I will after comments.
Okay. So let's go to discussion, and I'd like to ask for a show of hands in the room. Anyone in the room interested in contributing to the conversation about these proposed changes? How about online? Give folks a moment to find that raise hand button. Or seeing that there are none at the moment. If you are not able to find that button and you just want to unmute and say that you'd like to speak, that'd be fine too. Okay, well, this is just a vetting discussion, so maybe I'll ask next if Jay, is there anything that you wanted to add on this?
I guess maybe I am super excited about this package, especially the first 4. They are, you know, our staff, especially in Region 1, they went in with a surgical approach to the current regulations and found areas where they could add some really significant and meaningful opportunity for people. You know, especially the one that's in the valley is going to open up a ton of new fishing opportunities for folks in the valley, particularly low income, on warm water fish that previously hadn't been there because of protections for salmonids that aren't actually there when these fishing regulations are gonna be open. So I'm super excited about this package.
Jay, can I ask a question on
Sure.
the black bass?
Yeah.
And how they don't grow over 12 inches? What's the reasoning behind that?
They just get stunted. They're in very cold reservoirs. They're smaller
Not enough
reservoirs. Yeah, it's just a dynamic of population density, the amount of time they actually have to grow, the amount of food available. So the thought is, like, I mean, people go fishing in these waters and they cannot catch a 12-inch bass. They just don't exist. So if we start to thin out the population a little bit, you might start to see, you'll have less fish, but you'll start to get the growth on these fish. So kind of the idea is to give people some fish that they can actually catch and harvest if they'd like to harvest those fish. And then also on a fisheries management, we actually might start seeing a response in the fishery and seeing more larger fish.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of these makes a lot of sense to me. Increasing opportunity in some cases with, you know, benefits for native fishes, like those rainbow trout along the coast. So, you know, I really don't have any questions. I just look forward to seeing the proposal of the January meeting.
Yeah. Great.
Okay, so we don't have a recommendation on this one. We look forward to returning to it in January. And we can move to the next part of this agenda item, 2B, upland or resident game bird hunting, with a potential recommendation. And Ari, do you want to tee this up? I think we have.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot for this one.
Yeah.
The department isn't proposing a regulatory rulemaking package for this year. We discussed last time that they're working on a couple ideas internally, but they're not ready yet. So this is mostly, unless the department wants to say anything and add anything, this is mostly just a chance for the public to provide input or a discussion about upland game birds.
Yeah, during our last WRC meeting, we spoke briefly about that we're doing a survey to understand whether we might want to change turkey seasons, because the chronology of the season is different across the state. That survey is currently out. And And we have several hundred responses, but we are not quite ready yet, like you said, to make that into some recommendations or potential recommendations. And that same thing, we also talked about pheasants and how we might change something in our pheasant strategy there as well. So we hope to have more information when that survey concludes. We think that will be ready by the end of this month, where we have enough respondents. We send it out to 10,000 folks that previously have bought a open game stand. And we had a lot of responses in that first 24 hours, but of course, just like with any survey, it kind of tapers off. So we're in the process now of sending some reminders and making sure that we have a good response rate.
Thanks, Mario. We have folks interested in discussion on this item. Yes, please, Mark.
Quick comment. We don't have any recommendations on this item, but I did want to thank both the commission and the department for this season allowing quail hunting on several state wildlife areas in the Central Valley. A lot of people are really excited about that and are going to be taking advantage of it. So really appreciate your efforts to do that and provide that opportunity.
Thanks. We have folks on Zoom who would like to contribute to the discussion on upland game bird hunting today. Pause for a moment for folks to find that raise hand button if they'd like to. Okay, seeing none, we will move to the next agenda item. 2C, mammal hunting. Today we do a potential recommendation and a presentation, and Ari, I'll hand it over to you.
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
We have a discussion and potential recommendation on mammal hunting today, and we have a presentation from Mario Clip, and I believe he's going to be joined by Paige Prentice.
Right.
And if I could, just again, a reminder to those folks who go to our website for meeting materials, if you are looking for this presentation, it is not posted to the normal meetings page with the meeting materials and the full binder. Instead, there's a link called supplemental handouts. If you click on those supplemental handouts, that includes the big game programs presentation that we're about to receive.
Thank you, Melissa. Commissioner Zavaleta, Commissioner Anderson, Commission staff, department staff, and members of the public. We spend a lot of time thinking about what we would like to do in our big game program. We've heard from our constituents repeatedly about creating additional opportunity in the hunting space. And I think what we'll be talking about today really will indicate that we have put some really compelling proposals together. Next slide, please. So the way we're going to be doing this is that I'll talk about the first species up till bear, and then Paige will take over. She's the bighorn, statewide bighorn sheep coordinator to talk about bighorn sheep. So I want to make a couple caveats before we get into it any further. I think that most of you may be aware that we currently do not have a elk and pronghorn coordinator within the department. And we believe that it is important to continue making progress in this space. We've met with our constituents, with our counties, as well as with various nonprofit groups about what we would like to do. You've heard previously from various folks about archery-only opportunities in areas where there is additional opportunity available for general hunts as well. So we have made an offer, and we're very excited about that for a new elk biologist. The offer has been accepted. However, sometimes HR processes work in mysterious ways. So I just want to make sure that there's a caveat that if for some reason this person doesn't get hired and there's obviously some workload between now and December, that even though we are very aggressive in terms of pushing these things forward, despite the fact that we do not have an elk coordinator, that we make this known now that we may have to be a little bit less aggressive at that time. So with that, let's jump into elk first. Next slide, please.
Mario, is that person going to do pronghorn also?
Yeah, pronghorn and elk. Thank you. Next slide. So we have 5 areas where we are thinking of adding additional opportunity. Lake Dillsbury, Bear Valley, Siskiyou, Central Coast, and La Ponza. And we're also going to talk a little bit more about share hunt opportunities in the conflict zones that we established last year. And there's some additional tweaking that we believe is necessary to really address conflict more efficiently. Next slide. So the first one is Lake Pillsbury. So this is something that is a little bit of maybe of an unusual nature. For those of you who are familiar with that area, this is an area where the habitat for elk is very much defined by the presence of that lake, Lake Pillsbury. And we're seeing that Scotts Dam's removal date is nearing, and obviously with the date, there might be still fluctuations in terms of what actually be happening, but we are concerned that the carrying capacity of that area over the longer term might be affected by that habitat being removed as a result of Scotts Dam removal. One of the things that we would like to consider here as well is this is a herd that's been there for about 50 years or so. And we are currently discussing establishing Thule elk on some tribal land. I don't want to get into further details there. And this herd might potentially be a source for that. So we're still looking through details. Obviously, where there's genetic analyses and all kinds of other things that are involved to make sure that we have the right candidates for a translocation effort like that. But we also want to make sure that as we are having a carrying capacity issue, potentially, that we're not getting into a situation where we might have animal welfare issues as a result of there not being enough feed or even more conflict in an area like this. So that next slide, please. So the net change is that we're thinking about 2 additional bulls and between 0 and 8 additional cow tags. There's currently no share tags for elk in that area. There are share properties. That's a mistake on the slide. And we will be talking to those share properties to see what's going on. However, for those of you who saw the previous slide, we generally have a cow-bull ratio, and this cow-bull ratio actually applies to all the emus of 25%. You saw maybe on the previous slide that the cow-bull ratio is lower than it currently is, as the census indicated. And the reason why that is because when we did that survey, the bulls were not actually with the cows and we couldn't actually count them. So we believe that the surveys that will be coming up here will allow for much more bulls to be detected. Next slide. Bear Valley Hunt Zone. So as you can see, there is a significant number of animals in this area. The elk management plan has some of the EMUs and hunt zones combined that previously were split. So that makes sometimes a little bit complicated to compare these numbers to each other in terms of what the management plan wants us to strive for versus what's on the ground. However, what you can see here is that there's 215 in Bear Valley alone, and that is a minimum count that was provided at that time. I pointed out earlier that the cow-bull ratio here is on the low end as well, but again, it has to do with the timing of the year, and we believe that the upcoming surveys that we will be doing will certainly not provide any issues in that regard. Next slide. So what we do here, and this is something that, of course, has been a common refrain for many of our hunts and our hunt opportunities, is that this requires additional tags in the share program. There are already some share properties there, so it's easier than in some of the other areas where we still have to find share properties in the first place. However, it still is an area, and again, the common refrain where we have public lands that are not necessarily having the animals, whereas private lands need to require access in order to be able to get and harvest these additional animals. So what we're proposing is a 0 to 5 change on cow tags. Next slide, please. So the Siskiyou Hunt Zone, and this is something, just to kind of refresh everybody's memory. Last year, we had initially proposed 4 conflict zones, and one was in Siskiyou County that we removed kind of at the last minute. We had several meetings with Siskiyou County. We had meetings, obviously, with other constituents about this as well. We believe that there were some concerns that we had as the department that when we looked at the harvest locations, that they were really on top of each other. There were really 3 areas where it was very concentrated. Working with our constituents, we came up, next slide, please. We came up with a proposed season that would actually end before the general season even starts. So in other words, there's no overlap. One of the things that we've heard loud and clear from our constituents is that they would like to see archery only opportunities when archery hunters are not competing with rifle hunters, which is what is being addressed here. So the cow season doesn't actually start until after this date. In other words, folks actually have a really good quality hunt as it pertains to these 10 additional bulls. The primary thing that I want to point out, and I think I already mentioned it earlier, is that even although the cow bull ratio again looks low, the timing of the season when we were surveying them, they were not available. This was a road survey that was done previously, which most of you probably know that it's easier to spot animals from a car than it is from a helicopter. So we'll be doing helicopter surveys as part of the final recommendation that we'll be making. Next slide, please. This is the Central Coast hunt zone. We obviously are well above objective. The cow bull ratio in this case is also no concern. And we believe that there's additional opportunity in this place. This would also be an archery only opportunity. Next slide. Next slide. And we think that we might be able to harvest an additional 2 bulls and additional 0 to 2 tags. There is some concern in this area as well in terms of landowner access, and obviously we will identify that as part of the hunting digest so that folks know what they're getting in for when they are signing up for these hunts. Next hunt. The La Panza zone. So we are well within the objective. The 890, and this is one of those situations where the La Panza and the Gabazon zone were previously combined. And you can see that even within just this zone, there's almost 900 animals that are in that area. It is certainly the concern that we have is again access, but again it would be an archery only opportunity because the populations and everything that we are managing for within our management plan is well within the parameters. Next slide. So what we're proposing here is that there will be an additional archery opportunity between September 1st and September 30th, where we would think about adding 0 to 4 bulls and 0 to 2 additional cow tags. Okay. Next slide. So now talking about these conflict zones. So one of the things that just to kind of refresh everybody's memory, we created these conflict zones on the coast, and we increased the number of share tags in that space because we are dealing with significant conflict problems in those areas. Currently, the hunting period is running from August 15th to January 31st. And what we are running into essentially is that especially bulls are causing damage before August 15th. And we are running into a situation where essentially we sometimes have multiple months of damage before we actually can address it. And then in some cases, these animals are no longer available during the hunt time. So what we're trying to understand here is how do we increase the ability for the departments to be able to take animals, to harvest animals that are in the process of causing conflict. So what that would look like and what we're proposing here is that season would become essentially a year-round season. Obviously, there's things that we would still have to consider because we would not want to shoot pregnant cows, those types of things. However, what this would allow for is that if an animal is seriously causing damage, that instead of having to go a depredation route or any other routes that are less desirable for the public, that we would actually create a mechanism for folks to be able to harvest an animal during a time when they're actually causing damage, rather than having to wait for multiple months before we can actually reduce that population, or even being able to take the offending animal off the landscape. So that's what we're trying to say here. There is obviously some things that we need to think about logistically and how that would work. We're not necessarily thinking about, I guess, let me back up for a second. In order to make sure that we can, I guess, act as a moment notice, for lack of a better term. There needs to be some kind of a logistic developed where folks that have an interest in being able to respond to something like this, that we have their names and number, and that we can call them and that they make themselves available to take care of that hunt. So this is really an area that of course requires more discussion and everything else. We've obviously talked about it with our constituents, and I think no one is against making sure that conflict is addressed or that there's more hunting opportunity for elk. However, we do need to think about how this exactly is going to work out and how we select folks that might be able to harvest an animal.
So, Mark, how do you see the mechanics working on that? From the standpoint, would you sort of pre-register to be part of a conflict zone? So you'd have my name, there'd be a conflict animal, and I'd get an advisory, and then is there a lottery, or do I just send in an email and say I'd like to do it, and I get selected, or how?
That's something that we still have to discuss the logistics of, but something what you're just proposing, something along those lines is what we have been discussing internally.
Well, right now, we authorize share program tax.
Yes.
And we've increased those, so you've got to be in the share program to be a part of this. And what we're really trying to address is that landowners, and we saw it again this spring, landowners that are part of the share program. And part of the reason that we created this was the conflict. However, we didn't really think through or know that we needed to potentially think about seasonality. And so share program was always, it's August through the end of the year. That's how it works. It ties up with our other elk seasons and with our other hunt seasons. But the reality is the conflicts on certain landowners, and we shrunk the size for eligible participants that are seeing this, are seeing that conflict and the opportunity in the share program at a different time of the year. It's not November when you might want to go hunting or the share program works. Those animals aren't even on their property, but they're somewhere else. They might be on our lands, they might be somewhere else, but they're still part of that population that's causing the problems. So we're just trying to figure out how we can open up the ability still through the share program, through registered landowners, and availability for them to be able to maybe clean up and look at when do they see conflict, when does it happen, and then we have the ability to issue those share tags during those windows. It's not kind of I don't know that we want to get to an open-ended, call us and you got a hunter lined up and tomorrow they come out to the property, or we want to really relate this to a conflict and we're looking at depredation because there's another process in there. It's really looking at, we have a share program. We all thought this was a good idea. We tried to roll this out. We've got to figure out a timing mechanism that allows this conflict resolution here for hunting opportunities to align with what we're experiencing on the ground when these animals are there and the opportunities exist. If that makes sense.
Timing is just outside the normal seasons.
Right.
Yeah, and I think.
But then, go ahead.
I just want to say, I mean, I do have thoughts about this too, but I want to check in and make sure that if we're going to have a discussion about this, that we give the public a chance to.
I think we have more to go through.
Should
Yeah,
we-
we have to go-
Do you want to follow up or?
No,
should we
I
keep
did.
going?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thanks.
So just to kind of wrap up on this slide and, maybe repeating a little bit what we just said. We're trying to create an ability to deal with conflict animals in such a way that it offers opportunity to the public, while at the same time offering relief to landowners that are dealing with this situation again and again and again. But that's really what this is about. And it's also, I think, in the spirit of these conflict zones that we discussed at length last year. Next slide, please. So, next slide. So for pronghorn, we don't anticipate that we're going to make any changes. For those of you who were part of the process last year, we reduced the number of tags significantly last year because we are seeing that pronghorn populations in California are on the decline. We obviously will be making it a priority to fly over those areas again this coming season and to understand what the numbers look like. If for some reason we are finding very disturbing results, then we may have to come back to this, but at the moment, we don't foresee that. Next slide. Next, we'll be talking about deer. I'll talk a little bit about a late season hunt. I'll talk a little bit about reference points, and I'll talk a little bit about chronic wasting disease. And one of the things that I didn't mention at the beginning of this presentation, obviously the folks that are the deer coordinator as well as Dr. Brandon Monk, they are on standby mode. If there is any questions regarding those topics that we need to go into any deeper. So first slide regarding the late season hunts. slide. So this is actually an exciting opportunity, I think, for many of us. We've received a petition in 21. For those of you who are close to this, it was kind of referred to as the Dan Ryan petition, a big omnibus petition with many different things that were included in that. We closed it, but obviously with the expectation that we will continue to work with the petitioner to make sure that some of these items were addressed. And one of those items that he'd asked for is late season hunts. We've considered that as a department, and you obviously also know that D7 is one of the zones where chronic wasting disease was detected. And what we're trying to do here is essentially do a pilot. There's potentially other late season hunts that we might consider in future years, depending on what we're finding in our surveillance results with chronic wasting disease. But I think you may remember from Dr. Brendan Monk when he presented to us, I guess a few months ago now, that when animals are in rut and that adult bucks within that population are more likely to carry chronic wasting disease than other age classes, just because of the progression of that disease. So what we're trying to do here is that we normally have around 900 tags in that zone, in the D7 zone, sorry, 9,000 tags, where we have a harvest rate of approximately 10%, and that fluctuates a little bit. We are currently proposing that we would have a late season hunt that would be starting in November. And for those of you who just listened to the waterfowl piece of it, you know, in the big game space is the same, because of course in November it's not nearly as hot, generally speaking. And a lot of folks would like to be able to pursue deer during the rut, because of course they may also be more vulnerable and the success rate might be greater. So this is something that our constituents have asked for, that is now lining up with also that we have found chronic wasting disease. We see this as an additional opportunity to also increase our sampling ability in that area. And we are currently not considering reducing the 9,000 tags, because we are only offering a very small, modest increase of 0 to 50 additional tags for the late season hunt. And that would be well within 1% of what the additional harvest would be of the normal 700 animals approximately. So if this works well, we might do this in other areas as well. And this is something that, like I said, we've talked about with folks, you know, in many different scenarios, and we believe that there is a lot of enthusiasm around this. There were some concerns initially that maybe because this is a D7 zone where chronic wasting disease was detected, that there might be less interest by the hunting community. 10,000 tags were sold out for this area, but it's my understanding, and there's a lot of interest still regardless of that potential concern. So this is where we're at regarding a late season hunt. I'm going to talk for a minute about chronic wasting disease. Next slide. So I think most of us are probably super interested in terms of where are we at with our surveillance. And Dr. Brendan Monk provided me with the information, and if there's follow-up, you know, of course he's available. We didn't want to have so many presenters that it became kind of impossible. But essentially what we have is that we have about 103, well, I guess the bottom line is we haven't found any additional positive cases. I think that's, you know, the number one kind of statement that's important in this context. However, of course, many of them are still pending results. There's 103 that are pending results. We have done 374 have come in. Many of them have come from the D7 zone, 43, 26 from X9A, 2 from X9B, and 1 from X9C. But we are waiting for those results. So far, we have not found any additional positive cases. And we also had a significant number that came in from roadkill. So we're really increasing our sampling efforts from multiple sources as we can. Kind of referring to the slides here, because we don't have those results yet, it's a little bit tricky to identify exactly what kind of regulatory changes we might need to make in order to address and manage this situation correctly. One of the things that we would like to consider is that currently it clearly identifies which zones have mandatory testing. We are considering potentially sunsetting mandatory testing. How long do we want to do mandatory testing when it's first found in a certain area? We've also considered taking the current emergency regulations and turning that into, for lack of a better term, a standard regulation. And because of the timelines that are associated with that, that would actually become effective during the non-hunting portion of the year, which didn't make a lot of sense. So what we said is, after talking about this, is that it made more sense to now start a formal rulemaking rather than re-adopting an emergency reg and have that ready for the next hunting season, than to essentially just re-adopt an emergency reg during a period when essentially hunting is not occurring. So what we are thinking of, and again, we can't be more specific about this because we're still awaiting surveillance results. But obviously, Dr. Brendan Monk is keeping a close eye in terms of what other states have done in terms of how to manage this newly found disease here in California. And that might mean potentially new special hunts, shifting some hunting seasons later, or even having some more strict carcass handling restrictions. So there's things that we're thinking of, but again, we can't be more specific about today until we have a better handle on what the disease looks like in California. I think that's all I'll say about chronic wasting disease right now.
Mario, do you have any thoughts or ideas on when the timing of that might be?
So that's a good question. So generally speaking, when a sample is being sent in, it takes between 4 and 6 weeks before the results are known. So it takes a moment to get the sample from a hunter, get it prepared, get it issued. I don't know when all these results are coming in, but of course, we're now in the midst of hunting season, and many of these samples have already been submitted. So I think we'll find out more about this in October, November timeframe, whether more positive cases have been found. Next slide, please. So I'm switching topics here pretty, drastically here. This is something that we did in 2021. In 2021, essentially all of our forests were closed and we couldn't hunt. And as a result of wildfire, I should say that. And as a result, we created a mechanism for folks to be able to get their preference points being reinstated, because we deemed it unfair that you've been saving points, you try to get access to a hunt, and then because of everything being closed, you couldn't. So in 2021, we reinstated 616. We had 616 reinstatements. In 2022, 53, and in 2023, we had 26. However, it's led to some unintended consequences, and this is something that we really want to discuss in maybe a little more detail. The first thing is that the word inaccessible is something that is not a defined term. So in other words, it's up to the program to kind of figure out what is inaccessible and what is not inaccessible. And for what might be inaccessible to me might be not inaccessible for someone else, because they may have, let's just say a road is closed. You might still be able to walk in, but it adds a 3-mile hike before you get to where you want to hunt. Is that inaccessible? What if there's an alternative road to get in? This one is closed, but you can drive 70 miles around and you can get in from the top side. Is that inaccessible? And then the other thing that we're dealing with is that
what we get.
This is what we get.
It's accessible.
Well, so what it's led to is that actually, let me just finish my train of thought here. The other thing that we have not identified is, let's just say that you have a 100,000 acre zone. Let's just say 10,000 acres is closed because of a fire, but the other 90,000 acres are not closed. That you still can get your preference points back, even though you can hunt in these 90,000 acres. Now that's an unintended consequence as well. The other unintended consequence is that you might potentially be able to hunt for a number of days, then something comes up and you don't get to that 66%, and you might be able to ask for your preference points back as well if there was a closure, even a small closure within that zone. So those are the things that we would like to address. Obviously, as a department, we want to make sure that if there is an emergency, you can't hunt, that you're not losing all your preference points. But what we are creating now is a situation that's become extremely administratively heavy, where every single hunt that requires preference points requires a solid GIS analysis because of this inaccessible term. And it's become a little bit of a monster, frankly. So last year, we in fact even made a mistake where we thought something was closed, And then someone else looked into it, it's like, no, they can still get in from here. And we actually had to go back to some hunters saying, well, we apologize, we told you that it was going to get reinstated, but unfortunately, that's not the case. So there's obviously various things that we can do. One is that we don't do anything. One is that we do away with this rule altogether. We did a quick survey of what other Western states are doing. We seem to be more liberal in the space than most other Western states in terms of point reinstatements as a result of wildfire. Oregon has something similar, where we're still researching what exactly that looks like. We would like to potentially go back and define inaccessible so that it's absolutely clear. But also to identify what that means if only a small portion of the hunt zone is closed, and that's not necessarily means that you get your points back as a result of a small portion or even half of it or whatever it is to be closed. And then the other thing that we're considering, and this is something that is that last option here, is that maybe we create a process where we ask hunters that if they believe that their zone is closed as a result of wildfire, that they send the information to us that we can review to see whether we indeed concur that this area is closed or not. So there's different things that we can do here, but it clearly has now created unintended consequences, and it clearly has created a workload that was unintended as well. And it's become a situation where it's, I don't want to use the word arbitrary, but for lack of a better term, staff deciding what is inaccessible versus not inaccessible is a tricky situation to be in. Yeah. All right, next slide, please. I'm almost done. So there's no regulatory proposals that we're making for bear. However, I think it's important for the community to understand where we're at in terms of this bear management conservation plan. We received a significant number of comments, over 5,000 comments we've received, and we're currently in the process of answering these comments. And the intent is that we are meeting with we've received a number of bundled comments, if you will, from larger groups that have worked with their constituents to create a letter that were signed by large numbers of people. And we intend to meet with them about their comments and how we intend to deal with those comments and how they might be incorporated or not. It may not necessarily be what they would like to hear, but we want to make sure that we're transparent in that regard in terms of how we are addressing the feedback that they provided to us. We are still planning to send the plan out for the final plan out before the end of the calendar year. So that's where we're at in terms of bear. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Paige to get into Bighorn sheep.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, commissioners, commission staff, colleagues, members of the public. My name is Paige Prentice. I'm the statewide Bighorn sheep coordinator as of April of this year, but I started working for the department's Desert Bighorn sheep program in 2015. This morning, oh yeah, slide please.
We aren't doing them here. Someone, you have to speak to the.
Next slide.
What? Perfect. So this morning I'm going to be talking to you and give you a brief update on our statewide conservation and management plan for bighorn sheep in California, as well as an overview of the regulatory proposals for some selected desert bighorn sheep populations. So I am very happy to share that our draft conservation and management plan for bighorn sheep in California is now open for public review. That was posted last Friday. This document has been in the works with regional staff as well as headquarters staff and some other contributors for several years now. It has gone through peer review and went through tribal review back in 2020 and again this summer. We've had great contributions through both of those processes. And overall, the first section of this plan does provide an overview of natural history and management for all three bighorn populations that are managed in California. But because the Sierra Nevada and Peninsular populations are federally listed as endangered, those are managed under their own recovery plans. As such, sections 2 and 3 of this plan really focus on the desert bighorn sheep populations, the non-endangered ones. So we will be accepting public comments through October 21st. This document is available online. You can click on the link if you have access to that, or go to our Bighorn Sheep website, and it's right there and available. There are several different ways to provide comments. If you're providing less than 5, you can fill out a survey. If you'd like to provide more than 5, we ask that you email us. We will be hosting a public information session in October after the public's had about a month to review the plan. This will be an opportunity to provide an overview and then answer any clarifying questions that folks may have. I will note that the Bighorn Conservation Unit plans, so the BCU plans, will be coming out separately. And our staff is currently working on and has drafted the first one, which would be the North Central Deserts BCU, which is located in between Interstate 15 and 40 down in the Mojave Desert. So with that, the rest of my presentation is going to focus on proposed changes to existing hunt zones and regulations for select populations of desert bighorn sheep. These proposed changes have been crafted in close collaboration with our regional staff. And I would also like to note that we have shared these proposed changes at 3 different meetings in the spring with the California chapter of the Wild Sheep Foundation at the Sheep Summit. And most recently on August 26th, we met with members of the California chapter of the Wild Sheep Foundation, as well as Desert Bighorn Outfitters. And again, at the Big Game Management Account Advisory Meeting. Next slide, please. And you can press advanced on that as well. Thank you. So the first 2 changes that we're proposing are to our fundraising tags and the language associated with them. We currently have 3 fundraising tags for desert bighorn in California. And the combination of those 3 tags bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Big Game Management account. The first update that we're proposing is for our open zone tag, or governor's tag. And that's just some clarifying language. We want to clarify that the open zone tag is the tag holders allowed to hunt in zones that are open for general public tags as well. And then we also want to add zone 10. It came to our attention that that was not added in previously. And so we want to make sure that they are able to hunt there as well. And then the second set of changes for the fundraising tags are currently set. These 2 tags are currently set to 2 specific areas. One of them includes 2 hunt zones. That's the Marble Clipper and the South Bristol. And then the other one, the Katy Mountains, is a single hunt zone. The way the language is now, these tags are locked into these zones and the department doesn't have the flexibility to move them around. What we're proposing is changing these to single zone tags and allowing the department to pick which zones those go to based off of our population data. We believe that this will increase hunter opportunity as well as funds coming into the department. For example, this year we weren't able to allocate the Marble Clipper South Bristol tag because that population could only support 1 general tag, but could not support a fundraising tag on top of that. Next slide, please. The next proposed change is in relation to our zone 6, the Sheepfold Mountains, and is a boundary adjustment. The existing boundary is in purple here, and what we're proposing is to switch to green. This change is based off of GPS data that we collected from 2021 to 2023 and more accurately reflects the home ranges of the rams that use this area. It also creates delineations of the boundaries that are much more clear for the hunters. The purple and existing boundary there's a little bit of difficulty in being able to track where some of the northern boundaries are. And so we think by making this adjustment, we'll actually increase opportunity in this zone as well. Next slide, please. And then these 2 are essentially season adjustments that we're proposing, and then increased tag quota ranges in conjunction with those. So the first one is for the White Mountains, which is zone 7. And we are proposing to add a winter season. This is currently our only desert bighorn hunt season that is in late summer. The rest of our seasons are from December through February. This zone typically has our lowest success rate. Last year it was only 17%. Previous years it's generally around 66%. It is a very challenging area to hunt. And we believe that by adding a winter season, we might be able to increase some hunter opportunity and flexibility in tag allocations in the future. And then for the Newberry, Rodman, Ords, zone 10, that's our newest hunt zone. We opened back in 2019. It's a very healthy population of sheep. We have currently 6 tags there, but believe that that zone could support a lot more. However, there has been some concern of potential crowding if we were to put more tags directly in that zone for opening season or for opening weekend. So we're proposing that we split the season in half. And then can increase the tag quota range, which is currently 0 to 6. We're working with our staff and we'll make recommendations for the increased size of that range based off of our population data. But this opportunity this change would increase hunter opportunity for this area and overall in California. Next slide, please. Last but not least, so bighorn sheep populations are relatively small populations. As most of you know, we have relatively few tags in those populations, and therefore it's pretty important for us to be able to base these recommendations off of our population estimates. So this slide is just acknowledging that we are doing surveys this fall. We are finishing up some summer surveys, and there may be tag allocation changes that we want to bring forth as this data comes in and we're able to process it. And then I've just put asterisks at the increased tag quota ranges that we might want to consider increasing. And again, we'll work with our staff on those recommendations at future meetings. And with that, that is our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paige, Mario. A lot to chew on there. I certainly have questions and so on, and I think if it's okay with them. Do you want to ask them before we go to public discussion? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna hold because I want to give folks an opportunity to weigh in. Lots to digest, but we're taking comment on all of that. So, or taking comment, we're discussing all of that. I see 4 hands in Zoom. Who in the room would like an opportunity to speak? All right. Okay, all right, not surprised. So we've got a few folks in the room. We'll start here. Mark, you had your hand up first, please.
Yeah, Mark Henley in California Waterfowl. I just want to reiterate our support for the Nevada County antlerless deer hunt proposal that we discussed at the last meeting. That I believe was submitted over a year ago by the local Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee. You know, as we talked about this before, we have a serious issue in particularly western Nevada County with deer overgrazing native vegetation. And then also a lot of vehicle deer collisions that frankly threaten public safety. So we think that using hunting as a management tool would help to address that and hopefully reduce it in areas, those problems. I think under the proposal that was submitted by the county, it'd basically be a very limited number of tags determined by the department. And then it would be on a trial basis. So you have it for 3 to 5 years and then go back and reassess. If it's something that's working, then hopefully maintain it. If the department doesn't think it's justifiable after looking at the data, then you could end it right there. But at least we know for sure. And if we don't ever experiment around with some of these regulations again, we're never going to know all the information. And to me, it's just an important opportunity to gather more from.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Can I respond to that?
Hey, I don't know if I can jump in.
Hang on one sec, because we do have a number of folks who want to respond and a lot of hands raised. So I'm going to go ahead and Mario, give you a chance just to respond to that comment, please.
Thanks for bringing it up, Mark. We actually have been in contact with Jeff Jenkins, the chair of the commission in Nevada County for Fish and Game there. And we have asked him for a meeting to talk about this topic. So that meeting will happen here, depending on calendars, alignment. And there's been some discussions that we've had with our Region 2 staff as well, to see what is possible and how we can make this work. So without going into further details in terms of what we're thinking here, we would like to do that at the meeting and see what additional possibilities that might be for Nevada County to address this issue.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. I'm a Nevada County Fish and Wildlife Commissioner, and I just wanted to say thanks, you guys. I was sitting in on this meeting just to listen to that. So Mark, I appreciate you bringing that up, and thank you very much for all your efforts, you guys.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, still in the room here, and I see there are several hands up online, so let's see, let's go over, I don't know who had their hand first over there, Mike. You guys battle it out.
Older than you. Chris Bowles, president of the California Bow Hunters State Archery Association, speaking on behalf of the bow hunters in the state of California. First of all, with regard, there's a lot that got said here earlier on, so I'll just start my comments with a huge thank you, obviously, to Dr. Cliff and the entire staff, Scott Gardner, Chad Dibble, I know, but a tremendous amount of work on everybody's part, kind of behind the scenes over the last 3 years with regard to archery elk tags, and you know, to see that we have the opportunity for up to 22 additional tags, or 20, depending on how you look at it. I don't know if that one slide was a little bit of a typo or what, but looked like up to 22 additional archery tags for elk here in the state of California. It presents a huge opportunity for bow hunters here in the state. And I think that I know there's been a lot of stumbling blocks over the course of the last several years, and of course with the untimely departure of your elk biologist, that didn't help us all. So we really appreciate all the work that went into that. That's the first thing. We look forward to the adoption of these regulations, and as always, the department has 100% support from the bow hunting community. One other thing with regard to and this has come up here recently. I'm from Ontario area, and we're experiencing a whole lot of fires down there in Southern California. So with regard to that preference point issue, I'd really like to encourage department staff to find some way through the woods on that. I mean, no pun intended, I guess, but really find a way to continue that program. I'm getting a lot of phone calls, a lot of text messages, and a lot of social media energy on that right now. D14, they just closed the forest. Their Forest Service has already, closed that. That's going to continue all the way through November. There's a lot of guys calling up wanting to know, what can we do to get our points back? What can we do to get our money back? That sort of thing. They've called the department, and the department apparently is to your point you made, Dr. Cliff, it's a little nebulous. I mean, depending on who they talk to, they're getting all sorts of different answers. I referred them to the regulations 714, but that being said, I'd really like to see if we, can't continue to find some way that we are unique here in the Western United States with regard to a point, point return, I guess, or point refund, if you will. And I think that's kind of a cool thing, especially considering the expenses. So that's exciting. Great news on the bighorn sheep tags too. I think that's a great presentation, and good to see some activity on the bighorn sheep front too as well. But again, great package, and we really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Can I just state before we get other comments on that, we've been in discussion, and I've really been trying to increase our coordination with Forest Service this year, and I apologize for my phone. That's them calling me right now. So I'm just hoping that there's not something else brewing in what's going on. It is not our intent, or it's not my intent to sort of push us forward and taking away this tag refund. It's really about trying to clarify a little bit better for the hunter, for our staff, what's eligible, what's not, trying to work through what we've learned. We actually had a little bit of a break last couple of years with the wet winters, but then again, this year it sparked up. And so I reached out really early on to the Forest Service to hey, how can we be in communication so that we're posting information? Right. The hunters know what's going on leading into the season. We're already kind of here now, and we're sort of seeing these little one-offs, little closures here, maybe large there, things that are happening, fires kind of popping up. So our intent is to keep, I believe strongly in the hunting community that this is a very valid thing for us to do, regardless of what other states do. I think we're unique in many ways. I think it's super important for us to honor people that spend 20 years trying to get a point system and literally can't go in. But I do think there's some clarity just for everybody's sake that we can work around that. So that's our intent for sure.
Just real to expand on it a little bit, it's kind of surprises me a little bit because D14 is the area where the closure appears to be. D14, I get it that it's a premium tag for the general season, but I'm a little frustrated with some of the archery guys, and I can push back on them because it's right in the middle of the archery season. I get that, but you can buy an AO tag over the counter and hunt D14. So for them to burn preference points trying to get a D14 tag doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But there may be some hunters out there that are maybe somewhat ignorant to the process, and maybe they did burn some points on that. The other two zones that will probably end up getting closed is D11 and D15. which is in the Angeles Forest, which, you know, again, those are non-restricted hunts, so that's really not gonna be a preference point issue for anybody that bought the tags there. They're kind of on their own on that one, as far as I'm concerned, but, you know, it's just that it just presents the problem, and again, like I said, I think it's a generous program that the department does, unique to the other western states, and we do appreciate it. No, that's out.
Do I have to stand up? Yeah, Mike Costello speaking for myself, for hunters, and for Health for Wildlife, where we represent opportunity and wildlife success at the same time. I think preference points, it's an incredibly generous program. When I hear people bashing the department or the commission about, you know, what you all do for hunters or don't, I often use that as a perfect example of how what you do is you do support hunting and hunters, and it's very unique. I think it's just got to become a math problem, like percentage of public land, percentage of days is yes or no. The other thing I would advocate for is I think the timeline, people have like 6 months to make their request. I bring it in 2 weeks after the end of the season, like they know they hunted or they didn't. And I'd tighten that up quite a bit, so people have to take action on that and get it done more quickly. Bear plan, I'm glad you had 5,000 comments. I know I sent in a letter with 70 specific bullet points. Health for Wildlife had 1,300 individual hunters, basically through a petition, signed their name to that as well. You didn't get those 1,300 comments. So there's 1,300 more people that have read that have read what I submitted and support it. So there's a lot of people out there are deeply invested in the bear plan. D7 late season hunt, I think it's fantastic. I think it's exciting. My ask, and I think it's in the letter that I sent to you all, is that use a gearing ratio. You know, 50 tags at an 80% harvest versus 530 deer harvested now it's more than 1%. It's a small number of tags, but it's a significant increase in harvest. And if we're going to do this right, I think we need to again go in with the right math. So that if we do issue 50 of these late season tags, take 500 of the general season tags out. It's that zone sells out in August. So a lot of people are buying it as a second tag, or they're buying it, you know, well after the draw. And so I think there's enough room in there to do the math right to protect the herd, while also creating this really awesome hunting opportunity that's probably going to become a 5, 6, 7 point, you know, preference point draw opportunity. So it's exciting to see it happen. We'd love to see it in all the D zones. I think every zone could support some kind of late season hunt opportunity with this. So, and then elk, finally, we had a presentation regarding the Tehachapi zone 2 years ago, validating, I think, maybe 50 share hunt tags. The data was there to support it then. None of those tags have been issued, and they're not going to be issued because we don't have share partners. I think I would love to see us dig in and get those tags into the general hunt. There's a ton of public land on the northeastern side of that zone, and we can get them into the big game draw. People will find a way to hunt. They'll hunt public, they'll hunt private, and they'll make it work. And if that's truly an exotic herd that we need to protect from getting too far north and northeast, then we have an opportunity there. The data was there 2 years ago. We just need to dust that off. And then finally, I'll go to the Marble Mountain unit. You know, in the end of 2023, there's a new study. We have new data on herd numbers. And if we have a 1,400 animal herd there with a 95% probability metric around that, but we're only issuing about 50 tags, we have an abundance opportunity that should be spoken to as well. And I think we have the data to support more tags being issued, and I would really love to see you do that. So I think that's it.
Regarding, you want to say something, Joe?
I don't know, do you want us to?
I do. I mean, I do feel like there are a number of things you just mentioned, and if you can.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
No, I think it's helpful.
I think it's helpful to not wait until we forgot. We'll lose the details
There's too
otherwise.
much here to.
Yeah.
Some of the things we talked about last Friday as well, that you brought up, and I think some of the things we definitely want to look into. I don't want to kind of hide behind the fact that we don't have an elk coordinator, but that's also a fact of the matter, right? It's the reality. So we've basically used other folks that normally focus on other species to kind of get off the ground what we can only present to you. So, and then in other words, this is, I think, a robust package in that sense. But we also hear you regarding the Marble Mountains and Tehachapi. And that Tehachapi zone, after I heard that on Friday, I talked with our Region 4 staff about this. And I think that there's something there. So it's not going to be part of the current thing, but we are looking into that. And with respect to the preference points, and this is something that someone brought up to me previously, there's also a preference points reinstatement process. Let's just say you get into the hospital or whatever, and at the last minute, you can't go. As long as you send your stuff back before the actual start of the season, you can get your points back. So what we currently have is a situation where you have a long period of time before you can return your points. And the reason why it's set that way is because these hunting seasons end at different times. And it becomes tricky as to, oh, this one's due this day, this one was due this day. That's why that period is longer, so that basically it all needs to be in by this date. However, there is an encouragement, I think, that we can make that if you see that the whole forest is blowing up and the hunt season starts next Friday or next Wednesday or whatever, that the likelihood of you being able to get in there is pretty small. And that at that point, maybe you send your stuff back and get your points reinstated rather than waiting for 6 months and go through this whole process where we have to see whether it was closed or not. Because it's not required to be closed from a fire perspective. It could be other reasons as well. Like I mentioned, you know, you're getting in a car crash or whatever might happen in your personal life that prevents you from going on a hunt. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. And that's something that we're certainly thinking about as well. Yeah, I think I made some comments or made some notes here. I think that the point that you made regarding the math for the D7, we'll look into that again as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. Scott, I'm looking at you.
No, I didn't have anything more to
Okay,
add.
okay. Yeah, I appreciate when there's specific things, we can get responses on them one by one, so we'll keep doing that. Okay, we're shifting to folks online, looks like, and Bill Gaines, you have your hand up first, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bill Gaines, representing the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and California Bowman Hunter State Archery Association. On part of this issue, we got a lot of things at play here within the mammal regs, but first of all, on elk, I got to thank Scott, I got to thank Chad and Mario. They have been super accessible on this. We've met with them multiple times, and so we very, very much appreciate that. Starting with the up to 10 general draw archery only bull tags being added into the SISQ unit. Thank you very, very much for that. That is just fantastic. And I know that's exactly what the SISQ folks want to see as well. So thank you for your efforts there. Also, the Central Coast archery only, if I read the slides correctly, it said 0 to 4 bulls in one part of the slide, and then down below it said 0 to 2 bulls. And then, of course, it said the 0 to 2 cow. Those are archery only tags. Wanted some clarification on that. That did look like there was a typo there. I'm hoping the 0 to 4 bulls is exactly what they meant, not the 0 to 2. So we appreciate the archery only additional tags that we may see in the Central Coast issue. A little clarification when I'm through in regards to just how many bull tags they're talking about there would be appreciated. Same with Mendocino unit. Appreciate them adding up to 4 bulls and up to 2 cow archery only tags there as well. So excellent work there, and we thank you so much for working with us on adding some archery only tags in those units. The one thing that the department did not talk about in their presentation, and Michael Costello just alluded to this a little bit, was the Tehachapi unit. That area obviously is a conflict area. There is the very serious threat of hybridization of an exotic, Rocky Mountains there with the endemic Thule herd. If you look back at the traditional, we know we don't have any share tags there, which is another issue that we want to work with the department on getting some additional share tags there, because a lot of those elk are on private lands. We understand that. So again, we hope to see some improvements there. We understand there are some landowners interested in share there, but they just haven't really been approached by the department. That's my understanding. So hopefully that's something we can work on in the future. But in regards to general tags in the Tehachapi, even though we've got a big herd that we're trying to clip back, there was only for 2023, the first year that we had general tags authorized in that new zone, we had we had 10 cow tags and 5 bull tags. And that was it. Now, if you look at the interest in those tags and recognize that the Big Game Digest was very upfront about the fact that these elk are on private lands and there may be an access fee and so forth. So any of the hunters that put in for those tags, do it eyes wide open. But hunters, especially when they're hunting elk and they got a tough to get tag, they can be pretty enterprising. So the applications for those 10 cow tags in the 2023 season were, there was 121 apps for those 10 tags, which is 10 to 1, 10 applications for every 1 cow tag available. What if you look at all the other units where they're offering antlerless tags, that's pretty much standard. So there was as much interest in those cow tags, even though most of them were on private land, as there is in most of the other units. If you look at the 5 bull tags, 100 to 1, had 571 applicants for 5 bull tags there. 100 to 1 is about the going rate when you look at the other units and people putting in for bull tags as well. So even though that the hunters in the Big Game Digest are made well aware that these elk are on private lands, there is still substantial interest in a general tag there. Now, let's look at success rates. Out of those 10 cow tags, 70% success. So those hunters that had cow tags figured it out some way. That 70% success is pretty consistent and frankly a lot higher than some of the other zones where the antlerless tags are offered. And if you look at the 5 bull tags, 100% success. So obviously those hunters again figured it out. So what we would like to see the ISOR do for the upcoming years, at least allow some flexibility for some increases, at least for us to talk about it anyway, increasing in bull and cow tags in the Tehachapi area, because we're pretty confident that even if those are general tags, that hunters will be able to figure that out. So that would be our request to open up the ISOR a little bit to maybe 30, with antlerless tags and maybe as many as 15 general draw tags, at least so we can talk about it. Moving on to wild sheep, we have to thank again, Scott, Chad, Mario, Paige, and the rest of the wild sheep team, if you will, did fantastic job. We really appreciate the fact that they have met with us, the Sheep Summit back earlier this year. They met with, as Paige mentioned, met with the Wild Sheep Foundation leadership and the outfitters back in August, followed by the Big Game Management Account Advisory Team. So that's been a very, very good dialogue. That's an excellent partnership there. We really appreciate what the department is proposing, the changes they're proposing in the wild sheep space. There is a little bit of concern amongst the Wild Sheep Foundation leadership when you look at the sheep hole boundary changes. There's some concern about taking the part of the Iron Mountains out of the sheep holes unit. Their belief is there's a guzzler in that part that's being proposed, possibly being pulled out of the sheep hole unit that might provide some additional sheep hunting opportunities. So we'd ask the department to maybe take a look at that and see if possibly they might tweak that boundary change a little bit to put that one small part of the Iron Mountains, back into the boundary. But outside of that, excellent job on the wild sheep. And we appreciate the access and the ability to work so closely with the departments on making some of those changes for 2025. Lastly, on behalf of the California Deer Association, greatly appreciate the late season proposal for D7. So we strongly support that. And we also strongly support, California Deer Association also strongly supports the Nevada County proposal with an antlerless deer hunt. Frankly, we'd like to work with the department in the coming years on taking a look at some antlerless hunts in a lot of other counties where the buck-doe ratios are way out of whack, and possibly bringing forward some antlerless hunts there as well to try to bring those buck-doe ratios back to where they should be to the benefit of the deer group. So that's it as far as mammals are concerned. We appreciate the opportunity to work with the department on all deer, elk, and wild sheep, and all the parts of their hard work that went into all of those. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Bill. We still have 5 more people interested in contributing to the discussion on Zoom. So J.R. Young, you are next, and I'll just ask folks if you want to support something that was previously said. Time is precious. So please do, just, you're free to indicate that and we are taking note of it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, J.R. Young, here on behalf of myself, but I'm also a board member of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I'll be quick because I've got a 12 o'clock meeting that I'm late for. Anyway, I'd echo Mike's comments on the reinstatement, the math challenges there, and to not overburdening the department in terms of just looking, looking over the details and tightening up some of that timing. With respect to Tehachapi, if there's no share hunts involved in that, perhaps the department can consider some landowner outreach, not necessarily for enrollment and just share, but just letting them be aware that, maybe a trespass fee or something else, or there's other opportunities. Bill highlighted certainly that people are really resourceful. A question, and I'm going to drop off after this, but something to said with the CETA, the late season hunt in D7, is there the thought process there that there would be a better sample that we could get for CWD, and then in more broadly speaking, if there's opportunities like this throughout the state, consider swapping some of those general tags, for a late seasoned premium hunt opportunity, if that's available, and perhaps look at some metrics as to how many of these tags, especially in the general units D3 to 5, D6, et cetera, actually are second tags for tag holders, and maybe not necessarily so much of a priority. With Mendo, Northwest Mendo for the damage hunts, possibly considering, talking to Montana, they have a damage roster that they do, and you can get listed on a damage roster for a hunt. I know there's some questions about timing and when those opportunities would arise, but there's possibly something there to mirror, or just get some ideas from, because I've been on that list in Montana for some years too. And then finally, just because fundraising tags came up, and this is sort of off topic, but not really. If there's any change to be able to bring back the fundraising tags for the department to offer them, like in the past, I know there's an issue with the OAG and nonprofits and online raffles and that complexity, even though I still see some NGOs holding online raffles, but figuring out an opportunity to be able to bring those in, if there's something that the department can work with the OAG. That I think it'd just be a tremendous opportunity. We know how much money those tags brought in. And if it was handled directly through the department, there's just tremendous opportunity there. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time, and I will see you next time.
Thanks, Jared. You want to respond directly? Okay.
There's a couple things that I can address. It's indeed a typo on our slide. It's four bulls, Bill, like I told you last Friday, so I apologize for that. Regarding share, we're doing two things. One is we have created these share additional hunts or additional tags in order to be able to address conflict. That was one of the primary reasons why we did that. And in some cases, we're running into situations where essentially landowners, they're looking at what some of the PLM tags are selling for, and they do not believe that our compensation from a share perspective is enough for them to be wanting to be part of share. And as a result, they're seeing 60,000 versus, let's say, 3, 4, 5,000, and they would like to have more money. So what we're doing as a department is we're obviously also trying to explain to staff that as we are dealing with this conflict, that the message really needs to be, we have a mechanism to take care of conflict. It doesn't mean that that is a money-making mechanism for the landowner. So we really want to make sure that the equitability in terms of accessing elk tags through the share program is something that we prioritize as an agency, because obviously it's not for everybody to buy a $50,000 elk tag. And that's something that we're working on. And in terms of the outreach, we are doing outreach. We've actually been in touch with several folks in Tehachapi, and in the end, the contract didn't go through because of the reasons that I just explained. So just want to make sure that we are doing work there. It's not something that we're just like ignoring. In fact, we are very, very aware that share is the primary way for us to create additional opportunity on the landscape that, centers around animals that are on private property.
Maybe the one thing I would add to that, I appreciate the Montana model. I don't know specifically Montana. I do know Idaho, that they actually pay damage claims. So what comes with that is a requirement that you allow hunting, and we just don't have that regulatory framework. So that's the closest here as an alternative to depredation in most states.
And then the last thing, there was a question about fundraising tags. There's going to come a press release will come out tomorrow regarding the announcement of our general fundraising tags that are available for NGOs to apply for. So that will come out tomorrow. So folks that want to watch for that have been using those over the years, keep an eye out on the press release tomorrow.
Is there new regulations or something? Is that
There's no new regulations, just the announcement that we're taking essentially applications for a fundraising tag. And what we are trying to do is to actually set up some kind of for lack of a better term, seminar for folks to really fill this information out correctly, because we are repeatedly running into situations where folks put an application in, but they don't sign, don't provide the right documentation, and then at the last minute, we are in a situation whether we have to deny the application or not, and we don't want to be in that situation. We want to make sure that the stuff that we get, the applications that we get, that they are complete and accurate, and that we're not getting into a situation where we have to disappoint people for that reason alone.
Thanks. Okay, Dan Ryan, you're next.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, first I'd like to extend my thanks and heartfelt thanks to the department and the commissioners for this step forward. Obviously, Vice President Zavaleta, you've been around since the beginning when we submitted this petition, so it's been awesome for your engagement, and especially with Commissioner Anderson joining. You sound really engaged, and it's really awesome to hear. I do want to give a special thanks to Mario and Scott and Chad on their continued engagement, not only with myself, but also with, the more powerful parties there at the table and things like that. But it's been really great engaging with them as just a member of the public and putting this petition together. So I do love what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. And I think it's a lot of hard work that's finally coming to fruition. I'll echo what most folks have said. JR had some great points, as well as Mike. And the one thing I just wanted to kind of reiterate is, especially in the hunting community and the outdoors community, is that, this is a chance where the department is really being flexible. I mean, we haven't had a lot of new hunts and things like that over the past few decades. I mean, there have been some additional things over time. And I know the hunting community is always afraid of losing opportunities. And so I think it would be good, and I know I'll share within my hunting community, is that if the department, we want flexibility and we want, new hunts to happen, but we also need to understand that some of these might be taken away as well. And so, from the hunting community, I think we need to be more understanding that, some of these hunts are going to come and go. And we can't be all upset, if all of a sudden a late hunt in D7, it served its purpose at some point and now we need to take it away. Or we need to maybe shift it to this other zone. So those kinds of things. So I just want to also, echo that for the entire room there, that, the hunting community needs to also be supportive of being flexible and supportive of these new hunts. But if some have to be taken away from department recommendation, then we need to embrace that if it's warranted. So the only other question I had, and Mario, I don't think you need to respond if you don't want to, but I know we talked about some of expanding some of the hunt boundaries, and some of the more simpler ones was like the Bass Hill archery and muzzleloader hunts. And I think, there's a couple other special hunts that those boundaries could be expanded. And those are just some of the lower hanging fruit that I thought might be some additional things that won't be too much more work for y'all. But either way, I think it's some great things y'all are doing, and really appreciate it.
Yeah, I can respond very quickly to what you just referred to as lower hanging fruit. We actually had that on the docket, Bass Hill, and we also had a junior hunt at Honey Lake, which is what you had in your petition as well. One of the things that we do as we prepare ourselves for, WRC, we try to make sure that we talk to counties and other constituents before we bring something up, right? Well, even though this is obviously a public forum, we do want to make sure that if we're bringing something up that is not supported by a county, or that we're not bringing that up, right? So in this particular case, the junior hunt was not supported by the county, so that's why it was removed at the last minute. It's not part of this package. In terms of the zonal adjustment, There were some other things that staff in Region 1 in particular, in this case, needed to address, which is the things with Mendocino as well as the Siskiyou hunt. And after having some discussions in terms of what we have in terms of capacity staff-wise, we are focusing on those first, but those other ones have not been forgotten, and it's still certainly something that we intend to bring up at a future date.
Thanks, Mario. All right, we've got 3 more speakers waiting on Zoom. Mark Smith, you're next.
Yes, hi. I just want to reiterate the comments made by Mark Henley and others in support of the Nevada County Hunt on behalf of the Northern California Guides and Sportsmen's Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Rick Lanham.
Hi, Rick Landon, Institute for Historical Ecology. We study California's historical fauna and flora. Just accepted is a paper we wrote with Tom Batter, the elk and pronghorn coordinator, and Cody McKee, Nevada Department of Wildlife, that will provide direct evidence that elk are native to the Sierra Nevada, the northern and central, as far down from Honey Lake to Lake Tahoe and Placer County in the west. I don't know about the elk in the southern Sierra Nevada, but I'm not surprised we didn't find evidence because the population was almost absent historically. But I just would urge caution about elk hunts north of Tehachapi Pass in the southern Sierra Nevada. I think it could be that elk were native in the southern Sierra Nevada as well, and we just don't have the evidence. I think we need to understand the genetics of those elk as well. But to protect Owens Valley Tule elk, which were never there historically, from potentially Rocky Mountain elk in the southern Sierra Nevada, to me is I would urge caution. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Mike Ford, you are next. Mike Ford? You still with us? Okay.
Sorry about that.
There you go. Hi.
Technical difficulties with the unmute. My name's Mike Ford. I'm with the County Fish and Game Commission, and I just want to do a brief thank you to Mario and Scott and Chad for the 10 tag proposal. We appreciate that it's a public tag that you've proposed. We currently have some additional share program tags that we haven't filled yet, but we're still trying to work with some of our private landowners to get that taken. And we opted out of, we tried to opt out for the conflict zone, and we're trying a little bit different method through public tags. And so we think that the additional 10 bull tags will be a great help working with our private landowners. And just want to say thank you for all you guys' efforts.
Thanks, Mike. And you broke up for a second, but I think it's Siskiyou County. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Great. We got a new hand up right at the wire. Anthony, please go ahead.
Hey, sorry, I'll keep my comments very brief. I just want to say thank you for all the effort that went into this presentation today and the additional potential hunt opportunities coming our way. It means a lot to us as hunters. And I also want to echo the comments made by Mike Costello. And I'll leave it at that today. I know I raised my hand there at the last second. So thank you all for the hard work and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Lot to chew on here. I have a couple of specific questions and comments, but one thing I just want to make sure that we talk about is that this is a huge number of changes, a lot of slight changes, right? In this really big package. And I guess I've been trying to listen with an eye to what are the highest priority items to implement now, because I kind of get this sense that, it's an overwhelming amount of stuff. And from a staff capacity perspective, I want to be very clear about that. I am concerned about our ability to get all of these things done. So
yeah,
Alyssa, you want to say something to that?
So as we were listening, I was taking notes and looking at the, historically for the last decade or so, how we've been managing. We have this misnomer at commission meetings. We talk about the big game / mammal rulemaking. It's not a single rulemaking. It's typically anywhere from 5 to 7 rulemakings that we just collectively refer to as a mammal or big game rulemaking. Based on the changes that were discussed today, this would amount to 9 rulemakings. 9 would be added to the December agenda. Along with everything else that we already have. December is already our biggest agenda. December and February are our biggest agendas for the year. Almost every year.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty significant workload. We did have a preliminary conversation with some of our department colleagues. We really want to hear from stakeholders about priorities. I think one of the things I certainly heard today, see in the presentation, you know, elk and some of these conflicts are really a high priority. I can see how that's really urgent. But from a staff perspective, we are really trying to identify ways that we can perhaps level out some of this workload. Because we only have 2 regulatory analysts at this point. We normally have 4. So it's just not going to be possible for staff to manage this in addition to everything else that you have to take on in December. So just looking at what I was hearing, you know, even if we could perhaps delay some of the deer items. Again, elk sounds important. I heard CWD is really important for making some modifications to that. Those, you know, could keep definitely in December. But if we could potentially move, say, and again, really want to hear from our stakeholders, but if we could perhaps put off some of the deer items.
How many deer items are there, Melissa?
So right now we have 360, 361, 708.14, and I believe 554, but that's a question mark. I want clarification on, were we also recommending changes to the deer conflict zones, or is it just elk?
There's no deer.
No deer, okay, so then it would just be 360, 361, 708.14, and CWD.
Yeah, and for elk, we were intending to combine all the elk proposals into a single rulemaking in 364.
Excellent, because that's one of the questions on my little piece of paper here is we have 4 of them. If they could be combined into a single, then that would give us 4 eyesores.
Could you
By
do the
combining
same-
those
could you
4.
do the same thing on deer, not knowing the technical?
Potentially. But even combining all 4 of those, you still have 4 eyesores for December.
Yeah, thanks so much for shining some light on that. I mean, I think the workload issues are real. I want to be really, really clear that that's what this is about. So, you know, it's a lot of will.
Yeah, we're
moving
really
this forward.
supportive of moving forward with these things.
Absolutely.
It's a matter of timing.
This is not about sort of a lack of will to work on all these expansions and refinements to opportunity, but I do feel like I'm getting the message loud and clear. We can't do 9. 9 is crazy. Even to think about just scheduling.
Even if those were the only things, if those were the only rulemakings we were considering in December, that's still a huge, we never manage 9 in one meeting, other than when we have large mammal packages.
And can I just say, like, the fact that we're down to 2 analysts, I think a piece of all of this is advocating for more staff for the commission so that we can be more responsive to the desire for more active shifts, to hunting management. And, you know, so I just want to say that because I think that's a piece that folks who are participating in this conversation can help us with too. Yeah, I mean, I'll just leave it at that. All right, please. go
I
ahead.
just want to be clear
Yeah.
for the public, because they probably everybody here understands it, but the public may not understand it. For things that we're talking about moving till later, for perhaps June or something like that, for a later rulemaking, that would mean that any changes that would go forth or get approved in that rulemaking would be for next year, for the next year's. It wouldn't be for this year's package, just because of the timing of when rulemakings are effective. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. So when we enter into this, people understand that.
2026.
Yes,
So,
right.
yeah, so if we move any of these, so the natural cycle, and this is true every year, December through April, or actually November through April, is absolute lunacy at the commissioner's office. There is so much that happens in that period. There's this massive amount of workload. And then it tapers off a little bit, and then it's busy, but it's not so busy between June and October, May, October timeframe.
We're talking about pushing out 6 months.
So we're talking about the possibility of, could we move some of these off to a June notice that then creates some breathing room in this first half of 2025 and the end of 2024 And we mentioned, we haven't had a chance to talk it through, but it could mean then that perhaps in the future, from here on out, and this is in part because deer are not as sensitive as, say, sheep, right? Like sheep, we're talking a very small number of tags. The number of sheep that are counted this year really needs to have an impact on how many sheep can be taken, right? But deer, our conversations have been more about, it's really a trend line, right? It's not as much this year's numbers as much as what are we seeing over the last couple, 3 years, which would support perhaps moving then deer on a regular basis every year would be great. Move some of that mammal workload to June from year to year so that whatever is done in June then becomes effective the following July, right? Because again, you're looking at trend lines rather than what were the counts last month or 2 months ago.
So so and then we know what we're talking about here. We have, if all the elk pieces get collapsed into one
And
rulemaking,
sheep would be elk and sheep. Bighorn sheep.
so two.
Mhm.
All of the bighorn pieces go into one rulemaking.
Well,
Is
it's
that
not,
right?
no, it's not,
Is
it's
that-
still not
that
a
doesn't-
single.
It seems like there's a.
What we can do
pieces
is,
there.
per Mario's conversation,
Yeah.
discussion is you would combine all of the elk, there's 4 that are elk related, those could be a single. You would also have bighorn sheep, you would have the preference points, and you'd have CWD, so those are 4 rulemakings.
What do those think?
Mario? I'd love your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's hard.
Because let me just tell you why I'm concerned, you know, again, and staff time is the most important thing. If we can't process it, we can't process it. The department has done a lot of great work in talking to the various constituency groups, you know, now all of a sudden we're throwing it out there. On some of the deer things, obviously we had people testifying to that. You know, they're expecting that to happen. And so I'd like to get a sense of, you know, if you see this and we had to break it into, you know, 2 or 3 bunches, right? With regard to the urgency of what's out there, how would you split those bunches up? If there are 9 proposals, you've already taken care of 4 by putting all the elk into 1.
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer. And the reason why, for the reasons that you just mentioned, obviously, there's a lot of work that we try to do.
Yeah.
We tried to push it forward without a regulations coordinator in our program because she was on maternity leave for 5.5 months.
Yeah.
As well as no elk coordinator, and we still try to keep forward because we believe it's very important to meet the desires of the constituents and to do good management as it pertains to this hunting. The other thing that I'll say is that for next year, I mean, I don't mean to be, I guess, a doomsayer, but we have a lot of stuff on the docket for bear that is coming out after this management plan is completed. There's a lot of things that we have that we're currently thinking about.
Yeah.
So if we're proposing that, for example, the notice period becomes June, and that means that it doesn't affect actually until almost a year and a half later, it becomes just, I can see the capacity issue, and of course I've run into that myself. But at the same time, I don't know, it's hard to essentially get to a certain point and then say, okay, we're gonna wait for another year and a half before we go forward. That's just,
And your staff is not proposing to wait a year and a half.
well, I
We're
mean,
proposing to wait 6 months.
in terms of when the actual rule would be applicable, right? So
But
what
this
we're talking
rule
about now
wouldn't be
is the next.
applicable until July of this next year, so the 6-month delay in initiating the rulemaking would lead to a 1-year delay in the implementation.
Yeah,
We would have to have them all in by the April meeting to meet.
Correct.
Yeah.
yes.
You get.
Yeah, you're basically talking about denying anything that's been proposed today for a year.
Yeah.
Not anything, just
Something.
Anything that you choose to
anything that
delay.
would go
Yeah,
to June
Right.
would become effective July 1 of 26.
Is the D7 late season hunt, because that would be in November, something that we could push just to April? And I know that April is still in that busy zone and still have it coming into effect in the fall.
Drawing tags, we have to
No,
be
it has to be
mindful of
after
that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that doesn't.
Yeah,
but the
that
dates really
strikes me
okay.
as something that we
So
want to
no.
get on, given the
Yeah.
urgency of it.
CWD.
Yeah.
It's really important to get that sampling.
Yeah.
In there.
Mhm.
That strikes me as.
So when you're
something
referring to
that-
CWD, you're referring to that one and the question about the E-regs and the regular rulemaking, both of those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
We're kind of
combining those two.
okay,
That's our assumption.
So that's folded in there.
So is
That's in
that
your
fi-
list of things that would go forward.
So is that 5 or is that 4?
It's 4, because we're assuming that we would combine those, the 2 CWD.
Okay, okay.
Sheet.
Preference points
Preference points.
is probably, and I'd be interested to know if the department agrees with me, they may not, but that strikes me as something that probably can wait. I just know that
but
you know, when we sat in the core team meetings and came up with these formulas and everything, it took months and months and months of negotiation and trying to figure out what was right. It just, these things are really complicated and take a long time, and I suspect we're gonna need that time anyway to sort of work this out so that it works.
And
So
you
that's
didn't really
probably
have
something.
an opportunity today. I mean, our stakeholders haven't had an opportunity to understand what specifically is being proposed to change with regard to preference points.
Can preference points be addressed through policy?
No,
No.
it needs to be through
So-
regulation.
So when it's revised, can you make it so it's addressed through policy?
Generally, the
So you don't have to go through the ISOR process every time there's a small pull of the lever to adapt.
But I want, and again, it's just shifting workload. It sounds like the way that, our ambiguity has been left, it's created a huge amount of workload internally at the department, correct on that?
That's the need for the change.
Yeah.
That's driving the change from our side. and-
Right.
And just to be
And my
clear,
problem when I read through it and, I was victimized by this in, at living in Sonoma County, not the current fires. I still don't get how you define inaccessible. And I don't like, personally, I don't like the word, because as a hunter that usually plans out the time that I'm gonna hunt, I don't have the ability to hunt every weekend. I usually take a vacation week and hunt that vacation week. And then if I go to hunt that vacation week and there's a fire, I'm not gonna get another week based on my work schedule. So in that situation, Mario, then do I get my preference points back? Or do I not get my preference points back? Because,
probably not unless it was
Well,
again back to what percentage was closed and how long and all
But
the
that-
things.
but that's-
That's the ambiguity that we're trying to.
but what I'm,
Yeah.
and 66, I mean, how do you define that?
That's the GIS layer math that staff have to do, and we have to conduct now, and so. Of the ones we have, that's a workload on us now.
But could we
There is a system.
But could we come up with something that's clearer, that doesn't go ahead and create all of this work for, whoever's going in and
That's-
doing this? And to Mario's point, it's very arbitrary anyway.
And that's the intent that they're.
The
trying to-
dog ate my homework. I mean,
Yeah, each of these turns into a discussion
Yeah.
with the applicant.
So does it
can be
make
quite
sense then
drawn
to
out,
come
yeah.
back at least on the preference point, again, because we really don't have, we know it's a problem, we don't have any
Yeah.
proposals.
Yeah.
And so does it make sense to come back in January with some very specific proposals for how do we fix the preference point system? How do
But
we
we
make
could
that better?
continue to do it. Hopefully, there's no more fires, even though October's the number one fire month in California historically. Let's hope there's no more fires. The question is, you have a system in place that you can address, right?
It's just clunky.
But can we go ahead and spend the next 6 months and really go back and see, whether or not we can come up with something much more streamlined?
Now, the
Well,
question.
we
you know.
suggest less than 6 months, we
So-
usually come back in January
Right.
in
Yeah.
4
Right,
months.
but let's play the math out there, and this isn't necessarily, draw related, tag information related, and things we have to do when you're talking about if we delay something, it's gonna be 2026. If this was one we moved and it would get implemented, it's more on our side of the house, and it's actually an after the fact, the season starts kind of thing. So as long as this is delayed to where we're moving it through and it potentially still has application in 2025,
That's part of
Then
the
it-
fire season.
then it's okay, right, as far as fire. Otherwise, it's just a cautious effort of, even if we delay it, you're still not talking about fixing this problem until 2026. So 2025, we would just know we have this current, and that's what I don't quite understand yet, is on the timing, if we delay this, get to implementation, if we can come up with a change and we delay it off of December package and we push it to June, I don't think that's gonna give us enough time to get through commission process and get this implemented for 2025. So you're really talking about,
But
we're gonna be,
you still have a system in place.
right, I'm just saying, you wouldn't still have all the
it's-
ambiguity we have
right.
now and anything that happens in 25 with fires or not
Right.
until 2026.
I think the proposal is to just move this to pick this up again at January WRC, then it can come out of WRC and go to commission and go to February, April, June, and you do have an.
Oh, I thought she was
You
saying,
wouldn't be able to go to notice in February.
Okay,
Because
so
you
April,
wouldn't have,
June, August.
the department wouldn't have the paperwork necessary to start it in February.
Yeah. If you split it out
Okay.
from the rest of the stuff and
Could
made it a
April.
standalone package, you could do it in April.
but then that's gonna kick you into
Yeah.
2026.
You missed the whole season.
Well, you're gonna be
Well,
somewhere in the
you
middle
could-
of the
you
season.
don't- But that's a system that maybe I'm not fully understanding, but isn't that a system that could be, the regulation could change? It doesn't have to wait till July 1 of 26.
Fairness to the hunters, if it changes in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah.
it's just kind of a fairness to the hunters, like that's,
The application that we need to work out.
it's still there and hopefully it's a little more clear for those hunters, but it would just be a weird thing to sort of change your tag refundy thing in the middle of the season.
Sure,
You get through
yeah.
archery and then maybe you're halfway
Okay.
through general hunters. It just doesn't.
That
Okay.
would be. that
So
would
then
be-
we would be
I
pushing.
agree.
to
Well, that would
We
be
have, I mean,
26.
this is a cumbersome system
Correct.
on your all side. You've made that really clear to all of us, I
Yeah.
think, and it's a problem. But also, we have a system,
But it
manage
sounds,
it for one more year. if we
If
have to,
if you're looking for improvements, I think that's one where I think we're invested in it. We're invested with our stakeholders, we're invested in the
Yeah.
department.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the package of what's here and the investment we made with the stakeholders to bring all of these changes to you today for the last 3 years, 5 years, in the 50-some petitions we have in-house.
yeah,
I'll get kicked on the table maybe, and probably our LRB folks who actually are the ones that handle all of this and the requests for people. I think I could live with sort of thinking through that and pushing that one off to not, cut off our head on some of these other ones that I think people are here today and are super invested in, and we've had a lot of conversations around, so if that helps, but it's one,
so, but it sounds like
Consolidation.
we're down to now three. We have the elk package, we have the sheep package, and we have the chronic wasting package. Where both of the issues have been combined to one, correct?
And we have the deer, the late season hunt for deer. I mean,
That's part of
the thing is.
But that's part of CWD.
Yeah, okay, if you want to classify
Yeah,
that, sure.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, so those
So
are
we get to
both in
keep that
that
way.
CWD
Okay.
package.
Because they're both
And
CWD.
now, is that more manageable, Melissa? Do you think you
Yes.
guys can get through that then?
That's far more manageable.
Okay,
That feels like it's a.
Just keep in mind, that would, under the normal scenario,
Yeah.
if we didn't combine,
Yeah.
that would normally be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Normally it'd be 6 running.
yeah, so we've got it down to three.
Mhm.
That's great.
So.
Yeah.
Comfortable with that.
the question becomes
Yeah.
then, and separate, if you move it, does it make sense to move the, tag refund, you wanna still try and run that into June, knowing that it's a 2026 sort of rollout? Or do you wanna bring it back in a manual package next time?
No,
Not
no,
knowing what's there?
no. And so that's part of the
Consider separate.
problem. So this is again, the cyclical
Yeah.
nature. And it's not just us, it's talk to Ona, her team is slammed as well.
Sorry.
Between November and April, because we have so many rulemakings that fit into that time period. And so to the extent that we can level out some of that workload, move some of that to June, and perhaps that becomes, again, long-term, every June, we go to notice for all the deer stuff, right? Because again, those are looking at trend lines rather than what were our numbers in the last few months, right? Which is more important, certainly for sheep, it's more important, I don't know about elk. But, anything to help just, again, level out some of that workload. Because December has historically just been a nightmare.
Yes, I hear you, and I think there's, I don't know if it's discussion here today or how we play this out, but if there's an interest in sort of peeling off some of the mammal package species and changing that dynamic, I think there's some more thinking we need to do
Yeah.
about, because of this two-meeting process to get to the commission and how we roll into that. I think we need to have some more discussion, because that's gonna be a workload on staff, because we've now changed the timeline, we shortened the timeline basically to get going into the next years, if you think about it. We're gonna come to the package now, and start right over, where normally we'd just be running our package through here, and now you're really getting to the new stuff until the following year. So we just wanna be cautious there, that you're expediting some things, if you think about it, even though you're delaying in the longer term, to get through the WRC process.
So, yeah, and we certainly don't need to make any decisions today about long-term, right? So maybe this starts the conversation. And we come back and as part of the January WRC sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm,
this back
I
up
mean, of
again.
course, we have same staff issues everyone has, so I'm good with that. I think my biggest concern is just transparency to all of these folks and our folks here of how we think we're going to approach this versus, this traditional way. It's been there, and the folks that stay engaged are engaged and know when to get engaged and what have you. And I think we just need to figure that out to really open that up for folks to know where and when to engage if we decide to peel or change.
And can I just ask, because, I know that Christian, you've been getting a bunch of phone calls, I know the process is somewhat clunky. It's hard to get through, but you're going through an active fire, so
Well,
guys are, and so.
I'd say about the process, I agree.
I'm sorry.
Chad.
The folks online are having a hard time hearing you, and so if you can, thank you.
No, again, with what Chad's saying, it's a very ambiguous system at this point, and I kind of was talking to Mike real quick. It's kind of like a car that doesn't run too well. Okay, it uses a lot of gas, but it still runs. Okay, so what you're talking about, moving it forward, a year, that's not, and to what Mario was saying earlier too, it's not affecting a tremendous number of tag holders at this point, and it hasn't been over the last several years. So, it's certainly something that I think, if you compare it to elk tags, the sheep program, and what we're talking about with the deer, it's lower on the priority list by all means. And you've got a lot of work to do. This is a system that obviously is very complex, got a lot of moving parts, and it's causing a lot of, indigestion right now. You've got more than what you can handle for this particular period. So if I had to say it, if hunters come to me, I'll handle it on a one-on-one basis and just say, sorry, you lost your points. The world's not gonna come to an end over this thing. You're gonna have to pick and choose here a little bit, to Melissa's point, and I think, these other issues are a lot bigger than that, so.
Yeah, and it's delays, it's not. We're not gonna
No,
consider
it's not,
that.
we do. We're super, in fact, can I just say, thank you? I mean, seriously, for years now, we've been having these conversations. Stakeholders have been bringing proposals. The department, your staff have been absorbing and thinking, and especially since you've had issues with staffing and trying to get ramped back up again, and you're still having these conversations and the dialogue with stakeholders and Fish and Game commissions and county folks, et cetera. It's amazing what you've come forward with after all of this time. Just really, really appreciate it, because I know it's important to our stakeholders. I know it's important to you, some of your team members too, right? That, you're part of the crew that goes out and goes hunting and fishing, et cetera. So just really appreciate, because I know this has been a huge, huge lift.
So the chair and I just were talking, we talked basically process. She and I didn't get the opportunity to talk substance in each one of the different areas. We want to try to be sensitive for lunch, and there's a lot of people that are either up there or they're off doing something else, so.
Like eating lunch.
Yeah, exactly. So do you want to start and go through? I've had some of my stuff answered. Paige, can I just ask you one question? Because we had that meeting, and I know there've been sidebars going with, I will now refer to as the Mammoth Group. Those individuals that all showed up our meeting there that had a big concern about the sheep. Have they been addressed individually outside of the regular process as it relates to where we are on the plan? I know, Chad, somebody was talking to them.
I'm gonna nod up the ladder for that one, because that's related to the Sierra Nevada.
Yeah, that has to do with the mountain life predation stuff.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
that's
it's the same, so.
It is, and it's tied to the federal recovery plan, and it's different than a little bit on some of what we're doing as far as hunting and species and the sheep that we're hunting through versus the listed species. So they did meet. I don't have a direct in front of me notes from how that went, but they were meeting with those folks and setting that up on a separate conversation. So But many of those people are involved and know what we're doing in this place, and they're actually supportive of hunting opportunities down there as well. That's also why they were really concerned about mountain lion predation on those species, not just our listed species, but any of the sheep down there. So we're still working through that, I think, as far as where that goes, but it's kind of a separate plan and process, if that makes sense.
I get that. I just love an update.
Yeah,
going
okay,
forward
I'll work through
because
that with Heidi.
I've gotten a couple follow-up phone calls from some of those folks, and I just like to be able to understand where they
Absolutely.
are. Go ahead.
Sure. I just have a few questions. I'll kind of go in order of the presentation. So on elk, I think Mr. Lemon had some interesting comments about elk and what's native and so on, but I just wanted to signal that I'm open to the eyesore, including sort of some general Tehachapi tag piece. But I want to make sure that that's like something that we can do without increasing the workload potentially. So is that, I guess I want to ask about that, like.
I think that adding more to the eyesore, I mean, you're already talking about an existing eyesore and all of the associated
Gotcha.
documents, right?
Okay.
So the question becomes for department staff, what kind of a workload does that add to an existing eyesore?
You mean, are you talking about transfer from the share program to the public program?
Or addition.
To Tehachapi?
Or
There was an interesting proposal.
Or
about
in
that.
addition, I think
Yeah.
that's just something we can look into, and if there's something there.
Can
we
that
can
get
come back.
added, Mario?
Yeah, like I said, I already started a discussion with Region 4 staff about this because it came up last Friday as well
Yeah.
during a meeting that we had. I'm not as familiar with that, obviously, because I'm not an elk biologist. At the same time, though, I'm more than happy to look into it, but if it becomes a workload that is unmanageable, given what I just said with all my caveats
Yeah,
regarding the
yeah.
elk coordinator, we've hired somebody and when that person actually starts and all that, it may not make it. I mean, that's just being honest about it,
Okay,
right?
that's
But
kind
we
of the
hear the
question,
interest.
like, is that feasible? I think it's of interest, so
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd like it to not get like sort of lost in the wash here. Okay, also on elk, so for the Northwest and Mendocino zones, this, potential sort of share tag opportunity. I just want to make sure I understand. So right now, there's a depredation route. As a landowner, you can apply for depredation permit outside of season, and then who gets to hunt the individual animal that's causing the damage under the current system? It's the landowner, or what happens?
It could be the landowner
It could be,
or their designee.
okay,
Part of responding this way is we really aren't issuing them.
That's right.
We
You
haven't
aren't issuing
issued
them.
them, so,
Okay.
but legally, they're entitled to them, and we're getting into a squeeze on this.
And could they sell that permit?
No,
Not
In fact,
landowner.
the
and they
carcass cannot
can't
be
use the
used.
carcass.
Yes.
Yeah, they
What?
can't.
They cannot use the
They
carcass
can't
either.
use the carcass.
Oh, they can't use the carcass.
Yeah.
So what we have
And,
is,
any
Sorry.
part of the carcass or just the meat?
anything, the
Anything.
entire carcass needs to be surrendered. We have
Okay.
discussed about potentially donating it to tribes or something like this.
Yeah.
However, I think our constituents have made it loud and clear, there's so much demand for elk tags that for us to go the route of depredation permits and removing them from landscape that way is really a problematic solution in itself.
okay, and it's
So-
not being used. It's not.
No, it's-
some-
it's-
so
Hasn't been.
this would be a,
It has not been.
But it's on
implemented,
the
but it
books.
potentially could be.
Yeah,
Okay,
there, and
okay.
it's getting pushed.
Sorry.
but the idea of doing a spring share tag hunt. I mean, it sounds like this needs more, you need to do some more sort of digging into exactly how this would work, and I don't know that I have specific questions about it, but I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, is this more of a benefit to public opportunity than the current system? The answer is yes, because the current system is like, nothing's happening.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay,
It's more of a benefit for success, I think I would say, because we're not proposing to change numbers or opportunities. It's basically saying when the people utilize that program, that there's a higher success, the animals will be there and on that property so that there's a successful harvest.
gotcha.
And are we, because there was a reference made by one of the speakers about the Montana program, you then brought it up, I think. Do we know what the structure of the Montana program is and how it works?
No, I don't know that, but I was drawing and would certainly find that out, but like it said in Idaho, I know in Montana may, they actually pay out damage, the state pays damage claims to landowners. So what comes with that is a requirement that you allow a depredation hunt as well. So there's a different, maybe the answer here is there's a different regulatory framework driving that we don't have available to us.
And I think the thing that I would be interested in
That would have to be-
understanding is just this, like, who's gonna get the opportunity, that be a process that's transparent and fair. And everything you've told us so far suggests that it would be a move towards that, as long as it's done thoughtfully.
Yeah.
And as long as we're avoiding pregnant cows.
That's right.
as you said.
That's right.
Okay, okay, great. Just wanting to make sure that, okay, so for the deer, for the late season hunt, I just want to make sure, and this does have a nexus with the emergency reg. That late season hunt, if it happened, would be subject to the same sets of rules that we already have right now in place for CWD around movement out of the area and testing. Okay. Or does it depend on what happens to that emergency reg?
I would have to double check, maybe someone can chime in. The emergency reg, my understanding is good. Well, actually, this would not be until next year, right? So
That's the thing.
Yeah, the emergency reg's only good
yeah,
until
so-
June 21, I believe.
that's right. So what we're doing right now is we're in the process, let me back up for a second. So we have an emergency reg, we considered taking that emergency reg and making that a permanent reg, or like a better term. We said, okay, well, actually, that's not really a good idea, because the amount of time that it takes to actually create a standard reg actually makes more sense, because there's a few things in that emergency reg that we would like to change. Like, for example, if we find chronic wasting disease in zones that previously were not net positive yet. So we would like to be able to have more flexibility in that space. And there's a few other things regarding carcass handling that we are thinking about right now, right? So that really depends on what kind of surveillance results we're getting back. So what I'm trying to say here is that at that point, when that new regulation comes in play, this D7 late hunt would also be captured as part of whatever.
And it would be wrapped into that
Yes.
same new standard rulemaking.
Yes.
Okay, so we know that there would be a nexus between that and any concerns around movement and so on.
Yes.
That, I wanted to make sure of that. I know folks raised some questions.
But
Sorry,
let me
go ahead,
just
Chad.
pause on that because this is part of the conversation. So the emergency reg is in play.
Yeah.
It should carry us through this season.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it
You'll be at a
Is
point.
it sunsetted?
It's a 6-month deal unless you ask for an extension, unless we come and.
So the
Yeah, so you can
commission,
go up until,
So, because you're
July-
allowed 380 days, right? Or
Okay.
300 and.
July 21 of
300
25
300
is when the emergency, July 21. Now, I can check into this during lunchtime. I need to get more specifics from Mario about what's proposed. When we've done certificates of compliance in the past, as long as any change, we don't have to do the exact
That's what I was,
same
that's what I was getting.
regulation. It has to be pretty similar, has to be something that the public would have expected. We can't say we're, now suddenly, this major change. But we have been allowed by OAL to incorporate some modifications in that certificate of compliance for a permanent rulemaking. It just can't be something completely new.
And so what I wanted to sort of lay out is you've got this first set for the emergency reg. Then you've got a period where you need to go extend that. And then you get to let it die or certificate of compliance. And so what we're contemplating here is letting it die in the first phase.
Yes.
And just starting a regular rulemaking that will incorporate the things that we put into emergency, which might make more sense in some cases. However, what Melissa's mentioning is that if we're not too extreme in our changes, we may fit within the sort of compliance
The
allowance,
existing-
which means
You're not
that,
starting from scratch.
which also means that though, come whenever the 6 months expire June, we need to go do an extension until you're ready to.
Well, actually, no,
Or-
July of 25 is when, that is with the 2 extensions.
Right, but if you don't, if you don't ask for the extension in between, then it's sufficient.
Right, you have to ask for the extensions.
So
right?
so I guess I want to make sure that we're all understanding this. If we're going to consider that as an option of a CER compliance instead of a rulemaking, it means that as the commission, you're going to need to continue to adopt, even though there's no hunting season right now.
Those
We're
are-
gonna need to go
right.
continue to ask for an
Yeah.
extension of the
Sure.
existing emergency reg,
Sure.
Doesn't die
which
in
we
the
may
front.
let die and may go regular rulemaking, or we may be able to fit in with what the proposed changes are in that space. It's a little complicated in there.
So we do need to,
But
so
we
to preserve
eventually
that
kinda need to
option, we need
decide.
to extend the
Yeah.
emergency regulation is what you're saying, and that's a decision that would
Potentially,
happen.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I think, we could have that conversation. The other nice thing is that if you're doing a certificate of compliance, you already have the basic documents completed. We're not starting from scratch.
Correct.
And so it's amendments
That's
to
the
existing
benefit.
documents, right? Which again, that reduces the workload overall. even though you'd have to do the extensions, those are pretty pro
That's
forma.
easy.
You
That's
do those
easy.
under consent, and the documentation is pretty simple.
Now, it seems to me like changes like adding zones as CWDs detected in new zones, that would be reasonable. But
That's
something like
reasonably
adding
related
the
to what
season,
you'd already
late season
done.
hunt, would that be, I mean, that seems like that would be a bigger change.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
don't
thing.
know that that was gonna fit.
That's why.
That's not.
It was discussed.
But what?
In relation to the emergency.
The original
directive,
RDC.
as opposed to having it be a separate standalone.
You probably have to go back and look at your materials in the
Yeah.
emergency reg and what we have
Exactly.
written up
Yeah.
and sort of mentioned and whether there was any kind of indication in there that that's.
We talked
but I
about
don't-
it. You all in your presentation, I mean, Brandon's
Yeah, that's-
presentation included,
Yes.
potential harvest.
And our
yeah.
management plan does too, the CW management plan, so I
So
think
maybe
just,
just
can you make the
Yeah.
loop?
Possible.
I mean,
Okay.
can you make the link?
Maybe that all is for
Maybe.
like further conversation,
Yeah.
because we don't need to make any decision about it right now.
It is, I just wanna make sure
Yeah.
we're all tracking that, again, cause when you get into the commission, there's not
Sure.
much discussion, and it can get super confusing
Sure.
Yeah.
as things go forward, but
Yeah.
there's. Because if we're talking about moving forward today,
Uh-huh.
you're talking about in December.
Yeah.
Seeing something, hearing something, and then you're gonna be in that same extension period.
Noted.
Like-
We're not gonna let that one die, believe me.
It's hard to say when you don't know what the full proposal is, right?
Right.
You
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
whether, you don't know whether it's gonna be too much in order to
Yeah.
do a certificate of compliance, so.
Okay, but
it's not
let's
something we
come
can
back to
answer
that.
right now.
I think on the late season hunt, there were a couple of suggestions around swapping tags out with earlier regular season versus making them additional. And then I'm doing the math on success rates. I don't know that we got sort of clarity on what your response to that was. I can't remember honestly whether you responded to that already, Mario.
Yeah, while we were talking, I asked staff to pull out the last
Okay.
numbers, so. What I have for D7 here is that last year we had a total estimated harvest of 728. 22 was 914, and in 21 it was 1211. That's what staff has pulled out. So that's why I was making the argument at the beginning that maybe we don't have to adjust the 9,000 tags in order to make sure that we're still within that kind of general ballpark. But like I already mentioned to Mike, we will look at that math again, just to make sure that we are not potentially over harvesting, because of course that's a concern to us as well.
That was actually something we had talked about with Brandon when that's kind of part of the chronic wasting disease, that's one of those attempts, but when you get into some of these other zones of the mammoth crowd.
Yep.
And you're also talking about the conversations about deer herds.
Yep.
Dwindling and lower numbers, and then you're proposing a late harvest based on CWD, but also knowing that the intent is to sort of reduce, there was a lot of concern there, so we were really cautious around wanting to talk about that, and you're seeing this in D7 where it's a little bit different scenario than maybe some of the X zones and some of those areas that we've been having those conversations.
Okay.
Yeah, in that particular area, I think, maybe you'll remember this from Brandon's presentation, and he's online. You can certainly look him in if there's questions about this, of course, because he's an expert in this. Is that the Yosemite Lakes Park, I think is what it's called, where that animal was found, in D7, is an area that is more like a suburban kind of scenario where there's a lot of resident deer and higher potential of transmission, which is one of the reasons why D7 was also part of this whole discussion.
Sense. Okay. Great, okay, moving right along. I think on Bighorn, I don't have any questions. I just want to say congratulations on that conservation and management plan.
Yeah.
Huge, appreciate it.
I did have a question. Did I hear it correct? Is White Mountain Zone 7, is it gonna have 2 seasons then, a summer and a winter then? Or I wasn't sure if you're gonna limit.
There's a potential for that. So currently, we are limited to just the August to September season.
Right.
There have been conversations in regards to fire or whatnot on a lack of flexibility on if that season gets shut down. What we're currently proposing is that we add a winter season. The exact dates, we want to work with staff and then also look at other hunt times to just make sure we're not overlapping opening seasons with deer hunters, for example. But by adding that season, it allows the department flexibility to choose on whether or not we want to have 2 seasons, a summer and a winter, or if that ends up being a backup season. Right now, we don't have any flexibility because those dates are not approved as potential hunt times for that population.
So that'll be a decision you know, that the department will have, and so it'll be an and or based on the department's assessment.
It will be let's put these let's put these dates into the regs so that we have that flexibility.
Right.
There's also, that population had a bit of a decline and we had to drop our tags down from 6 to 4 last year. So our staff's also just monitoring that population to make sure that we're not recommending more tags that the population can support, while also realizing that if we're putting through a package and changes, we'd like to be able to cover all of our bases in one eyesore so that we're not having to come back over and over again. So we're trying to do more of a look ahead and see where we could potentially have these increases in tag quotas. If that White Mountain population really comes back and increases, we could potentially have, and we're looking at proposing an increase in the tag quota range. We could potentially have, you know, looking down the road, 6 tags in the summer and maybe 2 or 3 tags in the winter, just throwing out examples. But looking at capturing that flexibility and potential for increase. I also just wanted to address your earlier question, Commissioner. There was a small in-person meeting in the Sierra Nevadas, from the Sierra Nevada Bighorn Sheep Program with Tom Stevenson and stakeholders that already happened. The public meetings will be on October 1st and October 3rd.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks. Quicker than me.
My name is friends.
She's got the inside scoop.
All right, last thing for me, and here's the broken record. I feel like when I'm looking at all of these numbers and everything and trying to evaluate how they're changing from year to year, it would be so helpful if we had the PLM and landowner tags in the same conversation. That way, you know, we can think about holistically what are impacts to herds, like, you know, if something like the dam removal happening, we can see all the proposed hunts together, we can assess the overall needs and solutions across all of them. And I know that that's not something that we've done in the past, but I would love to just kind of keep that conversation live. That wouldn't that be better to think about across all the different ways that we're allowing and distributing tags and allowing opportunity to look at them together once a year here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. We tried to do that as part of our proposal where we identified the number of PLM tags currently active and the number of share tags currently active. But more than happy to obviously go into a deeper dive from that.
And part of it I realize is time, and part of it is like I'm realizing I appreciate so much at least being able to see it on the tables, but yeah, we're not quite to where I feel like we're taking the time to wrap our heads around that. Maybe it's just, yeah, the fact that it's 1 o'clock and we haven't taken the lunch.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll just state that we did try to add that in where we were talking about tag changes on, particularly on the elk. So maybe there's just more refinement that we can talk about offline of how you'd like to see it, or where to highlight or not, and work through that.
Yeah, okay, and I think maybe it's just like highlighting the changes, if there are changes. And then when we come to the consent items at other times in the year, being able to refer back in the other direction and see those changes in relation to, I mean, I appreciate hugely us moving in that direction, and just want to make sure that we're kind of keep incorporating it in both directions. So we're looking at the PLMs at the full commission level. We have whatever changes were made to that year's tag allocations and other bins too.
And Chad, I really like your suggestion about, you know, perhaps we get together, doing a little offline work session on what you're envisioning, because I know from my conversations with your team, you know, you all already do that work internally, right? It's a matter of just presentation style and making sure that our commissioners can see the same. Same thing that you're already doing.
Getting it to us. It's great. Okay, so I think we need to sort of indicate where we're going with all this, and of course I can't find it now in the document, but I will in a second. I think we are just recommending that we move forward with final language. Excuse me. Based on today's presentation, today's discussion, that we recommend the condition support future rulemakings regarding mammal hunting, specifically around, see if I can get this right, elk, bighorn sheep, chronic wasting disease. And I'm feeling like the 4 in 3, but that was it. Okay.
For December.
For December. And then do we want to specify right now a timeline for other components of this? Or do we want to revisit in January and then talk about timeline at that point? there were preference points. I think there was discussion about bringing them at a specific future meeting.
Isn't it April? Did you say April?
Well, I think
gonna come back here.
we
It'll
had
be the
suggested coming back in January to WRC for a
Yeah.
discussion about the actual proposal. Because
Okay.
today, preference points, we just identified the problem, but not the specific, like, how are we gonna fix this?
Okay, so maybe then that request is just.
Let's
to
do
return to
that. Yeah.
Topic in
We'll bring it in
January.
January. I think that's a
Okay.
good idea. And how about if you hold on when we bring it back and not knowing yet what April looks like? Not really, totally, not knowing what June looks like, not knowing where that works and a better
Make
understanding of the
recommendation at
timeline.
that point.
And just noting that if there's a way to cram it into, so it fits into the 2025 season, great. If not, we're looking at 2026.
Okay.
Okay.
And then moving the deer eyesores to June. Is that okay?
The deer eyesore.
Because we still have 360, 361 and 7, this-
For CWD? We only have
No, no,
deer,
no.
we only have preference.
Well,
I thought, no, I saw changes to, I thought I saw
Yeah.
changes to 360 and 361.
there is, let's we kind of recalibrate here. We had the preference point thing that was part of the deer deal. We had chronic grazing disease and we had D7 late hunt. That was what we talked about. And what we, I think, just said is that the preference points, we're going to wait with that. In that the D7, which is a late season hunt,
Combine
there's
those.
a CWD nexus there and we'll combine those. That's how I.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have nothing else for 360 or 361?
Not for deer, no.
No, perfect.
Efficiency.
All right.
So we need to recount your numbers of 4, 9, and 5. I'm kidding.
Whatever it was, we got it down.
Sounds like it was 7, not 9. Although 9, actually, it would have been 9, it would have been 10, because I didn't count both of those two pieces. So, yeah, anyway.
All right.
I'll just note that January is a light schedule, so if we want to add a mammal hunting topic to that. and
So I
add
think
that
it's
to the-
specific to preference points.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're specifically
great.
gonna have
It
to
could-
add that to
yeah.
January.
yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, well, I think we should break for lunch, having made it all the way through the first substantive agenda item of the entire agenda. So it's 1 o'clock and I think we talked about taking an hour, 1:04. Still want to take an hour?
At your discretion.
How do you feel about that? Should we come back at 2?
I'm okay with whatever. I can do
I think
45
that's fine.
minutes.
Let's
I eat
do
fast.
2. It's a little less than
Okay.
an hour.
Okay.
We do have a number of other items, but I don't know that all of them are gonna take very long. Yeah, all right. And thank you to folks who I know have been waiting on more. This item took a really long time. And I just want to acknowledge that means that some of you are still waiting for items later on the agenda. We will get to them. Including 3B and C. All right. See everyone at 2. All right, welcome back. I hope folks have a chance to get a little energy. We are on item 3, annual regulation changes, and we've already done waterfowl hunting, but I'd like to suggest we do Central Valley sport fishing and Klamath River Basin sport fishing together, with it in mind that we have 2 separate presentations, but I think we can do discussion together if that's all right with everyone. Yeah, okay, great. Ari, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. This item is to discuss and make potential recommendations for 2 packages which the commission proposes every year. Central Valley Sport Fishing and Klamath River Basin Sport Fishing. We'll start off with a presentation from Karen Mitchell of the department. And you heard, Karen, that we're going to do both together?
Yeah, sure. As long as you give me a break in between, because it's a lot of talking.
You got it.
Let me take a breath.
It's going to take a second for us to get the second PowerPoint up afterwards.
Okay.
anyway.
Okay,
Right.
thanks. Okay. Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta and Commissioner Anderson. Karen Mitchell with Fisheries Branch. Today I will be presenting the department's proposed regulatory options for Chinook salmon sport fishing in the Central Valley in 2025. Next slide, please. So today's presentation includes 2 maps of the Central Valley rivers with special fishing regulations for salmon. It also includes the current salmon sport fishing regulations in the Central Valley, the proposed regulatory options for next year, the justification for proposed regulation changes, and then the regulatory timeline. Next slide, please. So this map just shows those waters in the Central Valley that are potentially open for Chinook salmon fishing. And they include the Sacramento River, as well as the Feather, American, and McCallum rivers. Next slide, please. So this map shows the specific river sections within the special fishing regulations for Chinook salmon. These sections are defined by geographic boundaries, which are shown as the line segments on the map. And within those boundaries, there are specific fishing seasons, gear restrictions, and bag limits. Next slide, please. So this year, all Central Valley waters were closed to salmon fishing. Next slide, please. For the 2025 salmon season, the department is proposing 5 regulatory options. The first 3 options include a 0 to 4 fish bag limit and a 0 to 12 fish possession limit, and range from a fishery with no size restrictions, an adult and grill fishery where we could limit the number of adults with grill making up the remainder of the bag and possession limits, or a grill only fishery, and that's fish with a maximum size limit of 27 inches total length. The 4th option is a closed fishery. And then this year, as a 5th option, we are proposing to add some flexibility into the regulations so we can adjust the season lengths on an annual basis. And then just to note, all of these options can be used independently or in combination on the same water body. Next slide. So currently, the fishing seasons specific to each river section are set in Title 14, and there is no flexibility to change the seasons on an annual basis. Therefore, the department is proposing to build flexibility into the regulations to allow the department to adjust season dates annually. So that's including the start dates and the end dates for all river sections. And if we do end up needing to change a fishing season for some reason, the season would remain as consecutive days. So there would be no in-season closures. It would just be straight through. Next slide. So the reason it's necessary to be able to adjust the fishing seasons annually is 1, to minimize impacts on salmon during stressful environmental conditions such as low flows, high water temperatures, as well as low adult returns. And 2, it just gives us the chance to maximize fishing opportunity by allowing us to keep fishing seasons at least partially open while still protecting salmon populations. Next slide. So at the February commission meeting, the department will present the proposed regulatory options that I just described. At the April commission meeting, the department will present its recommendations for bag and possession limits and changes to seasons if necessary. Then at the May teleconference, the commission will adopt regulations for the upcoming salmon season, and those regulations will go into effect on July 16th, 2025. Next slide. And that's all I have, and I'm here for questions.
And I would just add one modification, that's the proposed timeline, and our request will be for July 17th, but things happen, obviously.
Okay.
We can't guarantee that.
Thanks. Any comments from staff or questions? From my co-chair.
I'm gonna wait until after.
Okay. All right. Well, Karen, we told you we'd give you a break, so it may not be a very long.
Okay.
And wait for the other presentations and do them together. Yeah, I think so.
Excellent, thank you. Again, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Karen Mitchell with Fisheries Branch, and today I will be presenting the proposed regulatory options for the Klamath River Fall Chinook and the Klamath River Spring Chinook sport fisheries in the Klamath River Basin for 2025. Next slide, please. So this presentation includes a description of the current management process for Klamath River Fall Chinook in the Klamath River Basin. It includes a map of the Klamath River Basin subquota areas, the current regulations for Fall Chinook, the regulatory options for 2025, the proposed changes to the Klamath River Spring Chinook salmon fishery, the justification for those proposed changes, and then again, the regulatory timeline. Next slide, please. So the Pacific Fishery Management Council manages the fall run Chinook salmon fishery in the Klamath River Basin. The PFMC establishes annual harvest allocations and natural spawning escapement goals. And those harvest allocations go to both tribal and non-tribal entities. The tribal entities receive 50% of the allocation and the non-tribal entities receive the other 50%. The non-tribal allocation is then split among the marine, commercial, and recreational fisheries, and this includes Oregon, as well as the Klamath Trinity in-river recreational fishery, which is what we're talking about today. Then the PFMC makes its annual recommendation for the in-river recreational fishery allocation in April, and this is typically a minimum of 15% of the non-tribal allocation. And then depending on the status of the stock and the quota, which is the basin quota, then CDFW makes recommendations for bag and possession limits for the fishery. Next slide, please. I don't know if you can see all these lines, but this map shows the subquota areas in the Klamath River Basin. The fall Chinook are managed based on adult quotas. That is the maximum number of fish that are at age 3 and older that can be harvested, meaning that once the area quota has been attained, the fishery of adult-sized Chinook salmon is closed. The Klamath River Basin is divided into 4 subquota zones. There's 2 in the Klamath River and 2 in the Trinity. Each subquota area has its own adult allocation and can be closed independently, which is based on near real-time adult harvest estimates that are informed by angler creel, weir counts, and other survey methods. And the lower Klamath subquota area gets 50% of the allocation, which includes 2 areas for the creel census, and that's shown as areas 1 and 2 on the map, if you can see that. The upper Klamath subquota area gets 17% of the allocation, and then the 2 subquota areas on the Trinity River, they each get 16.5% of the allocation. Next slide, please. So this year, the Trinity and Klamath Rivers were both closed to the taken possession of both fall and spring Chinook salmon. Next slide, please. So for the upcoming salmon season, as we do every year, the department is just proposing a range for the Klamath River Basin quota and a range of bag and possession limits for the fall Chinook fishery. This is until the 2025 Klamath River Basin quota is adopted by the PFMC. We are also proposing a grill adult size cutoff range, which is determined annually based on model calculations. We're not proposing any changes to the current fishing seasons. We're also, of course, including an option to close the fishery. And then this year, we're also proposing to add the newly expanded habitat sections above where Iron Gate Dam was into these regulatory options. Next slide, please. So as you can see on the map, these new habitat sections are those sections in the orange. That includes the main stem Klamath River from the Oregon border downstream to Copco Road Bridge. And then the second section is from Copco Road Bridge to Lakeview Road Bridge. And these sections include 4 anadromous tributaries also, which are Shovel, Fall, Jenny, and Scotch Creeks. Next slide. So this year, we're also proposing to include the spring Chinook fishery into the regulations. The Klamath River Basin supports the spring Chinook salmon fishery. The spring Chinook stocks are not managed or allocated by the PFMC, and the in-river sport fishery is managed just by general basin seasons, daily bag limit, and possession limit regulations. Currently, these regulations just roll over from year to year, and any amendments require a separate rulemaking from this fall run Chinook salmon sport fishing package. So this year, we're just proposing to integrate the spring Chinook regulations into the Klamath River sport package so that we can evaluate these regulations on an annual basis. Next slide, please. So similar to the fall Chinook fishery, we're proposing to add flexibility to the bag and possession limits for the spring Chinook fishery and to evaluate these regulatory options on an annual basis. At this time, we're not proposing any changes to the current seasons for spring Chinook. We are proposing a range of bag limits within subsections of the Klamath and Trinity rivers. On both rivers where the current bag limit is 1 Chinook, we are proposing a 0 to 1 fish daily bag limit or closed to fishing. Next slide. Currently, the possession limit across all subsections of the Klamath and Trinity rivers is 2 Chinook salmon, and we are proposing a possession limit range of 0 to 2 Chinook salmon or also closed to fishing. Next slide, please. So the need to evaluate the spring Chinook fishery on an annual basis is because basically all salmon stocks across California are in need of adaptive management. Spring Chinook experience the same, if not similar, environmental changes to fall Chinook. Yet the current regulations lack the flexibility to adequately manage the fishery. Therefore, as a result, like the last 2 years, the department has had to propose emergency regulations to close the spring Chinook fishery in the Klamath River Basin. So just moving these regulations into the annual package will just give the department the ability to better manage the fishery. Next slide, please. So similar to the Central Valley, at the February Commission, the department will present the proposed regulatory options. After the PFMC meeting in April, the department will come back to the commission and recommend a specific basin quota, as well as specific bag and possession limits, as well as a cutoff size between grill and adult salmon. Then at the May teleconference, the commission will adopt regulations for the fall and spring Chinook salmon in river fisheries for 2025, and the new regulations will go into effect on or near August 15th, 2025. And that's it. Next slide, please. And I'm here for questions.
Well, thank you so much, Karen. I want to just pause for a moment, make sure that my co-chair or the folks know clarifying questions or, okay, so let's go to discussion. I have some questions, but I think I'd rather hear from folks first. Is anyone in the room here to speak on either Central Valley or Klamath Basin Sports Center? No? Okay. I see one hand on Zoom, and it looks like it says Samsung, so I'm imagining that's not your name.
Samsung
S921U. Hi, can you give us your name, please? Assuming that's not
My
it.
apologies on that. Yeah, I don't know why it's displaying like that. I'm Ken Sandusky with the Modoc Nation. I'm up here in Modoc County, but we have land holdings in Siskiyou and Modoc counties. With homelands, traditional homelands on the Klamath River within the removal reach. And I also would apologize. I took a call right too late to miss the beginning of this. But my question would be, what kind of trout regulation changes might be planned? That's definitely going to be another issue to consider with reconnection to habitat, right? And so largely the trout regulations were pertinent to the reach between the border and Copco Lake, but now may extend downriver.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ken. Yeah, who can I put on the spot for that?
Sure,
Okay,
yeah, I
speak
can
to
respond to
please.
that. So this particular package is only dealing with salmon, with Chinook salmon fishing. So that's when we did that upstream of dam removal section where we changed the regulations there to newly anadromous fisheries. One of the things that we committed to was having a more frequent evaluation of the regulations in those areas that are currently closed. So this is our way to address the salmon portion of that, is to pull that out of that regulation and put it into Klamath regulation, where we're addressing it every single year. We'll constantly be looking at it. The trout part of that is going to be a little bit different. So we'll address that through a different package in a different way. So we'll have to look at kind of what the best way is going to be to address kind of when and where we can open trout. It'll probably be closely tied to, as far as timelines, probably be fairly similar to what we're doing with salmon, but we're trying to get this as a salmon package all cohesive. So don't have a great answer for you on when and how we would address trout, but we are going to be looking at that through our monitoring constantly. And when it's time to reopen that, we'll bring a separate package.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just quickly advocate for some thought process around that. We talk a lot about upriver connectivity, but there's going to be downriver connectivity. There's solid history of management over the border and the wild and scenic reach of that fishery, and I would expect that robust fishery to maintain itself, and opportunity to behoove us as we tend to reduce it potentially downriver with anadromous runs. And I'll just finish by saying that health of that fishery is largely maintained by a pretty responsible angler group and a 1 fish a day limit, and even more strict regulations now by the state of Oregon. And so California has had a more liberal take limit in that reach to date, but a 1 fish a day limit and just kind of trusting the anglers up there. We've heard some rumors about a long-term closure associated with the anadromous reintroduction. I mean, tribal partners even talking about state officials talking about long-term fishery closures. And, that I wouldn't expect the red band population to necessitate that at all. And so I'd hate to see, and the Modoc Nation does not like blanket closures that reduce opportunity based on kind of not trusting the user group. So we just advocate that we have some responsible anglers in the area, who could still utilize that resource as we recover the anadromous runs.
Thanks, Ken. Did you want to respond to that specifically, this question? I mean, I know that there's maybe some interface between what's happening on the wild trout waters and what.
And I'm not sure, maybe Ken, if you could clarify if you're speaking to the newly anadromous portions or the portions in these creeks that are still not anadromous. So the trout sections, we're not going to see salmon steelhead.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect changes there, right? It is the newly anadromous sections, but also the newly reconnected trout water that will, emerge below the removal and within the removal site. So yeah, the reach was small before. We had 6 great access points. They were very rafter centric, but still offered us opportunity in California for those wild trout. And that's the opportunity we'd like to see maintained and expanded. And like I say, it's going to go downriver too. That we talk a lot about upriver process restoration, but in addition to gravel recruitment, there's also fisheries reconnections with downriver movement and resident fish there. So, yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. So, the controlling factor in any of this now fully anadromous water is going to be salmon, steelhead, right? So we're going to have Omicus there. Some may be resident trout, some may be anadromous steelhead. And the governing factor, the controlling factor there is going to be the steelhead populations, which are summer steelhead are now listed right under CISA. So that'll kind of be where when we look at regulations for trout, that's sort of where we're going to have the protections guided towards. It doesn't mean there's not potential to have trout sections. There are wild trout sections within that have year-round anadromous or year-round resident populations. So once those start opening up or restoring, we'll be looking at opening those up. But kind of the steelhead will be the guiding sort of where the regulations go.
All right, seeing no other hands, can I just start out by saying, I mean, eventually I'm going to stop sort of being bowled over by the fact that those dams are actually down there and the fish have new access to these incredible expanses of river. And I just want to put that back in the room because it's an incredible win for fisheries and for angling and for the rivers and for the many tribes that rely on that river. So, awe and appreciation for everybody's work on that. I think the question that I had is just what the interface is, like to your point about anadromous and year-round resident Omicus. Could you help me understand the distinction between Klamath River Spring Chinook and Upper Klamath Trinity Spring Chinook, which are listed?
So
how does that work?
Yeah, so they are listed. What happened during the listing process as we went through that, and I think it actually.
But you can't tell them apart necessarily.
Right.
Yeah.
So they are essentially the same fish. What's happening is there is a season where you get the Klamath Spring Chinook, the Klamath Basin Spring Chinook. They come in, they peak, they start to go down, and then you get fall run Chinook coming in. So what happened is during the I think during the candidacy period, maybe I wasn't actually around during this, so maybe Ari and Melissa, but I believe it was during the candidacy period. There was a 2084 regulation brought forward by industry to allow a short fishing season when we're sort of in that trough of fish where the vast majority of spring Chinook are gone. You're starting to see the start of the fall Chinook, and there's very little of those left because those are federally managed and there's a quota on those. So it's this kind of shoulder season that we felt we could still allow protections of the newly listed, at that time, Canada fish, and still allow some harvest opportunity. So that's the kind of genesis of where that came from. Over the last 2 seasons, we've had to do emergency regulations to close that season, to protect that season. So what we're trying to do is add in flexibility so that we can address that short season between when it's closed to protect spring Chinook, open for a very short amount of time for the shoulder season that's important for economic reasons for anglers, local economy, and then the start of the fall run season, and get that all into one package so we address it all at once instead of having to address it through an emergency closure. Hopefully we're not closing fisheries again, but you never know, which is part of why we've not only in this package, but you see in the Central Valley package, we added the ability to shorten and adjust days for how long the fishery is, just to try and get some more flexibility so that we can be as protective as possible while also allowing as much opportunity as possible, right? We're trying to find different ways to get a balance.
Okay, but so the fishery you're referring to when you refer to the Klamath River Spring Chinook fishery is that shoulder season.
Is that
fishery.
shoulder season.
And the expectation is that that is a fishery that's going to include more spring individuals who are just at the very tail end.
It's very possible that it would include spring Chinook.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
We don't think it's a significant number enough to cause species level impacts.
Okay. Thanks. Anything you want to ask or add?
No, I think it's, so in other words, basically what you're doing is you're giving yourself the latitude to be able to make whatever decision, not have to come back to us on emergency regs.
We would still come back to you for that portion of it. Yes, we would still annually, we're gonna come back to you every year and we're gonna make a recommendation. Unfortunately, with the way the Pacific Fisheries Management Council process works, and the way that the model forecasting for abundance works, we have no clue what the population is going to look. I mean, we have some general ideas, but we don't actually have a number right now. We won't know that until April, right? So having that all into one kind of cohesive package for the entire Klamath Basin just seems to make a lot of sense for us.
Yeah, and this is like, it makes sense. This is what we need to do every year. And the timeline hasn't shifted to my understanding. Yeah, okay, it's still April and May. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think this has been the system, as you said, because of the PFMC numbers every year. So we do need to move this forward also to make sure that we are sort of lined up to be able to receive those and act on them. I think my sense is that sort of increasing flexibility on the Central Valley side, I think it was with the season length, the start end dates piece, is that also going to be responsive to PFMC, or is that more responsive to like environmental conditions in the state year to year?
Some of both. So what'll happen with part of the Pacific Fisheries Management Council process is we'll come up with a number, an ocean abundance number. And with that, we'll have a target for an escapement goal, which is how many fish we want to come back and spawn in the Central Valley. There'll be a goal for how many fish can be commercial harvest, how many fish can be recreational harvest in the ocean, and then how many fish, it's typically based on a percentage, a historical percentage of how many of those fish that are coming back we can put into the harvest of for recreational harvest inland. In the ocean, they have very good monitoring for commercial fisheries and recreational fisheries. So they have the ability to institute a quota. So in the ocean, starting, I think, last year. Pacific Fisheries Management Council, National Marine Fisheries Service instituted a quota system for commercial fisheries. So from this next time there's a commercial fishery, there will be a quota on that fishery. They will get to a certain point and then they'll be shut off. So they could have 30 days. They might only be able to fish 5, whatever it is. We have the capability to do that for the ocean or the ocean recreational fishery as well. That's not in the guidance from National Marine Fisheries Service, but it's possible with our monitoring, we could do that. Inland in the Sacramento River Basin, we do not have the monitoring and the capability to do that like we do in the Klamath, where we can institute a quota. It's a very large system, takes a lot of people. We just don't have, we can't do it under current funding and sampling regimes. So what we are proposing to do to try to build parity, equity, fairness, and to be able to make sure that we're staying within that percentage of inland harvest. We will be doing sort of a hindcast is what we're going to propose to do. So looking at the number of angler days, the amount of harvest that occurs in an individual water, and then be able to go the next year and dial in over time. Okay, if we allow this many days, this is the likely amount of harvest we're going to see. This is about how much. That'll allow us over time to dial in those numbers as far as number of days that can be fished to get to that. Not a real-time quota, but kind of a ahead of time quota, right? Be able to narrow in on that target.
A lot of sense. Okay. Thanks. Okay, so I think the Wildlife Resources Committee will recommend that the commission support future rulemaking regarding Central Valley sport fishing and Klamath River Basin sport fishing based on the department's recommendations and the discussion today. And thanks everyone. And thank you, Karen, again for the presentations on both of those. And we will move to the next item on the agenda, item 4, waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay. And I'll turn it over to you, Ari, to introduce this.
Okay. At its October 2023 meeting, the commission denied a regulation change petition which requested a ban on waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay. At the same time, the commission also directed staff to explore potential regulation changes to address waterfowl hunting noise concerns specific to Southampton Bay and referred the topic to WRC. Commission staff has provided a recommendation for regulation changes, specifically a 7 a.m. start time and a maximum shot gauge of 12. Staff also recommends that the commission request that the department assist the city of Benicia, the California Waterfowl Association, with an outreach and education campaign for city residents, visitors, and waterfowl hunters.
And we don't have a presentation today.
Nope.
It's just okay, discussion.
We don't. If I may, Kathy Bennett was the petitioner.
Yes.
And she has participated in the last couple of WRC meetings on this subject. She was not able to attend today, and neither is city manager Mario Giuliani. Thank you. They had other commitments today. So Kathy did send me a quick message that I said I would share with you, if that's all right.
Sure.
Okay. So we had a dialogue about the agenda. She had a misunderstanding about it and then said, I read the proposal of a start time at 7 a.m. and a suggested 12 gauge rifle and efforts of outreach and education to the residents who are adversely impacted by the duck hunting. I do not consider these to be meaningful compromises. The implication that these adjustments in Morro Bay were mutually satisfying is not the case. I have spoken to the prior petitioner from Morro Bay as well as city council members from Morro Bay, and they are as frustrated today with the duck hunters as they ever were. Those compromises made by the commission and duck hunters have proven meaningless and inconsequential. As far as the suggestion of outreach and education, I believe you are misjudging the receptivity Benicia residents have to accepting duck hunting in their backyards. Benicia residents are not willing to accept this intrusion into their homes and lives for 3 months out of the year. Sincerely, Kathy.
Okay, thanks. Do we have other folks in the room who are interested in speaking to this issue? Mark, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl, and I appreciate everybody's work on this issue. I know it's been ongoing for a while. And I'm glad too that we still recognize there's no legitimate safety issues out in this area whatsoever. As we've talked about before, there's a myriad of existing state safety rules, state firearm discharge rules, hunter safety, things like that, that have made, accidents, a very high unlikelihood. And there's been no reports of any accidents in that area to my knowledge either. So I think, again, the safety issue is just not even really pertinent. But regarding the noise, I can definitely see that. We've talked about the Morro Bay regulations. I think if that's what you do choose to move forward with, that it be done only on a trial basis, and that after a couple of years, you re-examine it to make sure that it's effective and that it's not unnecessarily infringing on the hunting that's out there. So I think it just needs to be kind of more an experiment to see if it works. And then get feedback from the department, get feedback from the hunting community, the community as a whole, and then go from there.
Thank you, Mark. Others in the room?
I just wonder if the citizens there, to quote her, I think, don't accept or have no interest in this compromise. Why make it up? Like, I worry about, it's just a lose-lose at that point. And when I read the legislation that was just signed about navigable waterways during flood events and angling, the right to fish flooded waterways as navigable waters, it brought me back to this. Like, this is a by state law, this is one and done, a huntable area, and there's no regulations, there's nothing's being infringed upon. I live in West Sac, I hear shotguns all around me, because there's water all around West Sacramento. We hear duck hunting all the time. And I think we can have empathy for them, but if this proposed compromise if they're saying it doesn't work, then I'd be inclined to say, okay, well, and there isn't one. My 2 cents.
I see a hand raised online. Just want to check in one more time about folks in the room.
If I could just say, I
Please,
would
yeah,
urge us
Melissa.
to be cautious about extrapolating that statement from the petitioner to the full community. I don't know that same sentiment would be true for everyone. It may, but it may not. I think also too, your staff, the reason why we even be entertained having this conversation to begin is because there is the topography in that bay is essentially a fishbowl, right? You've got mountainous area around on basically 3 sides. And so the noise from shotguns is traveling over water. There's nothing that interferes between it and the homes that literally are on the water. They line up along the water in that bay. So it is a little different there. You have a lot of the sound ricocheting back and forth across the bay. It's not quite equivalent to say a riverine area in a city where there's lots of buildings and other things around to help absorb some of that noise, and it doesn't make a direct trajectory to 200 yards away to the houses along the shoreline. So that's why we had asked, and the commission agreed to allow staff to sort of look into this and work with the city, work with California Waterfowl Association, and see if we could find some compromise to address the noise issue. The city of Benicia did submit to the commission early on in this process a resolution requesting that hunting be banned in the bay. So there is support by the city council for that. And so we see this from a staff perspective, we see this as sort of like a first iteration, similar to perhaps what was being requested test this out, see if this helps, see if this in fact can address some of the noise concerns. And take another look at it then in the near future and see how the education and outreach and the regulation change is working or not.
Yeah, and I particularly think that you started out talking about how you have a letter from one person, and there's a whole community there, who we can't discern how they would feel about, moving in the directions that we have on Morro Bay, basically, to try that out. So I think, I agree. I don't want to just sort of take that as the only indication of how this would be received. And education and outreach to me is, it seems like a really, really big opportunity potentially, that piece in particular, to try to sort of move the needle on coming together and sort of what concerns people have, and just learning more about, what's actually happening out there. And I think the noise concerns, are a second piece from the education and outreach ones. I do want to, okay, Chad, I see your hand. Yeah, let me let you weigh in.
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying and understanding what is in the staff recommendation of, and you're speaking a lot about education outreach.
Yeah.
The department has, we've sort of sat back, stated sort of where we are in this position. The staff recommendation is that we would assist the city of Benicia and CWA with outreach and education. Obviously, the department is poised to help out with sort of notifications around hunting regulations, information that's there, sharing in that space, but I worry about where that goes based on the proposal that's been put in front of us that you denied originally, and some of the outreach and the things that were expressed in there, I think we're a little bit too far in some of the original requests. And I don't think that's in department's purview, so I want to be really cautious with what is intended here with assisting, leading, whose sort of roles and responsibilities are where in this space. So just putting that in the record as we sort of go forward with, what the expectations are on the department here versus city or CWA even for that matter.
Well, we are very appreciative that CWA is, because what we're proposing is not just education and outreach for the community and it's for visitors, it's also for hunters, right? There's some education and outreach opportunity with the hunting community as well, and CWA is offered to assist us with that. And the department, the commission doesn't have an outreach, education and communications unit. We don't even have a single position dedicated to outreach education. But our colleagues at the department do have folks who specialize in working with the public and helping them understand. For instance, I've used this example with other folks. In Davis, we have a duck days out at Yolo Bypass. And it's a celebration not only of the fact that we have this amazing array of birds that come through that area, but that are also the hunting community is part of that, right? And so we have hunting groups out there tabling at the event, and it's a community event, and thousands of people come out for that over a 2-day period. It's really a cool event, and so it's an example of, and the department assists with that out at the bypass. So it's an opportunity. It's an example of an opportunity that the department might be able to assist with. Obviously, I can't speak for them, but our request is just to the extent that the department has the ability to assist the city and the department with these sorts of things, that we would appreciate.
And CWA, yeah. Which, to that point, I want to give you an opportunity, Mark, to weigh in.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of piggyback on that. I think another thing that could be tried is to put up signs and kiosks around that little bay, just to educate members of the public proactively about the history of hunting out there, conservation benefits, some of the things that they may not know about hunting, of course, the safety record as well. Just having that out there in places where, it's public and people are walking by or coming down to the beach, that may go a long way towards addressing this over the long term. And then, as you guys all know too, last couple of years there, from what we've heard, there really has not been much of an issue. It's kind of died down quite a bit. I don't even know if any hunters have used the bay in the last 1.5 to 2 years. So at least that is a positive trend in terms of this issue.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, and I
Thanks for your
expressed.
patience, Bill.
I expressed my, is Bill hasn't gone yet?
Yeah. Bill, do you want to go ahead? I know you've been waiting patiently to weigh in on this discussion.
Sure, I'd be more than happy to.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. On this issue, I'd be representing 4 smaller waterfowl organizations: Tulare Basin Wetlands Association, Sassoon Resource Conservation District, a Black Grant Group that's in Morro Bay, by the way, and the Cal Oro Wetlands and Waterfowl Council. Yeah, I just have to agree and support what Mark with CWA said, that there's no safety issues out there. There's never been any type of safety concern that I'm aware of. And I believe in my last conversation with enforcement on this, there's never been any illegal activity out there either. I was at the May 2024 WRC meeting, and when the representatives from Benicia were there, and I think to Mark's point just a few minutes ago, their comment was, I believe, something along the lines of it was only hunted like maybe once or twice during the 2023 season. So it seems like this is in many ways much to do about nothing. I mean, we had a long conversation this morning about staff time and both on the department and on the commission. The commissioner spent a ton of time on this issue. I think the compromise that's brought forward by CWA is entirely reasonable, and then I would urge the WRC to support that, recommend that to the full commission, and let's give it a shot and see how it works out, and let's put this issue to bed. And thanks for the opportunity to talk.
Thanks, Jim. Co-Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I expressed my opinions at the earlier meeting. I have real concerns here about, starting here. Melissa and I had a conversation the other day. I actually understand shotguns pretty well. As I said, I have an FFL, and, we've sold a lot of shotguns over the last 7-8 years. We've never sold a 10 gauge. So we don't even have 10 gauge ammo in the hunting facility. So I have real concerns. I think there's a lot here optically. I don't think there's anything here really practically, because a 12 gauge is a 12 gauge, and so I think I'm willing to follow CWA's recommendation for what they proposed. And I would just say to the petitioners that, being on that bay on the other side from them, not far away either, I think for the 6 or 10 or 20 people, they should incentivize those hunters to go elsewhere. Give them a gift card to Dick's, or give them a gift card to someplace else to get them out of that space. It's not one, as Mark points out, it's not a great place to hunt. There's not a lot of birds there. And last year, that, as Bill points out, there wasn't a lot of birds, period, on the bay. So, I would support, Madam Chair, moving CWA's proposal, and I thank the staff for, what their recommendation has been.
Yeah, and I must clarify, it's not CWA proposal.
Right,
This
right.
was kind of something
Staff
that came
proposal,
up.
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just wanted to be
Yeah,
sure, because I didn't know
yeah,
if he was comfortable with
yeah.
that.
Yeah, the
That's
I
exactly
appreciate
what
that
you
was
relayed.
staff proposal. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I wanna, Chris, please, yes.
First of all, speaking on behalf of the bow hunters in the state of California, you could always just turn them into bow hunters. Those don't make any noise.
It's a little trickier.
Special bow hunting area. It's great.
Only a thought.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. I think everything everyone said here makes sense to me. I agree that it's not a safety issue. I do think that the potential for outreach and education in the long term to help is real. And I appreciate folks, CWA, particularly being willing to sort of play some role in that. And I think we can give this a try, and a 7 a.m. start in the winter is, it's not going to curtail shooting hours excessively. The sun's only coming up, less than an hour before that. So I do think that, and we have precedent, right, in the sense that we tried this in Morro Bay, tried moving it to later than that, and that wasn't really compatible with the realities of being able to hunt waterfowl, right? You need to get out there and go in the water. So I think.
Well, and it also put hunters out on the water later when other
When there's
people were
more
coming out to
conflict with other
recreate
users.
for other uses.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that although moving it later might address some of the noise concerns, it might cause other problems for other folks who are concerned about being able to use the space later in the day, et cetera. totally agree with you on the question of, gauge restriction, but, it's not gonna hurt, and so I think I'm comfortable recommending that we move forward with this. Okay, so the Wildlife Resources Committee will recommend that the commission support a rulemaking as recommended by staff, as discussed today. And then request that the department assist the city of Benicia and CWA with an outreach and education campaign. Well, thanks, everyone.
So is this going in October, or is this a discussion on timing with workload?
That's a good point. Thank you for asking that, Chet, because I think that if we are
This is
tight
not
on
going,
timing,
this is not going into October.
it's not.
I mean, the recommendation is going to October, but we're not adding this to an existing rulemaking right now.
Any WSC recommendation will be presented at the commission's next regularly scheduled meeting, currently scheduled for October.
Right.
The recommendation.
That's the recommendation.
Fair enough.
That's not the incorporation
I was
into a
like,
rulemaking.
Okay.
No.
No, thank you.
We can wait till.
That's, yeah, we'll wait.
At this point, in terms of timing.
We heard
Yeah.
you.
That's
We
what
heard
we're
you.
Yeah, I'm
timing
like,
wise.
oh,
We heard
I
you.
thought we just got through.
Yeah,
this.
'cause
The coming season's gonna happen.
the paperwork for the big game and mammal hunting, and this would be waterfowl hunting. Waterfowl hunting is not until February, but still paperwork for that is due pretty soon. And,
Okay.
and we didn't incorporate this into the environmental document that was prepared, so.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, this takes us to item 5, take of non-game mammals. And I'll turn it over to you, Ari, to introduce.
At past several meetings, WRC held a discussion regarding the indiscriminate take of non-game mammals and some of the ambiguities in statute, regulation, and commission policy. I just wanted to note for this item that there is internal dialogue regarding this issue between the department and commission staff that's currently going on, and is anticipated to continue over the next few months. Staff believes that once those discussions have concluded, it will be able to more fully articulate the multiple issues at hand during WRC's next meeting. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. All right. I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear from folks who are here today to speak to this issue. Do we have anyone in the room? And on Zoom?
So if there's anyone on Zoom that wants to speak to this, you need to use the Zoom feature to raise your hand, or if you're on the phone.
Star 9, I believe, to raise your hand.
We're having. Yeah, we do.
My question would be, what's the issue? There's been discussion, but is there a document that summarizes like what is even in play?
Yeah, I think if you look at the meeting materials,
Okay.
although off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to tell you which meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's out there
sort of
somewhere.
Tells you what the language is that's sort of at play.
Okay.
You can look at the meeting materials, and if you look at some past ones, you can see the
Look at
evolution of it.
the May WRC meeting.
Okay.
And then I believe it was the January WRC meeting before that, either that or September. It was either September or January.
Thank
And then we brought it back in May.
But next
Right.
meeting, we anticipate bringing a much more detailed analysis of all the issues
Yeah.
to the committee so that we can really.
Yeah, I'd like to have a
Tease
more
apart the
concrete basis
issues
for the
and-
discussion
Yeah.
before we try to dive into it, not really knowing
Right.
where we are. So, I mean, given that there aren't folks wanting to speak to that issue today, I want to make sure that Commissioner Anderson is okay with you.
I'm totally fine with that.
Okay, yeah, I think, we can wait for the outcome of that conversation between the department and the commission and staff and resume in January. Okay. Wonderful. This takes us to agenda item 6, department updates. And we have 3 updates from the Wildlife Branch, from Scott Gardner, Fisheries Branch, from Chief Jay Rowan, and from the Law Enforcement Division. And I think I'm going to suggest that we do discussion at the end for all 3, if that's okay with my fellow
Yes,
commissioner.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Wonderful. Ari, anything else in introducing to say?
Nope.
Okay, great. So I think we'll start then by turning it over to you.
All right, great. I will be brief. Scott Gardner, Wildlife Branch Chief. By the way. So you've heard a lot from us today. There were a lot of things that were embedded in Mario's presentation in particular, things like management plans, et cetera. So I think you got a lot of updates from us there, but there's an additional one I wanted to bring to your attention, and that is that we conducted a meeting last month of our big game advisory committee, which is a statutory committee under the big game management account. And in essence, it says that an advisory committee will have the opportunity to review and comment on all department expenditures. And that was a pretty significant meeting. It was a 3-hour meeting. Several of the folks in the room were at the meeting as well. And, gave us an opportunity to daylight also a lot of the work that we're doing, certainly what we're spending the fund on, a lot of the science that we're doing now. And, I guess if I say so myself, it went pretty well, but, it really gave constituents the opportunity to see what we're doing, because a lot of that is obviously not, straight forward apparent. And, I guess that's sort of it. I don't know if it's okay for me to invite any other comment in that area, but just want you to know that. And actually what I should say, I mean, that's sort of the one that really gathers a lot of attention. We also conducted one for Upland Game as well. Both of those accounts, the Upland Game Management account, have that statutory requirement. So a part of that as well is that that statute had been revised in 2010. The original advisory committee, the language actually says an advisory committee as determined by the department. That includes non-profit organizations that basically represent the interests of people that buy those licenses. We had established that committee actually very shortly after Director Bonham came in all those years ago. And of course, a lot of those folks have moved on. So we're reestablishing the actual membership of that committee, but we were entirely inclusive with, all of the relevant nonprofits or the folks that we've really been meeting through all these regulatory issues as well. So we will continue with that.
Thank you. Fantastic.
And I think that's enough for me.
Thank you. And thanks for all of the work on all. I mean, as you said, we covered a lot of ground earlier in the meeting, but
we had a lot of meetings with the NGOs over the last couple of months. So, yeah.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
So
Fisheries grant, yes.
yeah, so fisheries update. So today I may do something a little bit different. I want to highlight a partnership that we have. We've been coordinating really closely through the Cal Poly Humboldt State USGS cooperative. This is a cooperative that exists in most states. And it's a research cooperative where we're partnering with the resources of USGS, university resources with the state to conduct research that is beneficial for management of species. So I just want to highlight a few of the projects that are being worked on by Dr. Nick Somm, who's the USGS cooperative unit leader up in Humboldt. And some of these projects are he's fairly new. I think he's only been in the job for 1.5 years and already really hit the ground running and already addressing some really high need topics for the department on fisheries specifically. I'm gonna leave your guys' stuff out, Scott, but I'm gonna hit fisheries stuff. So this week we have staff that are going to be headed up to Oregon, to Portland, and they're going to be participating in a salmon and steelhead run forecasting workshop. So this is going to have, as you know, forecasting of salmon has been a big issue in all of the department meetings or all of the commission meetings that we've had, where we've had issues with salmon run forecasting and challenges to how accurate the numbers are. So this is going to have people from all of the Western states, the actual run forecasters, National Marine Fisheries Service, and USGS, and scientists from academics to work on developing new tools for run forecasting.
Are any NGOs going to be attending that meeting?
This is not. This is going to be the people are actually going to be a very technical conversation, and this is going to be very much on how do we produce these numbers as far as like what data do we have to take? What are the statistical models that are going to be used? Those sorts of things. So very focused on how do we come up with these numbers that are used then for regulations.
Right.
So right now, this is just focused on that very technical side of things.
But, and again, I know you don't control this, but I think part of the challenge is everybody questions the numbers. And so, you know, whatever you come up with, I think we should look at sort of what information do we bring back? And then how do we use that to educate our population within the larger portfolio?
Sure. And a lot of that, I think, I mean, the proof's in the pudding, right? When your preseason forecast and your hind season realities are very different, that invites challenges, which is what we've been getting.
Yeah.
Hopefully the idea is to bring those two much closer together.
Sure.
So that's kind of the goal of this workshop. Couple other things. Sacramento, Feather River, Ceratamics of Shasta has been a pretty significant problem, we believe, in juvenile survival. It's been a problem identified in the Klamath River for years. We have Dr. Somm actually developed a sea Shasta predictive mortality model so that they can look at what the predicted mortality of juvenile salmon is, specifically from Ceratamics of Shasta, so specifically from this pathogen. Some early work done by Fish and Wildlife Service has shown salmon caught in screw traps on the Feather River that had 100% sea Shasta infection. So, you know, you're catching for weeks on end, all those fish are dying. They're not making it down. So we need to look at ways to not only find out where these sea Shasta hotspots are, but then get management measures to overcome those, right? Either moving fish downstream, adding water, whatever it may be. So Dr. Somm's working with a group, the National Marine Fisheries Service, our Department of Water Resources and Reclamation, to come up with a sea Shasta predictive mortality model for the Feather and Sacramento rivers. So that's super exciting. Couple other things, coordinating with Department and National Marine Fisheries Service, along with the Hoop and Yurok tribes, on research of flow effects on fish food on resources, including benthic macroinvertebrates on Trinity River. As part of the clam dam removal project, there's a sonar project where basically they're shooting sonar across the Klamath River just below the Klamath or the Iron Gate Dam to count fish that are going up. He's looking at ways to help expand that, doing different types of monitoring added to this already existing fish monitoring station. So a lot of pit tagging and other types of tracking to kind of inform how many fish are going up and downstream and when, doing some environmental DNA, some things like that. Let's see, consulting with our beaver restoration program on beaver restoration efforts, doing some work on Chinook salmon smolt tolerance, based on basin origin, run type and size, and also coordinating with the tribal partners in the Klamath Basin on that one. Let's see. Oh, developing I guess that's it for that. I think there's a couple more things that he's working on. Oh, a desert pupfish partnership. So he's been working on a desert pupfish consortium, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, our department. And they got some cool desert pupfish research going on. Obviously a very highly endangered fish. So looking at different waters and genetics of those. So see what kind of management measures we can take to expand populations and ensure the populations that we have currently are the most robust as possible. Kind of a cool partnership. It's not something that we talk about very often, very researchy, but research that's going to actually inform management. So.
Thank you. Okay. And that takes us to our third update from the Law Enforcement Division.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's me.
Who's sitting in that seat too, so.
I'm sorry?
You weren't sitting in that seat like 5 minutes
Right.
ago.
Robert Pelsman, Assistant Chief with Law Enforcement Division, the Administrative Unit. Be fairly brief, just want to go over like kind of a snapshot in time, the Dove opener on September 1st. Kind of distilled down the numbers and stats and whatnot from Southern California and then Northern California. I skipped over the middle. So for Southern California, mainly out in the desert, like Blythe, that area. Unfortunately, the overall consensus, and I don't have numbers on this or anything, but number of hunters were down, number of birds were down. Wardens kind of relayed that the question of the day was, where are all the birds? So even with that, in that area, out in the desert primarily, wardens contacted 2,657 people, which resulted in 76 citations and 99 different warnings. In the north part of the state, I don't have a number of like the contact breakdown, warnings, stuff like that I just went over, but basically the consensus was the same thing. Number of hunters were down, number of birds were down, very few limits were seen, but most people had birds harvested. Some of the violations or some of the citations that were issued were things like, which are pretty common, unplugged shotguns, like a loaded gun or a loaded long gun, a shotgun in a vehicle, safety violation, hunter trespass issues. And then up north, they ran into 3 individuals that were out and they all had turkeys. So 3 turkeys out of season, a little bit too big of a bird. Yeah. It's a little
It's easy to confuse.
Yeah. And then also, unfortunately, one happened in each north and south part of the state. Hunter casualty investigations. So wardens responded and investigated. Both of them were, I'll say minor, even though none of them are minor injuries, laceration to a lip. The other one, I don't know the exact injuries, but they were described as minor. And then also, kind of interesting, wardens, one down south, one up north. One down south, officers had to render first aid to a dove hunter who was unconscious. And then in the north part of the state, officers came across somebody that was in a medical emergency, used a AED or an automated external defibrillator. And unfortunately that didn't work. But still, one medical thing went, both parts of the state. That was interesting. And then also just a reminder that we have 54 new officers that finished the academy. They're all out on training right now. They started about the Dove opener. So they'll be working their way through training. If you are out in the field hunting or fishing and you get contacted usually by say two wardens and one is kind of standoffish and the other one's maybe a little nervous, that's what's going on. And then finally, I just wanted to remind everybody about hunter education. If you're looking for information on stuff, that program has some fantastic webinars that you can watch at any time. And then if you haven't looked at what's available, say in the last 6 months, they have a ton of in-person clinics now for you name the topic, they have it. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Paulson. I see one hand raised on Zoom, but I want to check in on the room and ask whether we have any folks who want to discuss the department reports for today. Bill Gaines, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Scott's comment regarding the Big Game Management Account Advisory Committee being brought back together in late August and had a really, really robust, good, frankly, long overdue but very in-depth, good meeting that was led largely by Mario. And bringing Mario on for the BGMA was quite a find, if you will, because he's got the perfect background between his science and his financial background. It's exactly what the person that runs the program for the department needs to have. And he did a great job, him and his staff did a great job bringing all the current members, if you will. And as Scott mentioned, we got to kind of do a lot of fine tuning on who's on that committee and who's not. But as far as bringing everybody back up to speed after 2 or 3 years of just dormancy, if you will, because not having the right people in place to run that committee, they did a great job on doing that. And so I wanted to thank Scott, Mario, Chad, and the entire team for their efforts to get the BGMA back up and running and fine tuning the membership over the coming weeks and months, and then getting that program and that account and that advisory committee back to where it needs to be. So they're doing a great job on that. And thank you, Scott, and your entire team for that. And look forward to working with the BGMA over the coming months and years. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. There's no further discussion on the department reports, so I want to thank you all for keeping us abreast of what's happening over in your side of the shop. And I know this is a really, really busy time of year, so we appreciate it. The next item on the agenda, we'll go ahead. Hi, Mario. Thanks for joining us today. Go to general public comment for items not on the agenda. And I know that we have a presentation today. We'll start with for the presentation. Which, all right, I'll turn it over to you to introduce, or is there more to say?
We have Dr. Andrew Willie here.
Thank you.
Is that right, Willie?
Yes.
Yes. To present on fishing tackle and wildlife injuries. And we'll get her presentation up shortly.
While it's coming up, I just want to remind folks that this is for items not on the agenda, and so we can't discuss or take action on matters that are raised during this item, but what we can do is just consider whether we want to add an item to the agenda or the work plan for a future meeting. Okay, Dr. Willie, please.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Sure, members of the committee, thank you so much for taking the time and allowing me to come before you today. You have to forgive me, I'm a little bit under the weather, but I'll do my best to take advantage of this really important opportunity. I first learned about this problem 1 year ago when I witnessed a great blue heron hang from a tree by a fish hook. I was able to cut it down, and it took me 3 days to rescue it. Unfortunately, it died of a lacerated esophagus after it was unable to eat and drink for those 3 days. And after that occurred, I went, oh, she can go next slide. I'm sorry, I have to indicate her to go to the next slide.
David, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, in this small area of the river, and then this is the bird. In the next slide, please.
And no, I'm sorry, Dr. Wiley, the microphone is over here, so to the extent that you can speak to that way he can hear you.
Yes, so the next day, a group of volunteers went to clean up the area. Next slide. And what we found was an astonishing number of fish hooks and fishing gear in this small area. Next slide. So this prompted me to make a 3-mile search by kayak of the surrounding waters. Next slide. And what I found was, again, over 100 hooks, lures, and weights and line snagged on felled trees and branches in and around the water in this area. Next slide. When the waters receded, I went around the perimeter of the 3 miles by wader and again collected more gear. Next slide. And once the shores were cleared, I took my paddleboard and went out with a rake and found this inside the waters. Next slide. Over the last year, I have found and retrieved over 750 hooks, lures, and countless reels of line that were snagged on the logs and water. Next slide. And you can only imagine what remains in this fresh water. Next slide. Indeed, the American River Lost and Found often finds these large snags of gear in the bottom of the river when they're retrieving people's cell phones. Next slide. despite my efforts of, picking up gear approximately 20 hours a week for the last year, we have seen 9 additional water birds die and 3 entangled in this small area. While I'm out picking up, I speak to recreationists, and each 7 of them have reported seeing similar birds either hanging in trees or snagged in the water on felled branches. Next slide. Including Mrs. Goose that I thought was eating in the same area for 3 days until I found it dead and went over and realized that it had been entangled the entire time. Next slide. This is the gear that I cleaned up around the goose. This is all new gear. The accumulated gear had been cleaned out at that point. Next slide. So as you know, forested waters provide essential habitat for these water birds for roosting and foraging. Next slide. And the fishing gear is snagged on the branches on the shore of the water, and it's done while casting, and then it's often left behind, often intact, which is most dangerous, both on the inside the water and on the trees on shore. Next slide. The hooks and line are also left intentionally after the anglers remove their expensive lures from the snag line, and also carelessly littered. Next slide. So the water birds ingest the hooks and become tethered or entangled and starve to death, unable to free themselves. Lesser injuries limit mobility in flight, leading to maiming and predation. Next slide. Fishing gear injuries also are common in people and pets. While I was out picking up, I identified pet owners. There were 5 dogs that ingested gear during the past year in this area. 3 required emergency surgery. I did interview the local emergency veterinary center, who estimates that they treat approximately 10 injuries every year. Next slide. A similar group of rescuers began picking up in state lakes in parks in July after they witnessed several animals entangled in here. Next slide. This group just gathered and identified they had 25 pounds of gear, and they witnessed 19 waterbird deaths in these 3 counties and 5 lakes during the last year. Next slide. So frequent entanglements, unfortunately, occur quite commonly in areas where fishing is promoted and fish are stopped by the Fish and Wildlife, including Major Lake, where this just happened a week ago or so. Next slide. And this other lake where fishing is promoted, where they actually had a recent closure. Unfortunately, they reopened that area after developing a wildlife protection plan, and we sadly still see deaths and injuries regularly. All of these photos in this presentation are local from within the last year, and I put the dates just so you can see that this is an active and ongoing problem. These weren't images taken from someplace else in some other time period. Next slide. So wildlife rescuers receive over 300 calls in 2023. Most of them are unable to be saved. The 5 wildlife care facilities here in the Sacramento area estimate approximately 10 injured birds are admitted every year. But the majority of the animals suffer and die in the wild and are not reported. Next slide. Indeed, threatened and endangered species are often impacted. You can see all of these occurred recently. Next slide. So while I was picking up, I surveyed over 100 anglers in that small area of the American River to try to understand how this is happening. And half of the anglers stated that they were aware of water birds being injured. Most get snags, few retrieve them, but many do pick up line, and they do support the installation of signs such as these and line receptacles. So in speaking to the anglers and conducting these surveys, what I learned is that there's a huge gap in angler awareness, and that the public would like to see this change. Next slide. So with this information, I designed this sign, and I received permission to place it in a few areas on the river. Next slide. in collaboration with the Sacramento County Parks, who placed these line receptacles next to my signs. And the community response has been tremendous. The community are now engaging in pickups, and they request more signs and receptacles in other locations. Next slide, I mean. Volunteers helped me to repair and install the signs, and the anglers, who I have very good relations with, express gratitude for our efforts. Next slide. So the removal of accumulated gear in California is focused mainly on commercial fishing and ocean habitats, and programs aimed at recreational fishing in freshwater is greatly needed. Next slide. And many communities are struggling with this problem, and they need solutions from our state and federal government. Guidance. Next slide. So in 2019, the California Research Bureau conducted a study looking at lead tackle, and they identified out of the 1.3 million freshwater anglers that engaged in 24 million fishing days, that over 1 lead weight per 6 hour of fishing is lost. That's 24 million lost annually. And this is often attached to hooks and line. It doesn't happen in isolation. They were unable to quantify the impacts of this because the mode of injury is usually not tracked by care facilities. The study concluded that the rate of fishing gear loss is cumulative, and that it continues each year and continues to threaten the environment. I spoke with Pamela Martin, who conducted this study for an assemblyman, who said to me that the first thing she learned when conducting this study is that the problem of fish hooks and fishing line is a much greater problem, and encouraged me to continue with my efforts. Next slide. So fishing gear injuries and the accumulation of gear in California has reached a tipping point. The wildlife injuries are occurring at a significant rate that is not recognized, and it's not reported, and it's largely unaddressed. The impacts to the environment and the wildlife will only continue to increase, and the state of California does have a responsibility to protect migratory birds. It's time to recognize and address this problem and start working towards solutions. Next slide. This needs to include balancing recreational fishing promotion with wildlife protection. So the Fish and Game Department promotes fishing heavily, but does quite little in comparison to protect wildlife from gear injuries. And the anglers, because the birds are not there when they're fishing, they leave, they flush, they're largely unaware that their gear is causing the death or the injuries to the animals. And communities would like to see this change, and we have an ethical, moral, and a legal responsibility to take action. Next slide. So I have like to propose several practical and easily implementable solutions. Firstly, to ensure that anglers understand that leaving gear behind injures and kills wildlife and pets and is illegal, we need to require education for fishing licensure. This could be a simple link to a video or a page with facts and photos within the electronic application, or email to the licensee, and the acknowledgement of this awareness with an electronic signature at a click of a box during their license application. Next slide. Secondly, to ensure that anglers are licensed and aware of their responsibility to safely dispose of gear, we need to require anglers to carry proof of license that's easily observable. This could be something like a sticker that they could put on their pole or on their tackle box that could be easily seen by anyone to ensure their license. We could also institute fines for abandoning fishing gear that are distinct from littering. And while these are often not enforced, they can be posted and they can serve as a deterrent, and they can be reported for tracking purposes. Next slide.
Dr. Willie, I just want to check in about, we're at the 10-minute mark, and so you're close to wrapping up, that looks like. Okay, thanks.
2 slides left.
Okay.
So, but this is important to reinforce that awareness and to promote proper conduct. We need to require signs and receptacles in heavily fished areas, especially those where fishing is promoted or waters are stopped, or specifically grant me permission to fund, install, and maintain them. The Department of Fish and Wildlife could promote fishing gear pickup days on the Sunday following the free fishing Saturdays. And they could offer, consider offering wildlife awareness and protection classes. Wildlife rescuers would gladly teach these. Next slide. And lastly, to facilitate tracking and monitoring of this problem locally and nationally, we should require wildlife care facilities to report the mode of injury in order to maintain their permits. This data can be entered into the national repository and then can have much more widespread effects. Next slide, please. I ask you to please work with me to find and implement solutions to this problem. And if not, then when?
Thank you, Dr. Willie. Great presentation. I want to ask whether there are other folks who want to contribute public comment and make a decision about whether we're going to wait till the end to focus on whether we want to take this up. Mike, did you have?
I do, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that.
This was posted into the California Public Land Hunter Facebook page this morning, or Facebook group. And I have permission to read it. Gentleman said, hunting saved my life. Hunting saved my life. I wish the anti-hunting community understood the benefits of hunting and what it does for us as humans. I remember waking up early to watch Going Fishing with Bill Dance as a kid and always dreamed about going hunting. When I turned 18, I got my first shotgun for myself. I was the youngest of 4 with only mom around. No one else enjoyed the outdoors like I did in my family. Fast forward to finally getting my hunter safety card in 2014, a certificate in 2014. And I started working for, I'll leave it out, and wanted to get married and buy a house too. So I never had time. I climbed the management ladder after a motorcycle accident, left me unable to carry the weight of my job for a long period of time. I made it to station manager, but in 2022, I got the worst call of my life telling me that my mother had not waken up. After losing my mind, I went into a very dark place for a while and couldn't see the light until after I quit my job and started getting back out into the forest and trying to learn what I always wanted to do. Life is too short and my internal struggles aren't over, but there's nothing like getting out there. I hope I get my buck or bear this year. Thanks for staying with me and hearing me vent. We can all go hiking. We can all walk along a golf course. But if we don't have something humans want to measure, humans want purpose. And so if you walk along a golf course, it's different than playing golf. If you go into the woods to become part of the ecology, to become part of the woods, to pursue something, it's different than just going for a hike. And that's why I speak so much about it. That's why Health for Wildlife speaks so much about opportunity. There's a lot of abundant critters out there on the landscape. No, nobody has to go hunt them. But even if they're a non-hunter, if they go out with the attempt to pursue and find and connect with a critter, it's different than looking at it through your device while you sit in an apartment somewhere or you sit in a suburban community somewhere. And so that's why this is so important, I think, for this community and what we do. And I just want to share that with you. And thank you for what you're doing. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
And I hope you get support.
Thank you. There's more to what I do. I'm actually work very closely with the fishermen. I'm not a fisherman. I knew nothing about this when I started it. And I thought the best way to learn is to get out there and talk to them. And so while I was picking up gear, I started the conversation. And that's where I got the idea for the survey, which I'm going to be publishing. But the I also offered them when I do the survey, 6 short questions. And then afterwards, I have a card I give them. It has a little QR code in my email, and if they get a snag, I offer to go out and get it for them. And I do that once I retrieve because usually they have expensive gear that they want also. And so most of them know me and they get me in person to go get their gear, but some email me. And then in order to get their gear back, I do give them some more information. I've developed some photos that I show them pictures of animals, and they've been really appreciative, and it's really a team effort. Those volunteers are all fishermen. It's not against fishing, and that's something I really want those fishermen and I, we know each other by name. We both love being out there, and we just want the birds to be safe.
And I think we want to respond more to your presentation, your comments, and just want to give folks a chance to comment before we do that. But yeah, I'm super grateful for your presentation and especially for your solutions orientation. Thanks. You're doing a lot. Rick, you've been waiting to comment. Please go ahead.
Did you want me to comment on the fishing or my own public comment?
You're free to comment on whatever you'd like, as long as it's on the agenda.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, I'd like to talk about elk. 12 years ago, I published the first physical proof that beaver were native to the Sierra Nevada. 10 years later, CDFW started translocating beaver. It was a long wait, and I'm glad I lived to see it. Now I would like to get some elk back in the Santa Cruz Mountain region. Thanks to your organization, you generously, I think, helped fund study of a wildlife overpass between San Jose and Morgan Hill, which would enable the several dozen elk herds, Thule elk herds in eastern Santa Clara County to reach the west. The North Santa Clara RCD, the Amah Mutsun tribe, and the Muwekma Ohlone, and I, and the then elk and pronghorn coordinator, Kristen Denrider, in 2022 published a call for elk by translocation and by improved crossing structure so they could get across Highway 101 and get to the west. There are over 500,000 acres of quality habitat. I published 2 more papers with Tom Batter, Kristen Denrider's successor, the elk and pronghorn coordinator, who just left. He said, before we give you any elk, you need to do a habitat feasibility study. We did that. The North Santa Clara RCD provided a grant, and Tom Connor from UC Berkeley led that. I was a co-author. Because of the turnover in the elk and pronghorn coordinates, we seem to be kind of running on a wheel like a mouse and not being able to make progress on the translocation part. The overcrossing alone over Highway 101 won't solve the problem of getting elk to the coast, because Thule elk are forest avoidant. They're not going to get through the redwood forest of the Coast Range. Even if they try to go around the Santa Cruz Mountains, they're going to be stopped by developed Watsonville or developed Santa Cruz. We have ranchers who want elk on the western slope of the Santa Cruz Mountains. I would love to talk to your organization about how we could move this forward. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Rick. Okay, seeing no other hands for public comment, turn it over for my fellow co-chair.
I'm good.
You're good, okay. Well, thanks everyone for your comments. And I mean, I think just in brief, Dr. Willie, there's a lot of possibility in my mind, and you very helpfully presented not only the problem, but also a lot of the things that you're both doing or considering that, you know, presenting as potential solutions to the problem. I mean, we can't have an extended discussion now, but it does seem to me like part of this depends on whether the commission has authority related to the problem and sort of what the distinctions are between our authority and the departments. So I guess I just want to ask about that if we want to consider agendizing this or putting it on the work plan for a future meeting. Staff from either the commission or the department. Do we have authority that would be relevant here?
It kind of depends on the solution space that we're talking about, right? I think with the suggestions related to fishing licenses and that kind of thing, potentially. The education pieces, probably not, right? Like the commission, as we mentioned in an earlier item, there's not really, commission doesn't have education resources, so probably not there. Yeah, I think it just sort of depends on the solution and the fact that it's not on the agenda, so we can't go into an extended discussion about it. It's hard to know, right? We can't really discuss the solution space at this point because we can't really talk about it at length, at least the commissioners can. And so that's a tough question.
Sure.
And of course, part of you know, there were some suggestions here, but of course, there, in a discussion, there could be other solutions, right, other ideas that come out where the commission might have authority, but we wouldn't know that unless we actually
We discussed it.
discuss it. So that's a tough question to answer.
But you said potentially, and it's the first
I
thing you
mean,
said. So I
potentially,
mean, I think
right?
that there at least has to be the potential for a role for us to play if we're gonna put it on the work plan.
I mean, we should probably be aware that if we do put it on the work plan, bring it, get it, and the commission does decide to refer it to WRC, we may, as we did with, for example, shotgun wads, right? We came out the other end of that with a general consensus that there really wasn't a role for the commission, right? And that may be what happens here, so we should be cognizant of that. But who knows, right? That's part of the reason is we don't know yet until we have that discussion what the solution space is or might be, so.
And Doctor, I say this as somebody that works over in the Capitol and, but you may, because your presentation was beautiful and strong and you've obviously done the work. I would go to the legislature and talk to the legislature because I'm sure there would be somebody over there that would love to pick this up. The real question is gonna come down to cost because California is under a budget deficit right now and, where does the funding come from? But I would look at that.
I'm willing to take on funding, and I do have interest from Senator Roger Neal's office. I don't know if that is what you mean by the legislature, or I would approach someone else. But I really feel like I'd like to, I think this is a solvable problem, or at least a helpable problem.
Thank you for doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I just want to also thank you very much for, bringing this forward and what you all are doing out there. Super impressive results. I've seen the picture before that you posted under the pergola there on social media. So it's pretty amazing the amount of work that's going into this. I think there's, maybe not in the commission space, but I think there's like low hanging fruit there in the education space. Where things that we have several promotional things that are already going right on how we are promoting fishing in the city events, education and outreach, where I think these sorts of things could be added into those existing programs. So you're getting people, not only adults, but at a really young age, right? You're getting these kids where you're teaching them to fish, and part of what you're teaching them is to clean up after themselves, right? And some of the other things, I'm not sure about how it would work, having things connected directly to the licenses, but I definitely see, like at first blush anyways, some low hanging fruit that'd be really easy to incorporate into some of our existing outreach things that we're already doing.
Licenses, the same, like hunting licenses require education, right? Yeah. So it seems like this would, there's a precedent for it.
Yeah.
And because fishing licenses are electronic, it would be almost costless because it's trying to add a little bit onto that. To me, it seems very easily achievable.
Yeah, I don't know if we could do it as a requirement, I think that's what you're saying, like it was like a checkbox. I don't know that, I think that would, I'm not sure what that would take. I don't know that I'd comment on that right now, but as far as the educational pieces, I think there's existing stuff that's pretty low hanging fruit, that'd be really easy to do. That could probably be very effective as well. I know like the parks, we've had Nimbus Hatchery down below. Nimbus Hatchery is a very popular fishery, and we worked with, I think there was an Eagle Scout project that brought one of those line holders there, and we had it, put on the fence there, and that's been there for 8, 9, 10 years. So some of those things seem to be fairly effective, and I see them a lot when I'm out and around now. So yeah.
Okay, so we're having a discussion of things that we're not supposed to be discussing, I think, kind of. But I think I wanted to raise the question of whether it made sense because, what wasn't clear. I think there's a lot productive that's come out of just this little conversation there around places this could go with education and outreach and with the legislature. It's not clear whether there's a role for us. So I think at this point, what would make sense is maybe for us to not at this point, put it on the work plan. But to ask the department and staff to just maybe touch base about whether there's anything that's low hanging fruit that the commission has a role in. And if not, that's okay, because what I'm hearing is that there are roles that the department can play, and potentially that there's a legislative solution to as well. Yeah, and I just want to say thank you again. I mean, you are single-handedly, clearly kind of like running this whole program yourself right now in the Sacramento area. So hats off to you. Thanks for your work and for a great presentation. All right. And with that, we have to go to item 8 before we close the meeting, which is future agenda items. Kind of on topic here. And I'll turn it over to you, Ari.
Okay. So the future agenda items, the items for next meeting, is actually a fairly light schedule. Believe it or not. What's that?
It was.
Well, so we have a discussion and potential recommendation for inland sport fishing. So that's the other inland sport fishing items from today. A discussion and potential recommendation for a take of non-game mammals. Actually, that might, given today's lack of much discussion, we might want to just change that to a discussion, but we can talk about whether we think a recommendation is possible for that item. But at any rate, take of non-game mammals and a continuation of that would be up for the docket. And then we talked about adding a mammal hunting item. Is that something that you want to recommend to the commission?
Yes.
We add, okay, so I add recommend that the commission add a mammal hunting item to continue the discussion and to talk about the next mammal hunting package in the queue. Right, that would also be discussion and potential recommendation. And that's it, really. That's all we have, unless I'm forgetting anything that we specified today's meeting. That's it. So it is a pretty light meeting, although a couple of those discussions, take of non-game mammals and the mammal hunting.
They will take time.
They'll take time, right? But we'll probably have some extended, robust discussions on that, I would imagine. So, you know, it'll still be an involved meeting, even though the subjects are actually pretty few. And who knows what'll come up in the meantime, too. So that's what we've got.
So we'll recommend that the commission update the committee work plan with the changes recommended by staff. Changes, I think I just said changes, and the only one is the mammal hunting. Okay. And with that, meeting's adjourned. Thank you all so much for participating. Those of you who made the trip here in person and folks online, thank you very much. And we will see you again in October.